Planning Commission for Wednesday, November 16th, 2022. Sherry, could we have a roll call, please?
Chair Quilisi,
Here?
Vice Chair Bennett,
Here.
Commissioner Trent,
Here.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Starkweather.
Here.
Very good. Pledge of Allegiance, Commissioner Bennett, if you'd lead us, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is public communications, the time set aside during this meeting for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on items of city business other than those listed on the agenda. Matters raised at this time may be briefly discussed. But will generally be referred to staff or placed on a subsequent agenda. Under state law, other than for emergency items, no action can be taken at this meeting. So if we seem unresponsive to public comment, we don't mean to be, we just can't take any action. All right, I have one speaker's card for public communications. Bill Miley.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. This is an interesting note about possible climate change and what we might be able to do in the valley. On Sunday at the Ojai retreat, I went to a meeting where Gary Clifford and Jan Scow talked about managing oak trees in the drought, in addition to other issues about oak trees. And I asked Jan, we were talking about forest coverage, the amount of coverage you have in the city of trees and in the valley. And one of the cities that has about 40% is Palo Alto. We have 19, and we're hoping to get to 25 in 5 or 6 years. And Jan said that if we had 40% in the valley, it's an estimation that we could cool off the valley up to 4 degrees. Now that's pretty exciting. Plant a bunch of trees. Now Ojai Trees plants about 125 trees a year. They would like to plant 1,800 over the next 5 years. So if we could plant a lot of trees, we might be able to help bring down climate for the valley, the heat factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
I would note that that is one mitigating thing that can be done for this famous aridification we hear about all the time.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at the statistics. If we plant a bunch of trees inside the city limits, we're going to reduce the temperature in the whole valley by 4 degrees?
Oh, he said in the city, I think.
In the valley, thank you.
So it does the heat island effect, you know, if you go on. I would say the area that I've noticed it the most since I canvassed the whole city in the last couple of times is the area past Grand Avenue. And you go out to those suburban places, there is so much impervious surface out there with very few trees that are covering.
Grand Avenue?
Yeah, so like Drown Avenue, if you go on all the way up to the mountains, there's incredible impervious surface and exceptionally wide streets. You could have a speedway on some of those things. And so there's a lot that could be done there to reduce the heat island effect. And it helps houses too, and your cost of your heating and air conditioning. Anyway, it's a good thing to do.
Is there anyone else here present or in the waiting room, Sherry,
No,
who wishes to speak?
no.
All right, then we will close public communications and move on to our consent item, the minutes of the regular meeting of the Planning Commission for November 2nd. Do we have any refinements to the meeting minutes from any commissioner? Hearing none, I would say a motion to approve is appropriate.
I so move.
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, Sherry, please call the roll on item number 1.
Quilisi,
Yes?
Bennett,
Yes.
Trent,
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Starkweather.
Yes.
Thank you all. Next, disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. We have, in fact, 3 sites in play tonight. We have 205 North Signal, we have 401 East Topa Topa, and we have 710 Olive. Mr. Trent?
Nope, no ex parte contacts, and I'm familiar with the sites.
Very good. Vice Chair Bennett?
Same.
Very good. The same for me. I'm familiar with all 3 sites. No ex parte contacts.
The same.
I visited the Olive Street site, walked it, and of course I've canvassed it several times before too. And anyway, yeah, I familiarized myself with it, but I didn't see it, talk to anybody.
Very good. Then let's move on to the public hearing item number 2, conditional use permit and director's exemption regarding 205 North Signal Street. Staff?
Thank you, Chair Quilisi and Commissioners. So the request tonight for 205 North Signal is for Planning Commission approval of an amendment to an existing conditional use permit and director's exemption to allow amplified entertainment on the front patio of an existing restaurant, Love Social Cafe. The request also includes a request for approval of a director's exemption, a plan development permit, and a minor conditional use permit for the permanent addition of outdoor garden area seating within the required rear yard setback for up to 36 patrons. On July 20th of this year, the Planning Commission reviewed the request for approval of the permanent garden seating area, which was faced with opposition from the neighborhood. The Planning Commission continued the item with direction that staff meet with the applicant and neighbor representative to discuss and formulate potential conditions or solutions to minimize noise impacts. On September 7th, also this year, the Planning Commission reviewed the request to amend the existing conditional use permit and design review permit to allow amplified entertainment on the front patio, where it is currently and specifically not permitted. The Planning Commission voted to continue this request as well to allow staff to work with the applicant and neighborhood representative to find solutions related to noise. So regarding the amplified entertainment, in 2014, the Planning Commission approved a design review permit and conditional use permit to allow outdoor dining, serving of alcohol, wine and beer, and have non-amplified entertainment in the restaurant and existing outdoor patio adjacent to the restaurant. So the applicant is requesting a modification to that permit, those permits rather, to permit amplified entertainment on the patio adjacent to the restaurant. The amplification, as presented in your staff report, is for various evening events on the existing patio for approximately 30 to 40 patrons, and the applicant includes open mic nights as an example of events that would be held. Regarding garden dining, the current request is to allow permanent dining in the garden area at the rear of the site along the north property line. This area was...
It's the west property line.
Thank you. This area was approved as a temporary solution during COVID dining restrictions, which have since been lifted. The request requires review and consideration of a plan development permit, along with a modification to the current discretionary permits, because there is a required rear yard setback in the VMU zone, and the garden area is within that rear yard setback. Both of these requests were initially met with objection due to noise, and as I already reported, direction from the commission was to work with the applicant and the neighbor representative to find solutions. And so staff met with both parties. We all came together to discuss and come up with solutions, which are in the form of conditions of approval in the attached 2 separate resolutions. One of the resolutions is for the amplified entertainment, and the other resolution is for the garden area dining. So I'm presenting both in one presentation, but in the end, you'll take action on two separate actions, two separate resolutions. So although staff felt that when we met along with the applicant and the neighbor representative, that we were all on the same page regarding recommended conditions of approval, staff is no longer certain that is the case. However, conditions of approval have been provided in an attempt to satisfy all parties and to the comfort level of staff, who continues to have concerns related to noise generated by the potential of amplified entertainment. The Planning Commission is charged with review and consideration of the individual requests. Conditions of approval have been provided, as I said, in two separate resolutions, and the Planning Commission has the authority to adopt the resolutions as they are, add or eliminate or revise the recommended conditions, or of course, deny either or both of the requests. We've received, we meaning Community Development Department, has received public comments prior to the meeting via email, and they're from Pamela Smith, Bill Miley, and Jamie Fleming. So, and they're available on the city's website for review.
That came to the commissioners via email.
Yes, thank you.
I didn't see two of those, but.
So we have, that's my conclusion for the staff report, and of course I'm available for questions, and we do have the applicant here.
Okay, and staff's recommendation is approval of both resolutions.
It looks like Lucas is gonna respond.
It is as presented, but I would add a couple of caveats. And just to help kind of guide the record in the discussions that have happened over the last several weeks. As Mara had identified, yes, staff as kind of acting as the mediator met with both the the business owner, as well as a resident.
Neighbor.
Yeah, a resident neighbor, to come up with compromises. You know, at that conversation that we had at the table, it felt like everybody was on the same page. However, when we put that in writing and sent that off, we found very quickly that that wasn't the case. But in doing that, and after these conditions were released, I did a little bit of additional research and in relationship to the way in which noise is monitored. And what I found is there's actually devices out there that can be stationary, and you can use Wi-Fi then to gauge and monitor that noise level. So the thought process with that was potentially having a device of that nature that is at the property line along the western edge, which is where the residential uses are, single-family residential uses are. And then having that device then be linked both to city staff for monitoring, as well as the business owner for monitoring. And the reason why I've kind of taken it a step further is, if not, we're relying on code compliance then to monitor. And that to me, in terms of how this department would be addressing it, does not seem efficient or effective in situations like this.
Question for you, Lucas. Is that monitoring equipment like a tape recorder where it gets everything, or is it just an occasional reading?
No, it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, and it measures, it's interesting, in talking with staff here, Libby Bowl is the perfect example of that. Now, obviously, the equipment there is a lot more sophisticated for obvious reasons. There's different levels. We've probably picked more the upper level for Libby Bowl. There's other levels that are expensive. Ours was somewhat expensive. There's ones that are less expensive that would really provide kind of an even keel approach to monitoring the noise levels there.
But the approach you're talking about here is not in the conditions of
It is
approval.
not. It is not. That's why I'm talking about it now.
So you're recommending that?
I am.
So what does this give the town? It's like a readout that you can look at any time. You can sort of look over the last several
Absolutely.
hours.
And it also provides notifications when the noise level has gone over. Not for a few seconds. It's got to be within the specified times. So within our parameters of our code, a minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, if we're finding that there are noise levels that are exceeding the levels that are allowed per our code, then it immediately notifies us within that range of what those typical noises were. And on top of that, it takes a recording and you can go back and listen to it. If it sounds like a horn from a vehicle passing by and that horn kept going, or if it's a car alarm that went off, it would then identify that, oh shoot, that was actually something that's not related to the business itself, but actually something on the outside and outside.
But the code requires that these violations of noise levels have a certain amount of persistence to them.
Correct.
It's not just a beep from a horn.
Yeah, and the difficulty that I think staff finds and faces with something like this is how do you monitor that within the time periods in which a business would be in operation, assuming that business owner is going to be diligent in ensuring compliance. We have a condition that identifies monitoring, compliance, and then reporting to staff within a 48-hour time period. It's trusting that the business owner is going to be forthcoming with this, and I have faith in this business owner doing that. I'm concerned with how staff would then be addressing future potential issues, like for instance on a Saturday or on a Sunday or on a Thursday night.
So who's going to monitor this in the town? What-
So it would go to code compliance. So the way in which code compliance would be able to monitor it, it would go to code compliance and then also the business owner. So both parties would have access to it and be able to monitor that.
Code compliance works on the weekends?
Code compliance is also myself. So I would constantly have updates as well.
And you're home, huh? While you're watching TV?
Well, it would be through the work phone, obviously.
It would be to the work phone, so.
Correct.
So if it's reported after 5 o'clock on Friday,
That work phone is
you'll
with me.
know about it Monday morning.
That work phone is with me 24 hours a day, 7 days.
Wow, that doesn't seem right
Oh,
for
you
you to
have
have
your
to work
work
that much.
phone, it goes to the cell phone all the time. Oh, poor you.
So what happens if we have three
I have
businesses?
my hand up, Jeffrey.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to continue this conversation.
Anyway, I wanted to interject that as a conversation piece.
I know how much you like to talk, man.
No, I was just I had another follow-up question, which is, what if you have three of these?
3 of what?
Three businesses that are being monitored with the same noise thing?
This is a standard that I would prefer and recommend to this commission be initiated moving forward on any business that's wanting to do amplified.
Yeah, we have had in the last couple of years, one case of a similar nature where the business owner was required to self-report, I think, from the edge of the property, correct?
Correct. And I'm not we'll be seeing data come back on that because it's returning back to this body for follow-up as an annual review.
We'll see, okay, so after a year,
There's
we'll
actually
find out what happened?
Yeah, there's actually 2 businesses that have that going on right now. One that's not in operation and one that is in operation.
Oh, okay. Done?
Chairman?
Go ahead, you can go ahead, I'll come back.
I've got a series of little questions, one of which is, how are you gonna manage the bowl, which has a variety of different people who are responsible on any given evening for the level of sound?
The Hollywood, not the Hollywood Bowl. Libby Bowl.
Libby Bowl.
Libby Bowl, I'm only using that as an example.
No, but I'm saying,
This-
how would you do it? Let's say in an average summer, you've got Sterling, at least there's one vendor there, but then you have nonprofits that use it and the festival that uses it. and-
You're talking about competing noise?
No, I'm talking about the
Different sources of
It's
noise,
not like one person you gotta call, and it's not one person who needs to be trained and who's taking responsibility. There are a variety of nonprofits who get to use the bowl, and the city really are you calling a city employee and saying, crank the volume down? How are you?
They just issue them a violation, wouldn't they?
Oh, you're saying how would we monitor this, and who would be the authoritarian on such actions?
So I guess-
A
I
lot of
guess the
these are
question-
once a year events, so it's, you.
Yeah, but you're talking about for Libby Bowl. I think it's important to identify. I was using that as an example for what this
But I'm just
this
saying.
product is being used for.
in
It would be, the product would be specific only to this business, meaning there wouldn't be, we wouldn't be interjecting with Libby Bowl. This is its own instrument, independent
I understand that.
of, oh, okay.
I understand that.
Can I elaborate? I think what the chair, what the.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, what the vice chair is mentioning is, what is the process that the city is going to incorporate to monitor these things? For example, we have this device that's monitoring this business 24 hours to 7 days a week, right? Boom, a hit comes in, goes to your phone. Now what? I think that's what we're trying to figure
Yeah,
out.
so what's the next step you're saying?
Yeah.
So the hit would have to be within the parameters of what our code specifies. So if it's over the limitation within that specific time period, it records that time period and then sends that feed directly to myself. It would be sending it directly to the business owner, and then we'd be evaluating whether or not that's a true violation.
Okay, and then the business owner could then get it and then say, hey, let's turn the volume down, or you would get it and you might be busy, you talk to them later on, whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, so
And I guess what I'm trying to say is, in the case of a business owner, it's easy. And in the case of a permanent sound system, it's easy. But the bowl has no sound system. Everyone brings in their own sound system. And there are a variety of operators, which means that you have to have every weekend a list of all the operators and their mobile phones who are managing that. And I'm saying and the city is understaffed in this area. So it's not like you have, who do you call?
Certainly is if he's code compliant.
Yeah, right. But I'm saying on the
I'm one of the
person
individuals.
who answers the phone, we may or may not have somebody in Libby Bowl monitoring the Rotary event that's there. And the Rotary event may have we'll have a third party providing audio. And, who's responsible and who's being called, and it's a nightmare. I'm just saying that
From a
Libby
policy
Bowl is,
standpoint.
and it will have the most complicated and largest sound system that you will have.
now this is not the bowl,
Yeah.
to be fair, in terms of the size dynamics of what we're talking about. In terms of what they were describing and what's been described in the staff report is maybe 100th of the level of what, I'm sure they'd love to have the type of entertainment, but recognizing that they're extremely close to sensitive uses like single-family residential uses, which is the reason why I'm seeing this as an opportunity as a test case for this type of use. There isn't another restaurant use of this nature that has outdoor entertainment. Period. Amplified outdoor entertainment. That doesn't exist. If we're talking about Ojai Rancho Inn, that's a different beast in a different location. If we're talking about the future of Hotel El Roblar, that's a different beast, completely internal, but still monitoring noise. This is unique. And staff recognizes that and sees this as a test case. If the business owner is agreeable to moving forward with this as a test case over the next year, there's the potential for financial investment in ensuring compliance.
Did you hire a sound engineer to give you the advice as to these threshold numbers in there, or were you winging it?
No, here's what I did do. In the short time that I had over the last 72 hours, I reached out to staff who did reach out to a sound engineer, which is the reason why we have what we have at the Hollywood Bowl. Libby Bowl. Apologies.
No, I'm not talking.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about the 45 decibel in particular. 65 and 55 have been in our code for some time and operational in terms of
Right.
but we're now enshrining 45. And I don't believe it's logarithmic, but I believe it's a factor of 100 between 55 and 45, or 45 and 55, and that it may be actually below below the ambient noise level of the town. In other words, when you count cars, trucks, buses, children yelling, I know there's a factor in there for nighttime, but it's not, when we talk about 45 to 55, it's not what we all intuit. It is like a logarithmic difference between those two levels. And 45 may be so low that it'll make the neighbors happy, because they won't be able to use the equipment at all, because the ambient threshold may be at that number. And we did have a report somewhere recently in one of the write-ups where the threshold was, the ambient noise level of the city was around 40. So 45 would be in excess of the ambient noise level of the city. And
Yeah, 45 is after 9 p.m. though. I mean,
They're closed down at the time
Yeah.
that reading is.
but we're all making this stuff up. You
No, but
don't
the
know
point
what-
is-
I'm saying you don't know what 45 is or 55 is. Nobody does.
I wasn't
And the idea
making
of
that point. I was
one
saying-
microphone, 2 microphones, 2 speakers, and it bothers me that in this area where we're writing a lot of very specific language about what we're gonna have, we don't know what we're talking about. One microphone, you can make a lot of noise with one microphone, but we've chosen that you must have a limit of 2 microphones, somehow implying that the number of microphones has a direct relationship to the volume of the amplification system. And the same thing's true with the speaker. And next somebody's gonna say, well, it's how many watts are the amplifier? And then the question is, what is the, so on and so forth. And I'm just saying, I think we're winging it, and I think it's dangerous to wing it. And it's not about, getting a specification for the meter that we're gonna put on the fence of the building. The question is, what's the right number? And we're inventing that. And
to a certain degree, I would agree with you. But in addition to that, there's also an annual review. So you get a 1-year test case, which is what's going on right now for Tipple and Ramble. It's what's going on right now for Ojai Rancho Inn. They're going through an annual review where we're doing test case.
how often do you get called about Tipple and Ramble?
I have yet to receive a call from Tipple and Ramble, but I don't want to get into. I'm
No,
only
and I
using
just
those
asked that,
as
I'm not
examples.
asking that about Tipple and Ramble. I'm just saying that it went away, right?
But it will be returning with data and information and follow-through.
Can I ask a question about the noise ordinance? So we're following the noise ordinance, aren't we?
Correct.
Because the noise ordinance says after a certain time, you're at 45 dB. Now, maybe that's bogus, but that's what our code says. We have to follow the code. You can make up a new code if you want the next time we have a development. We have a code that says after 9 PM, it's 45
And I would
dB.
maintain that the people who wrote the
10.
code probably were making it up.
Maybe
as
we'll
well.
do a whole new code, but right now, we have to deal with this particular development with the code we got.
But we can,
I believe that it is 65 dropping to 55. I'm not sure we have a 45. Here we have it, in this document we have.
In the resolution.
In the
we have.
resolution, but I don't believe that that's 40, that we have a 45 in our.
It says residentials includes village mixed use, night, 45 dB, and we're looking right on page 3 of 6.
And what is that chart? Is that chart something that was created for this meeting, or is that?
No, that's
code?
our standard. That's our code.
51105. Can we pull up 51105?
Yeah. I'm pulling it right now.
But also, this is the time when the music stops. In other words, they can't go past 9 o'clock. So,
Yeah, so at
I'm
night,
sorry, 511.4.
so we could just probably
Yeah.
eliminate that completely.
This says
so at night, the noise standards, which is after 10 p.m., mind you,
after 10.
After
But
10
we can
p.m.
change that, right?
you can make it more restrictive. After 10 p.m., it's 45 dB.
But they're not doing anything after that time.
Correct.
They're not playing
stopping-
music.
They
They're
have to
stopping
stop
music.
at 9.
Their proposal is, yes, their
Right,
proposal
so I
is
mean,
stop at 9.
again, what I'm worried about is overkill, and irrelevancy to the behavior we're trying to achieve here,
Vice
which is a
Chair,
balance.
Can I elaborate a little bit? I think we are in a situation where we don't have the data, we just don't know. And so we have to set a boundary somewhere. We have to have a swim lane somehow. And we have to, whether that swim lane is wide or narrow, but we have to have some sort of swim lane. And then we gotta collect the data to figure out, does it fit in that swim lane, or does it veer off to the sides? We don't have the data yet. Once we start getting the data, after a year, we can analyze and say, hey, what's appropriate? Then we'll know. Then we'll have data.
But we're
Then we'll have real
changing
data.
so many variables. We now have a
We have-
limitation, we will have a limitation on 2 microphones.
Well, we gotta
who's-
start somewhere.
Well, I'm just saying, it
could
would
be
be
irrelevant.
nice to
What
start
if we
with
have
some
10?
profession, if it doesn't, I'm saying it may not matter.
It may not.
What you need is professional help to do this, as opposed to a bunch of people sitting around winging
So we
it.
continue this then? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, no,
Wait, so again.
we're getting into
Are you
deliberation versus
recommending that we
Q&A.
hire a sound engineer to
We're-
evaluate this
We're
first?
supposed to be asking questions of staff
No, I know,
right
I'm
now
just trying to get
clarify, yeah.
clarity. Yeah. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Yes.
One of my questions would
Yes,
be,
so a condition that he's potentially recommending is hiring a sound engineer to evaluate this first.
And would that sound engineer be on the city's dime or on the applicant's dime?
Don't know.
Okay.
That would be a more strict regulation.
we have more questions for staff?
I have one on both these. So previously, you recommended not approving this. And then before tonight, before you added this other condition, you're recommending approving it. So what are the conditions on pages 5 and 6 that makes you comfortable now to recommend it?
All of the conditions.
All the conditions. So
All
you
of the
didn't have any of those before? And were these worked
And-
out? Sorry, go ahead.
Finish your statement because I was going to say yes.
Were these worked out in conjunction with the neighbors?
Most of these were. However, there was other ones that were not, and I think both the applicant as well as the representative for the residential area will speak to those
Okay.
concerns as well.
And I think we recommended a couple of these.
Yeah, we might have.
Actually,
can't
yeah, I
remember
do
them all.
believe there was
Did
one or
we-
two that
we
was,
recommended a limitation on the number of events
And the annual review.
and the cutoff time
Yeah, and the
for the
review.
sound.
Yep.
And I have one more question, if I can ask it. On the second part, which is the outdoor dining area, what specific barriers and distances and so forth was worked out to satisfy the neighbors?
A 5-foot barrier between the, what's now a chalkboard and the property line wall, which is adjacent to the residential unit, or
So
residential.
that's gonna have to be moved out.
It will be extended.
It's
there-
it's
and
right on
then-
top of it now, okay.
Right, and then also, so it would be extended in both directions
Okay.
to its limit. And then also there would be planters behind it within that zone, the buffer zone.
Okay.
Planter beds with vine-type plants. I forget what they're called at
That's
the
on the
moment.
west and on the north side?
It's just along the rear property line only. So I think that's the west
On the
side.
west side of the
Yeah.
rear seating area?
Yes,
Okay.
And this was agreed to by the parties?
yes.
Okay.
Point of clarity, this is something that was approved during COVID, so they currently can operate 36 patrons in that space today, correct?
Yes, there was temporary COVID-related outdoor dining, yes.
Until the governor says the emergency's over, I think.
Right. Have we had any complaints from neighbors from that area for noise?
No, we have not. Well, go ahead, Lucas.
it's not entirely true. We have had complaints, but they've stayed for the simple fact that they recognized that they wanted to keep this business in operation
Got it.
and support the business.
Okay.
But after
I thought
that,
that was just for the
recogn-
amplification during those 2 months.
No, it's not the amplification. It was
Got
it was the outdoor dining as well.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question, just one at the moment. I noticed the limitation on the number of microphones. I was glad to see that we don't have wattages or amperes or anything else written in, but I'm wondering what the relevance is of the number of microphones. I think the noise standards talk about how much audio volume is there at the edge of the property, not how did it get there. Am I missing something?
No, you're not missing anything. That was part of coming together as a group and coming up with conditions that everyone would be comfortable with, and it was a comfort level
So,
in a way of potentially maintaining
so some
noise
part of the
level.
group felt like the number of microphones was relevant.
Yes. Yes, to maintaining a level of noise.
Okay?
May I, by the way, just insert, we use the word noise interchangeably with things that we would also define as not noise. And the code does it, it's not unique to tonight or this document, but it's a noise ordinance. And so, by definition, someone playing the guitar is generating noise, amplified or not. A symphony orchestra is generating noise by this standard. So again, there's a lot of imprecision here, and what bothers me is it's a good thing that we're thinking through and being specific, but we're making it up, and I'm just worried that for the person who's trying to live with that, 42 microphones will, if well balanced, will give you less sound than one microphone. If there's absolutely no correlation between the number of microphones and the level of the audio. So I just warn us all to be more precise with our language, including the use of the word noise, because you're defining often music that the performer of the music would hate to see their work being defined under a noise ordinance, so.
Yes. Audio energy, maybe we should call it audio energy.
Well, actually,
I'm being serious. If
Audio
we're gonna
level,
be,
audio level.
EPA defines it as dBA.
All right, DBA, right.
That's what they
that
define it as.
that is a logarithmic scale, by the way.
Yeah. Over
Okay.
24 hours or 8 hours.
If we're through clarifying things with staff for the moment, then I would like to hear from the applicant, please.
Hello, good evening. Sean Mason for Love Social Cafe. Felicia's feeling a little under the weather, so she's on Zoom. First, I want to start by, and just even given this discussion, so Lucas, Maura, and Bill, thank you so much for spending the time to actually work this stuff out. And that meeting that we had was a great meeting. It was very civil. There was no probably nothing went over 55 decibels in the whole conversation. It was a great conversation, even if afterwards there were some different understandings of what came out of it. So I just want to acknowledge that. And then also acknowledge you for allowing for this to happen, because you could have not. And that you did, it looks like we're coming up with a solution that not only will help us, but may also help the city, the residents, and future businesses. So thank you. I have two, so I read through the resolutions. This was the first time reading through the resolution as it's drafted now. So I just do have a couple of questions more than anything, because the discussion's fine. So item number 4 for the patio sound.
Which resolution, are we talking the first or the second?
Page 5 of 8,
Yeah, page 5, the one that has 8
Attachment A.
pages. They're not numbered yet.
attachment A.
So on page 5, item 4, Lucas, if I understood what you just said, were you saying that what you just said about the meter thing is different than what's in here? Okay, so, because I was going to talk about this, but I don't need to now, given what you just said.
Well, I still think you
What he
could.
said is not in the resolution yet.
Correct.
He's adding it.
We may or may not decide to put it in.
Okay, because number 4, it would replace number 4, correct? Because number 4 goes to this noise measuring device.
That's my recommendation as a modification, yes.
Okay, so then just a point of clarification. The way this was, we would have been providing this, because I have a sample of what one looks like. We would have been providing it and doing what it says in here. But if I understood what you just said, the city would we still provide that particular device? Or,
You would be paying for the device, and we would be monitoring it, and you would be monitoring it as well.
okay, good. So,
But you don't have to buy it. He'll buy it for you.
So that, and I want to say, that's fine with us. Because that's what I was gonna, in here, my concern more was having to report it, every time we had an event, having to send the file in 48 hours. Because for the most part, there won't be complaints, and it's only when the complaints, and I did raise this particular.
Complaints, not compliance.
Oh, complaints, yes, that's what I meant. In a conversation with Maura, I also discovered, I don't know if it's the same device that you're looking at, Lucas, but a noise measuring device that actually records. Although it doesn't go, I think, as far as what you said, because I don't think it records the actual sounds, it just records the decibel levels. Because my understanding is what we're concerned about isn't the times when it's not, is if the decibel goes over, but when it goes over and somebody calls and complains about it, by the time somebody gets there to find out if it's an issue, and Maura raised this, the sound may be done, it may be below it, so you don't really know. So this kind of a recording device, it cuts both ways, but it's good because we'll actually know when somebody called at 6:42 p.m., because you can look at 6:42. So we're happy with that. The only downside we thought is, gosh, what if we are going way over, and then we're going to find out and we'll have to shut down. But that's good because we want to be good neighbors. So we're in agreement with patio amplified sound, and I mean I haven't seen the language for what that is, but what you described seems fine with us.
Sorry, just a quick question.
Oh, sure.
And maybe this is for Lucas too, but this just point of clarity. On item 2, it says, as measured from all property lines of 205 North Signal Street. So you were mentioning just one in a specific location. Okay, so not all property line. Okay, so we'd modify that. Okay.
That would, so we're talking about the west property line.
Well,
Yes.
the ordinance talks to all property lines.
True.
However, the monitor that's being talked about would only be at the west property line.
But yeah, number 2 though
Isn't
says
there a
the
house on the
owner
north
shall
property line?
ensure-
There is. It's a single-family residential use.
But you're also talking about pointing the speakers away from
Toward
that.
the street.
Yeah, toward the street. If, there's a
That is
bed
in
and
here.
breakfast not too far from there, I read today.
Oh, half a block or a block away.
Well, I guess,
Lavender Inn,
The Lavender Inn is there, yeah.
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 they have weddings. We hear them sometimes.
Let's hope you hear a wedding.
I live way
Otherwise,
off
they're not
that
having
way,
fun.
and I hear Libby Bowl all the time, so.
I do too.
And as far as the discussion went too, I just want you to know we're in agreement with what matters isn't what's projecting the sound. What matters is what's the decibel when it gets to the person who's going to be. So again, for us, whether it's 1 mic, 10 mics, 1 speaker, 5 speaker, whichever way they're pointing, we're going to want to do it in a way that's not going to violate the sound ordinance, because if we do, we're not going to be able to do it at all. So we agreed that it's really the decibel, and then having this reader seems like it's going to handle that. I mean, I hate to see you getting calls on Saturday nights and Friday nights, but
I get
I'd like
complaints
to
all
see
the time.
what kind of language ultimately you propose that we substitute for all or part of condition 4. And we will want to change 2,
Okay.
I think.
And then the next question I have is in the next resolution. So on page 7 of 10, item number 3, it says prior to commencing.
Oh, 7 of 10, okay.
B,
Yeah, actually,
attachment B.
oh, you're right, attachment B.
Yeah, that's the
So-
other resolution, okay?
Yeah, so number 3 says prior to commencement of outdoor garden area use. We're already past that because we're using the garden area. While we build this plant wall that's gonna now cover the whole thing, are we to stop using the garden, or can we continue to use the garden? Because it's gonna take, we have somebody already set up to be able to install what we've planned. It'll probably take, now, once we get him going, because we were waiting for this to commit, so it'll probably take 3 or 4 weeks for that to go up. So I just want to make sure that we can continue to use the garden seating while that's happening.
What paragraph are you reading?
Number 3.
Number 3.
Oh, number 3.
Yeah, it's just the prior part that,
Also, number 5, right? Prior to, you'd have 5-foot buffer area, shall include potted plants, raised plants,
Oh.
et cetera.
And number 7 says you have to have planters between the garden seating area and the parking lot.
yeah, that's already there.
That's already there.
Yeah, the plants are already there, and the wall, there's a wall, I mean, there's already a barrier there, yeah,
So
except for the entrance.
could we say prior to commencement of permanent outdoor garden area? Because you're still in the temporary phase, right?
Right.
So
Or
you're still
permitted?
use it.
Yeah, and I, the
Or
temporary
permitted,
was
yeah, or
extended
permitted.
to tonight, or today's, so I would imagine you'd have to approve us continuing to use it if we're gonna continue to use it while we build this wall.
I like permanent in there.
I like that.
Permanent? I guess that's, what do you think, Lucas?
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, what
I
about
was gonna
the-
say either that or a timing, but if the commission is satisfied with the permanent piece, that's fine.
How
Are
does
there, yeah,
permanent get decided?
That's what he's applying for.
that's what I just suggested,
Yeah.
that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's what they're applying for, is the permanent use of
Permanent.
this area for that purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, because right now it's temporary. Yeah, so anyway, it's using the same language. Because we gotta be consistent with language.
So you're okay with moving 5
Wouldn't
feet away from
permitted
the
be better? Because
fence
that's
and putting the
something that
barrier,
is
sound barrier there?
definable,
Yeah.
time-wise?
Okay.
Because permanent is,
Permitted is, I'm okay
I
with
think
that.
permitted would be
Permitted?
more
Let's do permitted.
Okay,
time
Okay.
sensitive.
good.
Sounds good.
Permitted, works for me. That's still legally okay? That's legally equivalent, Epi?
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate variation here, and that would achieve the same outcome.
And everything that we do is subject to a 15-day appeal period anyway, right? So a decision that we make tonight doesn't take effect for at least 15 days.
The appeal period is 10 days.
I'm sorry?
10 days is the appeal period.
10 days.
For planning commission determinations.
Oh, okay. I'm a little confused by the language, extend the length of the existing chalk wall and/or add planters. What is, I'm not sure I would know a chalk wall if I saw one.
It's that big,
It's that,
that big wall, you look, when
Oh,
you're
maybe.
right
Okay,
behind that.
it's a,
And you can,
Tough colored.
yeah, and you can
is that movable?
draw on it.
Is that movable? No?
Well, it's it's in the
It's
ground,
in.
yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna
Technically,
extend
it's
that and then
movable,
put plants behind it?
Okay, so this just says,
Yeah, well, yeah, so
make more chalk wall along the west side and then put sound buffers behind it.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen, so the chalkboard takes up a certain area, and then if you're facing the west wall fence.
Right, right.
To the right will be a plant wall, will go up all the way to the end of the garden on the north end, and then also extending to the left of the chalkboard on the south end.
Yeah.
So that
okay.
you have,
Okay,
and
it
then
does
in
say,
terms
it
of a
does say
very-
and/or add planters,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
And then there'll be, in that space in between the fence and the chalk wall and the planter wall, will not be accessible. Kids and dogs won't be able to go back there.
You never know about kids and dogs, but
Well, we're gonna do our best.
not supposed to, yeah, okay. Use of the garden area ceasing at 5 PM daily. That's, are there lights out there right now?
No,
Okay, so wintertime, it's gonna be dark anyway.
right.
But summertime, you're talking 2 or 3 hours of light after 5 PM. I'm wondering about,
Well, they don't
is that
serve,
I can
okay?
help
they don't
First of all,
clarify
is
serve
that
dinner.
okay with you?
Yeah, we're only open till 2 as a cafe. The evening events, we're not doing anything out in the garden area simply because of the noise part, right? We may at some point decide to open till 5 o'clock, the cafe part, because that's what we used to be. But in terms of the cafe serving food that people would
Right.
go to the garden at
I've
5
been there,
o'clock
right.
is I mean, I know during the summer, sometimes people will sit out there, but it's not during our business hours.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, so 5 PM is okay for us.
So you'll have a sign that says closed at 5 PM.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I'd
okay.
like to
Or someone
clarify.
standing out there
Or they're
screaming,
trespassing.
screaming at people, telling them not to sit there.
Or they're trespassing.
In front of the new meter.
Chair Quillisi, I'd like to clarify,
Yes, ma'am.
condition number 5, I think it's condition number 5, also says that the buffer area of 5 feet will have planters within it as well. So it's not just a vacant 5-foot area, and it's additional sound buffering.
Yeah, so there's, behind the chalkboard, there's noise buffering with live foliage.
So there's a chalk wall and either extension of chalk wall or raised planters all the way to the length of the garden area. And then in that 5-foot buffer area, there's also plants.
Okay. This doesn't say how much, and I prefer that we don't say how much.
It just says that it includes vines, shrubs, or small trees
Okay.
that are regularly maintained, and dead landscaping shall be replaced within 2 weeks of
You're
notification.
gonna have landscaping out there, you need to maintain it,
Right.
right? Any other questions for the applicant? I think we have what we need, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Did we open the public hearing with the applicant, or do we open
I
it
don't
now?
think we did.
No.
Okay, okay. Then we will now open the public hearing. I have 3 speaker cards. The first is Bill Miley.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. On amplification, I've spoken about this before in the past here. I could easily argue against any amplification at the Love Cafe. I'm assuming that no other downtown restaurant has such a permit. The issue is sound levels. Noise, of course, is in the ear of the receiver. If you like it, it's not noise. If you don't, it's noise. There are no natural sound barriers other than the building on site.
No natural sound areas?
Barriers.
Barriers.
Sorry.
Yes, okay.
The Lavender Inn is directly east down the drive to the bank. Airflow that way carries sound, can carry sound. There is no barrier except for trees and a fence, the Wells Fargo property. At the minimum, the city should require, each time amplification is permitted, digital monitor, which is in the contract. I understand the sound levels in our codes are based on scientific studies. A good reference is the Center for Disease Control Prevention with a table showing noise levels for everyday sources. And we just had a sound study done yesterday on the pickleball areas. by professional sound acoustical engineering. So a preview sound test should be done with the type of amplification equipment to be used, which should determine sound transfer distances, and it should be done before the permit's given. Conclusion. I basically don't think amplification is a good idea for downtown. It's quiet after 6. Setting an amplification precedent is not good for our downtown. Remember that the park amplification ordinance says you can't hear it, if it's heard beyond 35 feet, it has to be shut down. The yard permit. There'll be up to 35 patrons. They'll generate sound, which cannot be controlled by management. Airflow is the key to sound. Passive sound mitigation is needed, especially on the west and north. A sound barrier wall should be required on the west and the north, and maybe the south. Such a barrier should probably exceed 8 feet for proper mitigation. Check the pickleball engineering thing, because we're talking about sound barriers and transfers and bouncing around. Lighting beyond a certain evening, already know about that, okay. In conclusion, sound and light transmission are the key issues in preventing a rear yard restaurant expansion. Take the light out. The sound must be mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next speaker is Mr. Wyrick. Excuse me, Dr. Wyrick. Need to be a little more formal about these things.
Thank you. And I'm speaking as the property owner representative, not
Right.
any other way. Yeah, I think we're close. Couple of comments. I was happy to hear that the business owner is fine with having a real-time recorded decibel device. If they're willing to shoulder that expense, okay, you know.
Business decision.
I do want to make a comment, though, that these comments about that I heard the various commissioners talk about in terms of the ordinance. The ordinance is the ordinance. You have to live with that unless you want to petition it to be changed. Period. You know. As far as this is a significant relaxation of the setback that's built into this zoning ordinance, and so therefore mitigations are very appropriate. And I think that in terms of the things like microphones, number of speakers, et cetera, that's all part of the scale mitigation. That is a proper response to the idea of having a significant reduction in the setback. That's part of the mitigation in terms of maintaining scale of the activity that's occurring in this small patio. So I think that's entirely reasonable, and I believe that myself as the property owner, the property representative, and the business owner are agreed on having some scale rules. It's very appropriate since we're talking about mitigation in terms of changing the setback significantly. And I also appreciate the fact that I believe we agreed to is we don't want kids' eyeballs, and I think I mentioned it in our meeting. I don't want kids' eyeballs between the fence slats. So, are the dogs barking through the fence slats? So, that was the idea of having not just a plant barrier, but the physical barrier. So, I think you mentioned it in terms of having a planter bed, continuous type of thing, to highly discourage walking any closer to the fence. So I think these are all very reasonable mitigations given the significant relaxation in the zone, the codified setback specification for this area. So with that, I think we're in agreement on as long as those clarifications are understood mutually.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Third speaker card on item 2 is Larry Steingold.
Good evening. Larry Steingold.
I think the idea with the sensors is a good idea, as long as it is applied to everybody who comes here for a variance for sound or needs a variance for sound or has a review for variance for sound. It should be automatic and paid for by the applicant or leased until his lease is up. So I think that's a wonderful idea. I wasn't thinking about what Bill Miley said earlier, but now I have. Ojai's nice, and it's quiet. And having sound is nice, too. What's going to happen when the Lavender Inn wants to have outside entertainment? What's going to happen when the Oaks, El Roblar, is going to have indoor, outdoor? What's going to happen if the guy next door wants to have a drum band? What's going to happen? So all of a sudden, now you've got bands all over the place, music going on all over the place, and more noise. Could this be approved subject to having another venue open up nearby and then shut them both down, or both approve both of them? So we don't end up with noise all over town and music at every restaurant. Because, I mean, once you allow it, it now sets the tone for the next one. And now the bar wants to have a band outside, and then they want to have it. And once you approve it, here we go. Then Camel's nose is under the tent. So you have to have either a sunset law or review it in a year or whatever it is. So it's wonderful now and it's great until everything starts to go crazy. And then all of a sudden we have 1,000 people here going, oh, no more bands downtown, and we have to unwind it and shut everybody down, or not, or whatever. I mean, this is not Myrtle Beach. Okay, if you want any of these places, it's great. So now, am I part of Simply Ojai? No. Am I part of Keep Ojai lame? No. But I really don't want to have the camel's nose under the tent, because once it starts, it's not going to stop. It just gets bigger and better, or worse. So, thank you. Please have some sort of way to short circuit it. If he wants to have music, I think it's wonderful. But if it creates a bigger problem, have it sunset or review it, just like the Rancho, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. As Lucas mentioned, there are other cases that have already come before us and standards set. From a personal point of view, I'm sorry, before we get into deliberation or discussion, is there anyone else here present or anyone in the waiting room who wishes to speak on item 2, Sherry?
No.
Okay. Then we will close the public hearing, at least the portion for public comment, and come back to discussions amongst the commissioners. I still have a problem, frankly, with the amplification word itself. I think the noise standard is the noise standard. People could stand on that patio with no amplifier and scream. They could be a heavy metal band, but not amplified.
Be a horn band.
And a horn band, whatever, and violate the noise ordinance. So I personally have trouble just worrying about the amplification aspect at all. I think what's critical here is the audio level at the edge of the property, not how it got there or what produced it. But if all the parties are okay with both the sound level at the edge of the property and the means of monitoring it, then I'm happy. As far as the Lavender Inn, and I'll speak for the moment as a graduate physicist, audio is a 1 over r squared kind of equation that tells you how strong the sound is at a distance. At twice the distance, the sound is a fourth of what it was. That kind of thing. And from my point of view, at least, the Lavender Inn is a long way away. It's certainly a lot farther away than the west edge of this property.
Didn't you just mention hearing Libby Bowl?
I did.
Where you live?
Yes. I don't know
And I do at my house.
how often the entertainment at Libby Bowl violates the noise standard. And I didn't say that it was exceeding 45 dB or 55 dB or any other particular number at my home, which is 5 or 6/10 of a mile anyway, away from Libby Bowl. I just said I can detect the sound. I don't find it objectionable necessarily, and I don't have a sound recording device at my property, so I couldn't testify as to what it produces. But whether it's amplified or not is immaterial to me. And how it's produced is immaterial to me. It's the sound level at the edge of the property. And if everybody's agreeable to that, I'm okay. Anyone else?
I think I'm fine with these conditions as they're written, as well as
We've talked about
Lucas's.
changing at least 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, well, as Lucas talked about changing, I meant, from what I heard, I guess we can spell out what that means. I also think we need to be a little bit of like balancing things, because
A little bit of what?
balance, we need to be balanced between,
Audio term.
in terms, well, that could be an audio term, but I'm thinking balance in terms of business vitality and, sound, some modicum there. We don't have a whole lot of young people in this town. And people say, well, there's nothing to do. And if you want young families, they might want to have a little things to do now and then. I'm not saying we go wild, but it seems like we need a little balance here. And I think this is a reasonable attempt, and the neighbors are satisfied. I don't know why we would impose something any more than what the neighbors are satisfied with.
Okay.
I would support the chair's feeling that it should be measured at the property line by the sound. My frustration is that when it comes to it, we have things like the number of microphones, and my qualification for observation is I ran the music festival for 6 years, and the number of microphones has nothing to do with the volume of sound. In fact, it allows you to pick up the whole orchestra very closely and not have to have the kind of volume you would have to have if you had one microphone.
Then the
But-
folks in back
but-
have to play a lot louder.
Right,
Yeah.
but I've also been in the Vine where they've got one guy with a harmonica playing right into a microphone, and they can make that as many dBs as you want with the cheaper the amplifier, the worse it's gonna sound, so.
Anybody can take any rule and break it if they want to go wild with it. But the point is, this is the scale that the neighbors want.
Well,
And I think we should
I'm just
respect
saying
their
that
request.
I'm saying that some of it may be our staff who is also thinking that microphones and speakers and things like that, what we want to do is monitor the sound at the edge of the property.
Are you suggesting that we change the conditions?
I would, but look, I want to get to yes just as much as everyone else in the room wants to get to yes. But I'm just saying, we're treading on areas we know nothing about. And I don't purport to know anything about them either. I question Mr. Miley's assertion that the sound is carried on the wind, and if the wind's blowing in the right direction, well, you can also say the amount of moisture in the air affects the carrying capacity for audio, the heat or temperature, the cold has got impacts. There are all sorts of things that impact how far a sound will carry, and the same thing is true with the relationship between a newly produced sound and an ambient sound, a background sound. And I just think we have one set of rules, which is the sound at the property line and that you're facing, and that's what we've been living with. And when we start inventing things, what you're doing is you're driving people nuts. It's like, how can I run a business when, you know.
So every business could have amplified sound under your conditions.
Well, no, I didn't say that.
Well.
Well,
even
if you're just
even
doing-
if
if
it
you're not-
did- Even if it did, and they're all staying under the noise standard, is that a problem?
Probably not, but I think that having amplified sound probably encourages events to become louder.
Well, if they are limited to
Yeah, but nobody's gonna be there to do that and stop
we
them
have,
The machine is gonna be there.
after the fact.
Well, at the fact.
No, he's not gonna go down there and close them down. Are you? Are you gonna do that
On a
24/7?
Saturday night, I'm not going to drive up here. However,
Not gonna
this is
drive
what I
up
would
there. You
say.
don't even live here.
This is what I would say. It's a registered, the way in which, like for instance, for condition 4 reads, it talks about a verified violation. So within that snippet, if it's within the parameters or outside of the parameters of what we've identified here and what's identified within our code, then, and we go back and look at the audio recording, and it is in fact the noise of that specific event, that entertainment that's taking place, then we're saying, hey, guess what? It's been identified, verified, and it is the entertainment. You got the same notification we got. You didn't turn it down. It's one of, and here I'm identifying 3 verified violations, then come back to the Planning Commission. So it's putting them on notice. It's not saying, well, the first one, we're going back to the Planning Commission immediately. It's giving a little bit of a litmus test to say, hey, look, you got caught this time, recognizing that maybe the volume went up, not recognizing it, everybody was having a good time, recognizing that for a future event, make sure you monitor that. If you get notification like I'm getting, or like co-compliance is getting, let's make sure we address that for future events.
Yeah,
That's really what I'm getting at here. It's monitoring it versus us going out and then taking a sound meter out there and saying, okay, it's not in violation, but guess what it was 5 minutes ago? It could have been, or 10 minutes ago, or 20 minutes ago.
So can I get back to what we're doing here? I mean, number one, we have a sound ordinance and does have objective standards. Number two, the neighbors got together and agreed on some objective standards, such as only 2 speakers, and that was what they agreed to. And none of us are scientists that can question any of that here. So why are we wasting our time on that when we have actual agreement by the parties with specific standards and they're satisfied with it? I don't understand. Why would just say, well, we're just gonna throw all that out
No, make a
and
motion.
become scientists and figure it all out, ourselves at some point? I mean, there's lots of things I don't like about things, but I'm not just gonna throw my own position. I mean, we have an objective agreement here. I think we ought to go with it. No one's, it's just us here that are saying we don't like it.
I would have to agree with both of you. I consider that conditions 5 and 7 could easily be deleted from attachment A, because the number of speakers and the number of microphones has nothing to do with the sound level at any given place. But if all the parties are agreed, then I don't care.
So,
I wish it weren't there,
Right.
but if they're agreeable to it, I don't care.
And
And we should, these things should be
I think-
discussed the next time one of these comes up, which is probably El Roblar.
I agree. I think if the community and the business owner are satisfied with the conditions that are in here, we're good. We shouldn't throw our personal biases in here and try to mess up their.
Or scientific irrelevancies.
Whatever.
Yes, right.
Ambiguous stuff. So I'm fine with the conditions. I like the idea that there's actually more conditions based on some of the concerns from the community. And one thing I just want to remind everybody, this is conditional. It's a conditional permit. So there's conditions that need to be met. And one of those conditions is that we're going to review this every year based on the data that we gather, so we can come back and make further, decisions on whether or not we renew this permit. So it's not like we make this decision and then we're opening up Pandora's box. So I don't, I want to just caution folks that we can reevaluate this thing. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the,
I haven't
with
spoken.
the changes to number 2 and number 4 to allow for the real-time continuous monitoring sent to the development director, via Wi-Fi, I guess. And Lucas, I'll leave it up to you to make your changes there. So I'll make a motion to approve this based on those changes to the conditions.
I'll second it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but we have discussion. And one of us has not discussed.
Oh, I apologize, I'm sorry.
No problem.
You can still discuss and
I
end
went
it.
right to the chair. Okay, I think that this is precedent-setting and adverse to quiet Ojai that we all appreciate. So the fact that we're sunsetting it is important. I think that the monitoring system is a big plus. I really like that idea because we'll have more real-time data available.
Holding
when
people
we
to an objective standard.
Absolutely, and we will be able to use that data for our review. The fact that the neighbors and the business agree makes me agree as well. That's it.
Okay? Any other discussion of the motion? I would like the motion, the motion was for at least the first resolution as amended.
Yes.
Does it include the second resolution as presented? Or is there anything that we want to change in the second resolution? Or should we vote on the resolution separately, Epi?
Separately.
Separate would
I'll
be
answer
better.
for Epi, but he can.
Okay, so we're talking about the motion for amplified entertainment. We'll come back to the seating, the remote seating area later. All right? Then on page 5 of 8, are we agreed that we change all property lines to the west property line?
We're on 8,
Section 2.
This is
Attachment A.
page 5 of 8,
Page 5.
condition 2.
5.
This is attachment A, page 5.
Condition 2, okay, let me see.
West property line.
Well, shouldn't it be the north too? Since there's a house there?
That's double your equipment, right?
Pardon?
Double
Would that
monitoring
be-
devices.
Oh,
More
oh,
monitoring.
this is just the monitoring device. Okay, okay, never mind, sorry.
Okay,
I was-
and condition 4, would you say more words, Lucas or Maura, about how you, I mean, it already says a noise measuring device which will be used by the business owners to provide reading.
Yeah, and
Readings.
I would turn back to the way in which I described it in the beginning, and I can certainly craft language.
With real-time reporting to
It would be real-time
the
reporting.
CDD and the business owner?
Correct.
Is that,
And I would
is that the sense of what we're doing here?
correct.
In words like that we want to insert?
Correct. Also keeping in the more than 3 verified violations, I think that's an important piece. I'm not, one, clearly, if they make one violation, one boo-boo, suddenly they've got to come back to this body. Finding solutions to
That's-
that.
that's a
after the
little
first
harsh.
one, yeah, that seems fairly harsh.
Okay.
So 3 seems appropriate.
And it'll state that they're gonna purchase this equipment for the town.
I think that needs to be in the condition as well.
That they purchased. It's
Yes,
it's
that
a
way it's very
purchase, there's
clear.
no lease, it's just a out
To
and out
purchase,
purchase.
there is no,
Okay.
yeah. I haven't, although I will be doing, and I'll be working with Sean and Felicia on this as well in terms of the device that we end up settling
They
on.
will fund it, whatever it is.
Yes, they will be paying for it.
Okay, so we have actually 2 text changes then to condition 4. On the first line, after the business owner should say at his or her own expense.
Yes.
All right. And then on the 4th line, after municipal code, to say with real-time reporting to the CDD and, or we could just say to the director. That's, I think.
Don't you
that's-
need to change the line above there where it says will be used by the business owners, can be used by the town, by the city?
By the city and the business owner.
Yes.
Okay.
So 3 text changes in condition 4. Does still sound all right to everybody out there and
May I make
television
a
land?
suggestion?
Yes, sir.
And it may be controversial and you may all want to drop it, but I would change the word noise to sound. 'Cause it may be music which is, too loud.
But isn't that what our code uses?
Our
So
code
shouldn't
uses
we
the language
stay with the
noise.
code?
Our code
The
says
code
noise,
calls it a noise standard.
unless we
That's-
change the code to sound.
We should fix that. I agree with you.
Yeah, we should. And
Well,
the
you could
law-
add sound on there, noise and sound, but, you know.
Let's not change it tonight.
I'm just saying, for the person who creates
I know.
the music, it's not noise.
Noise is a
It's
subjective
it's a
term where
subjective
sound
term
is
that's
not.
been inserted there, which colors all of this discussion is colored by the fact that we call all sound noise, and if it's amplified.
If we fix the code in terms of the noise standard, then this will reflect that, right? That noise will,
We can do that in whatever the amendment is, I suppose,
We can't change
to the code, and we can say, wherever the word
Noise.
noise
Noise
is used,
shows
it shall
up,
be
yeah.
replaced with
because
the word
it's
sound.
in discussions of construction
Okay.
and other things.
But recall that when you're under CEQA, you gotta use EPA, and EPA uses the word noise, doesn't use the word sound. So we have to be, maybe you should use them both or something, so that you don't get stuck with having a term that doesn't apply to, like, CEQA.
Okay, there was one other request I would like to make. It is part of the resolution, but I'm not sure that it's important that we change it right now. But on page 4 of 8, just below the middle of the page, it says the proposed amplified entertainment has been determined to be categorically exempt from CEQA. I presume the determination was made by staff, but there's no citation of the basis for it. And
What section?
I would request, it's right after subparagraph F.
That's correct, and this was brought up to me prior to the meeting by the chair, and it does refer back, but we can put it in there and perhaps should put it in there, will put it in there, but it refers back to the staff report that has a CEQA exemption of 15301, Class 1, existing facilities.
15301/1?
15301, Class 1.
Oh, class 1, so why don't we just put that in there?
Okay.
Yeah, I would just like to see that in general. The same thing comes up in the other resolution. Any more discussion?
I'll put that in the other resolution as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Then I'll call the question. Sherry, call the roll, please, on item 2.
Quilisi,
Yes.
Bennett,
No,
Trent,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Starkweather.
Yes.
Good for you. I mean that. It's nice to have 5-0 votes, but when there's a reasonable objection to some portion of it, you should say no. All right, now we'll look at attachment B. This is the resolution. I've lost a lot of 4-1 votes myself over the years.
We had one change already, the permitted on items 3 and 4, or 3 and 5 of page 7.
Page 7.
We changed that to upon the commencement of
Permitted,
use of the blah, blah, blah. We added that language on
Okay.
paragraph 5 and paragraph 3.
And was there, you said 3 and 5. What
3
was
and
it?
5, permitted.
Yeah.
Permitted,
three
we
and five.
added the
We
word
added the words
permitted
permitted.
use.
On,
Page 7.
oh, okay, I got it.
Page 7 of-
Yep,
yeah.
permitted, okay.
That's the only one I can recall that we discussed, but maybe there's something else.
We need to, I guess we're in discussion on this one, right?
Yeah,
We have not discussed this one, we won't have a motion yet.
Yeah.
So questions of various parties are appropriate at this point. I did have one question on attachment B, page 1, the first recital. It says the applicant, Sean Mason, submitted an application for a director's exemption. I think probably the application was for a DRP, and a director's exemption might result after staff analysis, but I don't think anyone applies for a director's exemption. They apply for some kind of a permit. This is
Which
page 1 of
whereas?
10, the very first line
We did apply for it.
after all the title
oh,
material.
the title part up there, okay.
So
After that.
a,
Approving a director's exemption on conditional
Maybe
use permit to
requested
amend
a
existing
director's
design group, I don't know.
a director's
I
exemption
don't think anybody
is-
requests a director's exemption.
A director's exemption is applied for and filed directly at the counter without it coming in as a design review permit first. And to have the outdoor
But an
seating,
exemption from planning commission review of what?
a DE is an exemption
A DE
from,
is an exemption from
planning commission
planning commission
review.
review of something. It's the something that
Yeah,
was
it's the
applied
de-
for.
It's the design review permit.
It's the design review permit.
Right.
And you'd have to have a design review permit because there's a minor conditional use permit and a plan.
I agree completely.
Right.
I agree completely. Because this is a legal document, this resolution, I want to make sure that we get it as right as we can make it. And I don't understand an application for a director's exemption. You can apply for a DRP, and the director can give you a director's exemption, but I think you have to apply for the DRP, not for a DE. Is that right?
Well, the director's exemption can be cut both ways. It can be either where it's just wholly approved by the community development director, and the notification is obviously provided to this body, as well as city council as a part of the policy. The other avenue is through a director's exemption application. After reviewing it and considering it, instead of issuing the approval, sending it to this body for official review and consideration, with also providing staff's recommendation or the director's recommendation
So
at that time.
after an application is submitted for a DRP, a separate application can
No,
be
it's the s-
submitted for a
it's-
director's exemption?
It's the same application format.
Are you,
It's
where
just
are
a-
you
it's
reading
just
that?
identif-
Because I don't,
First line,
whereas on May, is that what one line you're
on
talking
May
about?
16th, right.
But that's-
Submitted an application for a director's exemption.
Where?
Right.
Director's exemption is at the beginning of the second line.
It's the very first whereas on page 1 of 10.
Are you
Oh,
looking
one
at?
of 10, no wonder. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
we're looking at attachment B now.
Attachment.
looked at the wrong one, okay,
Sorry.
sorry. One, two.
So I guess what I'm asking is, was there a written document application for a director's exemption?
Correct. Yes, there was an application that was received for a director's exemption.
And
Director's
that
exemption.
followed the
are
application for a DRP?
DRP is a separate application. So you
I
have
agree.
the director's exemption application form that's filled out, and then you also have the DRP or the design review permit application that's filled out separately.
Okay, is that that's two separate applications?
Two separate applications. Now the way that
Separate fees?
yes, two separate fees, but in this case, and in the case of a director's exemption, I don't know how else I can explain this, but a director's exemption is typically handled at staff level,
Sure.
right?
That's
And the approval
the
goes out.
director, right.
But also, the director has the ability to call that item up for review.
Yes.
And that's what happened with this. That's the difference. That's the only difference. Typically, they're handled at staff level. In this case,
They're reported to the commission and the city council, and we can say, fine, go ahead, or
You
we
could-
can object, or,
correct. There's
yeah.
provisions in which the commission can call up. There's provisions in which council can call it up.
So he applied for a director's exemption, and you decided that rather than approving it yourself, you would send it to us?
Yeah, there was too many pieces to the puzzle. Sending it to this body and having an official review with the public was the most appropriate action.
okay? Well, I appreciate it. I was wrong. I did not realize you could submit an application for a director's exemption.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So the application for a director's exemption was denied, and the whole thing came to us instead.
It wasn't denied, he
wasn't
just passed it on to us.
You did not grant an exception.
I did not exercise the director's exemption
Right.
approval. Instead, I kicked it to this
You
body for
brought it
review.
to us, yeah, okay.
And at that time, actually, there was a portion that was a recommendation for denial, for the simple fact that staff was not comfortable with it, but brought forward the recommendation for denial. At that point, this body had a conversation, the community weighed in, and that's when it was continued. So.
Yeah, right, okay. Are there other refinements other than, as Maura noted, citing a portion of CEQA as the basis for categorically exempting this project? That's on page 4 of 10. And then on page 7 of 10, items 3 and 5, after the words commencement of, we have decided to add the word permitted. Let me see.
Yeah, before outdoor. Same on 5.
I had one other wording change to suggest. This is also on page 7. It is, we've got item 7, then item 7 again. Well,
To us.
yeah, it'd probably be better to fix that. But
yeah.
the currently numbered 8 on the first line, it says, "A building permit may be necessary and shall be obtained." And I would suggest adding after "and," if so. Because right now it says "may be necessary and shall be obtained," which sounds like whether it's necessary or not, it shall be obtained.
So noted.
If everyone is agreement to adding "if so,"
Yeah, makes sense.
Or if necessary.
Fine.
yeah, okay? I started going through attachment C until I realized it was history.
You had all these edits in it.
Yes. Taking issue with the planning commission from 2014. So is there anything else that anyone would like to see changed in attachment B, the resolution regarding the seating area? Because everyone seems to be in agreement to move the seating area 5 feet away from the western wall and put in more sound deadening. And also buffer it from the parking area, which is already done.
I'll move to do that. Make a
To
motion
approve
Approve it with those-
attachment B as amended,
as amended.
okay?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing,
I was just gonna say that I'm comfortable with it, considering that they are in the temporary space. They're currently using that area, and they have no complaints so far.
yeah. Okay. Very good. Sherry, please
Hold
call
on,
the
before,
roll.
I just
Oh,
want
I'm
to
sorry.
correct the record.
Stand corrected. There's been,
Official
There have been.
complaints, no.
got it.
But have we heard from the community
Yes.
That's a yes. I just want to make sure I
About,
correct the record. on
about non-amplified noise coming from people
Ab-
in the
that.
seating
About
area?
the seating
Yes.
area
Yes.
Yeah.
specifically, but then recognizing the importance of that seating area to make sure that business continues
So
to
hopefully
survive.
we're
Given-
mitigating that problem.
Right, given the parameters of the pandemic, yes.
And because there's sound monitoring equipment that we have just approved to be purchased by the owner and installed and used, that will cover this as well. Okay. All right, Sherry, well, let's call the roll on attachment B, the resolution on the seating area.
Quilisi,
Yes,
Bennett,
Yes.
Trent,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Starkweather.
Yes,
terrific.
that was a lot of work.
Have we dispensed with that item?
I need to use.
Do you,
We beat them to death.
I think so, okay. Great.
For the time being.
Yeah, well, till we all meet again on that. All right, next is item 3 on the agenda, and, oops. Item 3, an appeal of a director's determination regarding determination to deny a request for exemption to 9-1.1009B, that is the REACH code, or a portion thereof.
That's right.
Staff?
Yes, thank you.
Tell us about it, please.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, and I hope I'm not repeating too much of what you just said in announcing this project. This is a miscellaneous permit, and it's an appeal of a director determination to deny a request for an exemption to an Ojai municipal code requirement for all-electric new residential construction. This is for a vacant lot located at 401 East Topa Topa. In 2020, the City Council received comments and recommendations from the community, the Building Appeals Board, and the Climate Emergency Mobilization Committee regarding REACH codes, which are additions to state building regulations from local agencies. The council approved REACH codes requiring all electric appliances in all newly constructed single-family residences, multifamily residences, and non-residential buildings, unless there's an exception or exemption that would apply, which I'm not going to go through now, but they are listed in your staff report. The newly adopted code also allows the community development director to grant an exemption if circumstances exist that make it a hardship or infeasible to meet the REACH code requirements. The applicant is required to identify in writing the circumstances that make it infeasible or a hardship for the project to comply. On December 15th, 2020, the Planning Commission approved a design review permit for construction of a single-family residence, single-story single-family residence, attached garage, including a second-story junior accessory dwelling unit, as well as a detached accessory dwelling unit for the project site at 401 East Topa Topa. On July 28th, the property owner submitted plans through the building department for building permits for the construction of those the approved units or structures. On September 30th, the appellant submitted a request for an exemption to the requirement for all electric appliances for their new residential construction, claiming a hardship and infeasibility exemption to a section of the 2019 California Energy Code, stating that no photovoltaic system is required if effective annual solar access is restricted to less than 80 continuous square feet by shading from existing trees. I sound like I'm being really technical here, so hopefully. Okay. So the solar evaluation from California Solar Electric was submitted by the applicant along with the request for the exemption, indicating that the effective annual solar access will be less than 70% or greater of the input of an unshaded photovoltaic array on an annual basis, and thus applying to the new residence as well as the detached ADU. This information is in your packets in attachment C. On October 6th, the Community Development Director denied the request for an exemption based on the fact that the applicable exemption for Section 9-1 6.1009, for a hardship or infeasibility to the subject site. The evidence was not provided identifying that any sort of hardship or infeasibility associated with energizing the project through electrification. The written correspondence and decision are also in your packet, in attachment A. On October 12th, the applicant submitted an appeal to the Planning Commission appealing the decision of the director. The written correspondence is also in your packet, that's attachment B. The information provided by the appellant through their solar company states that their new home does not require the PV system, that's photovoltaic system, as solar access is restricted to less than 80 continuous square feet by shading from several existing trees on the property. The information provided further identifies the effective annual solar access will be less than 70% or greater of the output of an unshaded PV array on an annual basis, which applies to the new residence and the ADU. The exemption section to the code requirement for all electric construction references a hardship or infeasibility to all electric new construction. The information that was provided doesn't provide sufficient evidence to justify a hardship or infeasibility associated with energizing this property and these structures through Edison. The information identifies that solar isn't required due to the nature and location of the existing trees. So the information provided claims a hardship and feasibility exemption to section 150-1C, 14 of the 2019 California Energy Code, stating that no photovoltaic system is required if effective annual solar access is restricted to less than 80 continuous square feet by shading from existing trees or hills or adjacent structures. However, photovoltaic panels may still be installed on these structures. They're just not required by state law, as evidenced by what was provided by the California Solar Electric statement that you have in your packet. So no evidence was included which provided further clarification to the hardship referenced by the applicant and pursuant to the owner being able to live in, rent, or sell the home at a reasonable rate of return. Instead, the only information that was presented is that solar panels are not required for the home based on the existing conditions, the existing trees. I want to also let you know that I was questioned prior to the meeting about a statement that was made that staff may have told the applicant that they could remove the trees. And that's not exactly what happened, but it's important to note that the plans that were approved by the Planning Commission had a landscape plan in it, and the landscape plan did not include the existing trees. So therefore, the assumption was that the existing trees, which are not protected by the city of Ojai, were going to be removed, and the landscaping was going to be,
Substituted.
thank you, substituted, but it was appropriate for low water, sorry, yeah. Thank you, drought tolerant landscaping. And so the trees weren't on the plan that was approved by the Planning Commission. And so you know the trees are elms. Not that they should be removed, that's not the point, but they are not protected and they weren't on the landscape plan that was approved by the Planning Commission. So with that, you have lots of information in your packet. I'm sure you have lots of questions, and Lucas will be helping me answer them because he knows a lot of technical pieces. And we also have the applicant here this evening and some short videos from the applicant.
Do we have questions for staff?
I do.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
do.
Since the REACH code is not, since the REACH code is optional and we are exercising the REACH code as a community, the question is, does this body have the right to vote counter to the REACH code, because it doesn't like the REACH code, you know, philosophically or specifically, or is that just a fool's errand?
That's a question for Epi, I think.
I don't know if I can describe it as a fool's errand. And I think that's veering into more than the deputy city
His
attorney's.
words, not yours.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I could ask if you could like clarify the question. You know, what exactly, you know, you really want to know.
Well, what I'm saying is, if we voted
Right.
unanimously to turn this down, and the
Right.
stated reason was that we didn't like the REACH code being applied,
By turn this down, you mean overturn?
overturn.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. Are we allowed to do that because we don't like the REACH code? Or,
That's a pretty clear answer, is no. We can't override codes that the city council has passed.
and that's.
I agree with
so-
that.
okay.
And not only
Yeah.
that,
Right.
but I think it's important that we stay within the specific lane of what the appellant was reaching towards in terms of the
Right.
Hardship exemption.
hardship exemption.
Right, and you know the
Well, that is your point of view about that issue, but I'm saying if one, and I'm not
It is
identifying
the
myself-
point of view. That is the narrowed focus that we're looking at here, right? Or
Well,
am I incorrect in saying that?
No, I think that is correct. I would just say or at least that's what the applicant is applying for. I
That's the
think
basis for the
that's the
application.
basis, right? You know, if the planning commission has, you know, the authority if they thought, you know, potentially another exemption or exception in the code was applicable, you know, but it has to have some findings for this to be legally binding.
Thank you.
So clarifying question, what is the definition of the hardship exemption? Like what defines a hardship? Is it financial? Is it something else?
I think it's right there in our
It's
Page 2
it's
of 5.
identified within each of the
2 of
each
5 and 3 of 5. They have the
each of the
actual words
arguments.
there.
I think this staff report also does a good job, I think, of explaining.
Well, infeasibility, I get
yeah.
that one, but the hardship, I just want to know I mean, infeasibility, I get it, but hardship,
I don't think cost can be,
is hardship, cost
I
is
don't
not
think cost could be a
hardship.
factor.
In fact,
They've already-
financial can be a hardship.
Pardon?
I'm sure financial can be a hardship. The question is whether the whether the appeal based on an alleged hardship.
It's not one of the conditions that are listed here that we could consider. We can consider commercially available materials and technologies, there's lack of. We can consider technical feasibility to renovate or undertake the alternative development.
Okay.
The applicant would be unable to rent or sell the building at a reasonable rate of return. I guess that could get into financial if it costs, you know,
Yes.
$100,000 to do it.
I think that's probably the basis here.
But given the price of houses in Ojai, it would have to be pretty expensive to
I'd just like to clarify,
get
though,
to that point.
that's right. That's the burden on the application. What you were quoting was evidence which may be considered by the community development department and therefore the planning commission. So it's
Yeah.
not strictly limited to that
I see.
that information, but those are just examples of the kinds of information. So there's not it's kind of a fuzzy definition of what is a hardship or infeasibility, and it says, you know, this is to guide. So there's
So-
latitude here for the.
A question on that. The people that push the REACH code claim that electrical's less expensive, although,
They claim that all electric is less expensive to build,
and to operate, they claim that.
not and to operate.
No, I was there at the meeting, I heard him claim that.
Well, we
Whether
got-
it's
we
true
got
or
a
not,
letter-
that's a different
Yeah, we
story.
got a letter from Steve Colomay that said less expensive to build.
Oh, you mean in this thing here?
It
I'm
commented-
just saying what they said at the actual
Yeah.
city council meeting.
I don't think that both of those assertions can be backed up by fact.
I'm not saying they can be. I just said that was what they asserted. But, so the question I have is,
State of California, didn't they move towards
wouldn't
that?
the,
All electric?
the burden is on the person seeking the exception to show that the cost is prohibitive in some fashion? They have to provide some evidence of that for us
That's the
too.
reasonable rate of return.
Yeah, so they'd have to,
Exemption, at least, I think, yes.
they'd have to provide us some evidence of that.
We don't have a,
And I don't
I'm
believe
sorry,
we
we
have
don't
any, do
have
we?
10-9-1009, I'm sorry, 9-1-1009 in the packet, right?
Oh, 9-1-10.
You kind of dealt with it,
He summarized it, but,
you've dealt with it piece by piece, yeah.
One more quick clarifying question for staff. So just to make sure the REACH code, so we kind of all have a general idea or understanding of it. So the state of California is pushing this as well, correct? We're one of 40 cities in the state to have this sort of REACH code. And I believe at the time in 2020, it was a 4-1 vote in favor of this REACH code. And the only nay vote was that it wasn't stricter, it wasn't more heavy. So.
There have
and then
been
there
attempts
was-
in that direction in the intervening time as well.
Correct. And out of the public comments, out of the 30 public comments, 28 were in favor of it. So the community obviously supported this REACH code, clearly, right? So, just so we're all understanding.
yeah, the negotiation, because I watched all those meetings, were about what exceptions we should
Exactly.
have.
How strict should it be?
And they had a separate committee that went off, and they came back with exceptions, and one of the members didn't think they should have any exceptions.
Right, exactly. Well, that was the one nay vote, was they
Yes,
should.
yes.
So because we have, so anyway, I just wanted to set the groundwork for that this wasn't.
So can I ask another question, technical question here? Because I'm not understanding this. So this whole thing about the photovoltaic system and the percentage of continuous square foot shading, what has that got to do with the requirement that they have all electric?
I think that's the, Lucas, please chime in if I'm not 100% here, but that's not the basis for being exempt from the requirement to have, to comply with the REACH code. So ask your question again.
Well, my
Wait.
question is,
It's really
what is the relevance of this photovoltaic and solar when you have to have a REACH code? So is there some exception that you can get out of it by having solar or
So
something?
you don't have to have solar if you only have a certain percentage of shade on your roof, or provided to these solar panels. So because of the amount of shade that's from these existing trees on this property, because of the amount of shade, he would be exempt from the state to have the solar panels.
So all new construction, all new single-family residential construction requires solar.
I see.
However, he's identified that in this specific instance, given the information that he's provided from his solar company, and submitting that then to the necessary parties to then effectuate that exemption. as
Says
it
it's not,
exists.
it's not,
It's not a requirement per that specific standard, the section
Right.
150.1 subset C, 14 of the 2019 California Energy Code.
So that part of it, he's not gonna be required to do?
Right.
right.
Is that what you're
That's
saying?
Right, but that's not our
That's through
requirement.
state law.
Oh, it's not your requirement, okay,
Right.
okay. So it's
But
got
the
nothing to do with our
requirement,
decision.
the requirement for solar panels and the requirement for all-electric construction are two separate issues.
That's what I thought. So why are we dealing with the solar? Since it's
Well-
not our jurisdiction.
The applicant submitted the exemption from the state, or from the requirement from the state to have the solar panels, to show that he won't be able to have the solar energy, therefore the electric will be too expensive, or won't be able to get a rate of return on his development.
But we don't have any numbers or any
Is his hardship a
statistics on that.
financial hardship? Is that clear? Is that-
I
No.
think we better ask the applicant
Yeah.
about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wondered if we have any numbers. on
But,
that. Okay.
but I think trying to clarify with staff, we're talking about two separate issues here. One is whether or not there have to be solar panels on the roof, and the conclusion is that there don't have to be. And the other issue is, can there be a gas meter to provide energy to any one of these three units, the main residence, the ADU, and the JADU? But the appeal is based on an exemption,
Hardship.
an exemption for hardship, right?
Right. And that's what we're trying to
As,
figure
as
out.
I read it, I saw, and again, my personal opinion on the REACH code is not relevant here, so I'm not even gonna speak to it. Yes, I sort of did.
I think we heard two people speak to it already.
But I am still wondering, and I have asked the question of staff prior to the meeting, about two possible exceptions, which, in my opinion, may apply. Not exemption, but exceptions. And my question for the city attorney is, if the applicant makes an appeal based on an exemption, a purported exemption, but I feel like the exemption doesn't apply, let's just say that for the moment, but I feel like one or another of the possible exceptions applies, is that relevant to this discussion because the appeal was based on an exemption? I want to make sure that we all understand what we're deciding and on what basis.
We don't have the exceptions
Exemptions
before
and
us.
Exceptions.
Right.
Yeah.
I think to answer the chair's question is that it's just the hardship and feasibility exemption that is in front of the council. So that is the only thing that's being asked for decision and probably
Okay.
should be decided
So
tonight.
we should be deciding yes or no on the appeal
Correct.
based on the basis that was stated for the appeal
Correct.
and no other basis.
Because that's what the community development director, which is, that's their
what
prerogative,
the
decided to put in
Community
front of.
Development Director
Right.
had to deal with,
Right.
was
The-
that
it-
assertion.
Right. It wasn't put on the agenda for other exceptions or exemptions, just this one.
All right. Because I went back and read 9/1/1009, and there are 4 or 5 exceptions. It's not in the packet. The
Yeah.
code is not in the packet.
I guess we should have a
There
copy
are
of the code.
exceptions as well as,
Yeah,
but there are potential exceptions as well as exemptions.
that's true, I agree, it is.
We are not here to decide anything on the basis of potential exceptions, only
Okay.
on the claimed exemption. Okay, so we know where we're going.
Yeah.
Any other questions to clarify the matter with staff? All right,
Well, this is, it's a broader question. Does the REACH code presume that the solution to the ratio of clear to air or clear to the sun,
solar access.
solar access, has to be solved on the roof as opposed to on the ground? Can the REACH code force you to put a solar panel on the ground as a solution if that gets you sufficient electricity and you don't want to put a solar panel on the ground?
The REACH code doesn't require you to have a solar panel, that's the state requirement. The REACH code just requires that you have all electric. It doesn't
I'm sorry, yeah,
determine where you get that electricity from.
That clarification answers that question, but I'm just wondering, and it goes to this question about cutting down a tree to solve the problem as well. We can't force people to cut their trees down.
And
No,
matter
we
what
cannot.
kind of tree
and
it is.
according to testimony, nobody suggested that.
Yeah, no.
So, one of the principal things I recall about the REACH code was the fact that, as opposed to gas, it's a clean transmission of energy. So that prevents, well, I'm just saying, that was the statement.
That's what the proponents said.
Yes, and that, you know, some people had some research showed that, you know, various gas appliances and so forth leaks methane, and it's a health issue.
Stanford did that.
Yes, and we know that most pipes have like anywhere from 6 to 15% leakage, you know. So that, I think that is one area where most people are in agreement that electrical transmission is a safer thing for people's
At least
houses.
locally, yes.
Might I interject here just for a
Yes.
moment? I want to make sure that we're staying on task with the questions and not the deliberation. I feel like we're
Okay.
starting.
Yep.
And
Just
I'm
wanted
not
to
saying
clarify
that
what the purpose was.
I don't appreciate it, but I just want to make sure we're on point here still.
Okay.
Okay? All clarified with staff. We know what we're gonna be voting on today and the basis for what we vote on. All right. Then let's hear from the applicant.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Scott Chassé. I'm here to address some of the questions you guys might have on the REACH code. I have a situation at 401 East Topatopa Street where the solar exposure to the sun is, in the summertime, is extremely low and almost zero in the winter due to trees. California Electric Company has given, California Solar Electric Company has given me a letter of exemption for solar due to trees. Now, although these trees are not protected by the city of Ojai, they are big, beautiful trees that give me and my neighbors lots of great shade in the summertime. And I would think we know how precious shade is in the hot summer months. And that's what makes this lot so nice. It's like being in the forest and you're right in the middle of town. Some of you have suggested that I cut the trees down. Cutting the trees down would be a hardship for me, my neighbors, and all of us. You can see these trees from all over downtown, and this is not even an option, as some of them are not even on my property. And my neighbors would be extremely upset. So I'm contesting the REACH code. No, I'm not contesting the REACH code. There is a hardship exemption in the Ojai REACH code for a scenario that might come up like this. The California law on REACH code reads, a REACH code must be cost effective. Note, these videos are from the climate committee that was formed by the city of Ojai and very much a part of the state Ojai REACH code. This is Michelle Allison, Chair Committee, Emergency Mobilization Committee. Play video 1, please. I'm really nervous. I hate doing this. I could do this in my
You're
truck.
doing fine.
I could do this in my truck all day long. I suppose.
Good.
Building costs and lower operating costs improve housing affordability. An important reminder, REACH codes are legally required to demonstrate cost effectiveness. The cost effectiveness study that confirms these findings is included in your agenda packet.
Okay, so they're legally required to be cost effective. So if you don't have solar access and you build an all-electric home, it's more expensive an initial purchase of the appliances and to run on a month-to-month basis. This is a hardship for me and the renters. Just a reminder, these are rentals. I'm not gonna be paying the electricity bills.
All 3 units are rentals?
Yes,
Okay.
or as of now. Electric appliances are more expensive to replace with heat pump technology, and I would think that over time, appliances would be replaced with less expensive traditional electric coil appliances that are very cost inefficient. Heat pump technology is about 3 to 4 times the price, and it is a hardship if you don't have solar compensation to compensate for the price over time. This is Bill White, member of the Climate Committee, appointed by the City Council, and Amy Ryder, Director of Policy, Acceleration, Building, and Decarbonization.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. Well, Brian, I think it is important to address cost effectiveness, and I'd like to bring Amy in here because, you know, in putting this REACH code together, we have relied on economic analysis that's been performed that shows that construction and operating costs both are lower with all electric buildings. And Amy, I mean, could you maybe comment on those economic studies that have been done? Because that's what we're basing our recommendations on. This has been done.
Yeah, happy to do so, Phil. So the way that the study, there's a statewide study that looks at each climate zone individually and how both the initial cost and the operational costs apply across multiple building types. And the simple answer is that because you have such an extreme amount of savings from infrastructure avoided by not installing natural gas pipelines and the piping in the house, the meters and so forth, that offsets the operational costs that may be slightly additive over time. But with all of the single family and low rise multifamily construction that is now required to have solar actually makes the cost differential quite positive because it is offsetting the cost over the course of the life of the building. And that cost effectiveness study takes into account any replacement values and so forth. And they actually interviewed contractors in order to come to those conclusions. So that's the information I have. I'm happy to refer you to more detail or answer specific questions in the studies themselves, which are in the appendix. But that's the kind of the long and short of it, is that while there might be some additive cost when you don't have solar, the solar makes the difference for cost effectiveness.
Okay, so although these homes are not going to be rentals, I will not be paying the electric bills. It makes it harder and harder for people to afford to live in Ojai. And this is a hardship. And this is against state California REACH code law. Play video 3, please.
We're doing another one?
You don't have it, it's not a super important one. In fact, I was debating whether I was gonna play it or not. But it's kind of relevant, so.
Add anything at this point?
Oh, Mayor Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny. Well, from my perspective, I think that the best way to go is to keep it simple. I mean, Bill's right that there's a range of approaches that have been taken around the state where, call it carve outs, where certain things were exempted from all electric. And we believe that it's cleaner to stay simple, get an all electric ordinance code adopted with an appeals process that allows people who have a case to make for their particular gizmo that just got to have natural gas, and to have that appeals process be incorporated in the city staff and probably appealable to the council, because these kind of decisions are policy decisions that ought to be made by elected officials. But my opinion is keeping it simple, all electric, with no carve outs, other than we did come up with one ADUs within.
That was the ADU one where they said, all you gotta do is prove that you don't have to replace your electric meter in order to get a gas meter for an ADU. And that's, to me, that's not much. compared to what I'm asked. So this is why the exemption for hardship was put into the appendix when writing the Ojai version of the REACH code law for a scenario like this that might come up. Almost by definition, if you don't have solar access, the REACH code is not legal because it is not cost effective. And in order to enact the REACH code, it must be cost effective. That was on the first video. Now, I don't think there's very many cases like this solar exemption that will apply, as there is less than 1 or 2 new homes per year built in Ojai, city of Ojai. I do think this is a good example of an exemption. And then the other thing I said in here was the exemption that an ADU, all they have to do is prove only thing they have to do is upgrade their electrical meter, and then they could have a gas meter. And that's the hardship for an ADU. And I think, that was put in because everybody wants an ADU, so, can you be 100% sure that this is not a hardship? I'm not challenging the REACH code. I'm following it, I guess that's all I have to say. I don't know if you have any questions.
You just brought up ADUs and upgrading meters. That's one of the listed exceptions
Yes.
in here, but it's not the basis for your appeal.
Exactly. No, it's just an example
Okay.
of a hardship. They said that would be, what they're saying really basically is it's a hardship if you have to upgrade your electrical panel in order to build an ADU. That's what they're saying,
Yes.
right? So,
That's
to me,
in
that's not much
1009
of a hardship when you're building
1009A3, yes.
a $300,000, $400,000 ADU, And Lucas, to be fair with Lucas, I didn't have much proof. I didn't know as much as I know now, I just, and I'm not, the trees, you can see them all over I don't want to cut the trees down.
Of course not.
Yeah, I got a question. So
Sure.
in video, and you mentioned this too, one of the costs that they were looking at with, the gas comparison versus electrical was infrastructure costs with putting in a gas line. Is there existing gas lines to these ADUs?
No, there's not an existing gas line. There was an existing home there.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried, it's been a long time ago, I tried with the gas company to see if there was an existing line there. There was an existing, they couldn't find anything. Records get lost.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a home being in Ojai without having a gas.
Pre-existing home on the property,
There was an existing home on the property, yes.
which you took down
I
before
didn't
the
take it down,
case
it was
came
taken
to
down
us.
many years ago.
Someone did, okay.
Yeah. And,
There's no trace of a gas meter anywhere either.
no, well, this house is, there's a foundation left, but we saw pipes, but I couldn't tell if they were gas pipes or water pipes or what, because they were all like galvanized half-inch pipe back in the day.
But there was no little thing in the ground
Yeah, towards the front
or
of the street.
standing up above the ground with meters on it that would be a gas meter.
No, but there was an approved plan, approved permitted plan for 3 units on the lot in 1977 that was all paid for and never built. So I don't know if that's relevant or not, at that time, or whatever. But, but basically what I'm saying is the REACH code by law has to be cost effective. And you guys were saying that you can accept solar, but you can't accept, either one or the other. Just because you're exempt from solar doesn't mean it's not the REACH code. But the REACH code, the reason why they put the REACH code into effect is because since all new homes were required to have solar, then it makes it cost effective to go all
I heard
electric.
that in the first video, that
Yeah,
So,
the cost of operation is higher, but having solar panels offsets that. Did everybody hear that?
she did say
Yes.
that for multifamily. Is this a single family or multifamily?
well, it's 3 units,
It's
but
three
they
dwelling
didn't say that for
units on the
multifamily, they
property.
said that for all
She was mentioning
residents.
multifamily.
Yes,
that
I
it's
listened to it like 15 times.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah.
And then another quick question, have you done a cost analysis, meaning calling Edison and saying, hey, what would be the estimated cost? And then contacting SoCal Gas and saying, hey, I need to put in a gas line, what's that cost gonna be? Have you done that sort of analysis?
You know, I didn't really do that because the studies have been done.
Well, those are
And
based
that's what
on
Amy
state of
Ryder, she's the one that made the REACH code. She's the one that wrote it.
Yeah, I think she made it on estimations from state of California data.
Actually, the city council made the reach code. That's input into deciding whether you're gonna reach code. But anyway, that's
Yeah.
discussion later.
Yeah, but I think that the point is the hardship piece is, it's got, you know, because you're gonna have a cost to doing gas, and you're gonna have a cost to doing electric. Either one, you're gonna have a cost, because you're gonna have to put in a new line, you're gonna have to have the old line evaluated, there's all kinds of costs.
Well, you don't have to put in a new line, the gas company does that for you.
Well, you still have to pay for the gas eventually, right? So there's still costs
Yes.
associated
Yes,
with
so
it
you have
all.
to pay for the gas.
So doing an analysis on which one is most cost effective, if the true burden is cost, that's where the decision needs to be made, is look at the evidence, look at the data, then a decision can be made pretty quickly, pretty easily. But it's
Mhm.
hard to do it when it's subjective.
Yeah, it is hard to do when it's subjective. And, you know, if you don't have solar to compensate for the electric bills over time,
Do we know that? I don't know.
we do, well, we don't know that, but it's,
That was what I heard as the contention in the
Yeah.
first video.
Yeah, but we saw a snippet of a long discussion. I don't think we can draw,
I haven't seen any
I mean,
data.
they made a decision to have the reach code.
Yeah.
What went into it is not what we're to decide.
I agree.
We can't go back and read listen to all the testimony and
The
it's.
city's reach code also has exceptions and exemptions.
Yeah.
And we're being asked to make a decision tonight on one of those potential exemptions.
That's true.
And that depends on data.
Yeah, and the burden is on the applicant to provide it.
Right. And so if we're not, if we're satisfied one way or the other with the data that's been presented, then we should make a decision. If we're not satisfied with the data, then maybe we should continue the case and look for more data.
More data, yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
I like the idea of getting some more data, doing some more analysis. I mean, because if we're looking at cost as a hardship, we need to know the costs. We don't even know what the
We
costs
need-
are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't we need to
Precise
wait till we have
cost
other
for this size
testimony?
unit.
I'm sorry?
At least estimates.
We haven't finished the testimony.
Yeah,
I'm
I guess
sorry,
we
you're
jumped
correct.
to deliberations, sorry. Yeah, I apologize.
I have a question of.
Question of the applicant?
No, my colleagues. But it's not,
But
it's
Well-
now
not.
we're deliberating.
That's
That'll
all
be
right.
part of deliberation.
Right, okay.
Okay. Is there anything else that you wish to present at the moment, sir?
no. I mean,
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do have 2 speakers' cards on this item. So we will open the public hearing, and the first speaker is Mark Whitman.
Good evening, members of the commission. I'm here representing the Ojai Climate Emergency Action Committee. I've been working with them over the last year or so on this REACH code, and we're trying to figure out how to maybe expand, the REACH code and get rid of the exemptions. But I don't think I don't have to lecture anybody on what kind of condition, we are in with with the climate, emergency that we're currently experiencing. There's several groups, including the AIA and the state of California, and we're talking about getting to zero.
Who's the AIA?
The American Institute of Architects. They have decreed that to get to net zero in construction by the year 2035. And so they have several programs moving forward, and one of them is the all-electric, is part of the strategy to get to net zero carbon by 2035. And so that's kind of one of the premises of, actually it's one of the lowest hanging fruits of what we can do to get to this net zero. It's going to take a sacrifice from all of us. We're all going to need a sacrifice to get there, or we're going to sacrifice by the brunt of the climate emergency, which I don't think none of us want to do. But this is a man-made emergency we created, but we can undo it, and so we're working really hard to undo that. And I'm sorry about the hardship. I believe with Commissioner Trent that we should get some better numbers on that. That I think with I've recently put in a heat pump water heater that's way more efficient than our gas water heater was. We're saving hundreds of dollars a month on his heat pump water heater, and so I think there should be some better data on what kind of costs are associated with going with all electric. But I think it could be cheaper, personally, from my experience. So, yeah.
So you don't have data that, because this statement that in order to be cheaper, you needed to have solar, is that something that?
I don't believe that. I think it's great if you put solar in. Then we need to start pushing the carbon below, the threshold.
Part of that committee, so what's your reaction to that statement?
I don't believe it. I don't think that's what. I think there should be more data. I don't have all exact figures, but from my personal experience, I think it could be cheaper to do all electric.
Any other interaction with the speaker? I would take a small issue with what you said. You said we all have to sacrifice.
Right.
Those residents of the city that currently have gas appliances only wind up sacrificing if someone takes those gas appliances away from us. He's sacrificing right now because he can't.
Did you give up your gas meter for me?
Well, we can't have one person talking it.
So I would just take issue with that. Not everybody is sacrificing in this. Only new people are sacrificing.
Well, I'm talking about on a worldwide basis. We're all going to sacrifice with this climate emergency.
Still.
If we don't do something about it. And so, yeah.
Okay. Second speaker, Larry Steingold.
I support this project. The idea of solar was sold to the city council by the action committee, by the people on the video. It was sold as, go all electric. Solar will save us. That's what the attitude is. And that's what sold me. We're going to have solar. It'll lower the cost. It'll be cost effective. I have gas. I'm not giving up gas. I like gas heat. All right. I also like gas cooking. But I understand solar. But it's not cost effective today. The break-even point. Besides, it was used as it's an exemption. He can't have solar unless you permit him to cut all the trees down, which he doesn't want to do and you don't want him to do. But that's how it was sold to the city for the REACH code. Right. Everything was riddled. Every video, every comment, the architects, Mr. Whitman, everybody from the climate. Solar, we're going to have solar. Well, it's great, but he can't have solar. It was sold to him on that basis. All right, so you got to give him an exemption because the exemption is there. It's part of the code. Either have him cut the trees down so he can have solar, or give him the exemption. It's one or the other because that's the exemption. Follow the code. Right? He can't afford it. Why? Because you won't let him cut the trees down. It doesn't work. Can he have solar with the trees? He won't have solar. All right? How's he going to provide all electric? That was one of the exemptions.
Thank you, sir.
If I might, I just want to correct the record. It's not that he can't have solar. It's that the exemption applies for him not to do solar. He could still have solar. Hold on. He could still have solar. It's just not going to be as efficient.
It's 70% versus 80%.
Yes, exactly,
Still
which was
have it.
provided in the report. It's not as efficient.
So is it your opinion that?
Not an opinion. These are not opinions. These are facts. These are
Okay,
factual pieces
I'm
of
just
information.
asking a fact, okay. Is it the view of the city, the attorney, that cost effectiveness is an exemption? Is that a true statement?
I think it's important that we identify that the appeal that Scott Chessé has provided for is narrowed within the parameter of, if I can even pull up the specific code section, sorry.
It's section 91109. Oh,
Yeah, because I want to make sure that we're staying within the,
109A, and it's 91109B, and it's one of the subsections.
yeah, it's the approval or conditional approval to do work permitted in this article with all electric appliances will not enable the applicant to rent or sell the building at a reasonable rate of return.
So he's claiming, if I understood it, that because he can't do solar, it's gonna cost him too much to rent it. But of course, we don't have any facts on either side of this issue, either from, from the committee side, I guess you'd say, when he put it into effect, but it's in effect. So it seemed like the burden is on the applicant to show, like John said, that it's more expensive than gas, because that's the alternative.
The burden is on the appellant.
Yeah, that he has to show that it's more expensive than gas. And so we can continue it for that, but that's what it has to be. Can't be anything else. Under this exemption that I can see.
Yeah, and I think solar helps, but it's not a qualifier.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, but that's what she's, that's
what
That,
no, I'm sorry.
That's, yeah, that's,
we've got a statute, we can't go where she
We're-
said.
The public hearing is still open. I would first ask if there was anyone here present who has not spoken, or anyone in the waiting room with a hand raised, Sherry, who wishes to speak on item 3.
No.
Okay. Do we want to keep it open and give the appellant another shot?
yeah, if he wants to.
Okay, come forward, please.
I thought I presented evidence with a study that's been done that you guys asked for them to go and do a study on the cost effectiveness. And so why would I need to do more study on that? These aren't my people. These are your guys' people that are talking.
Just to clarify, this is for a specific project, not the whole wide Ojai Valley or the city of Ojai or state of California or whatever, wherever they got their numbers, I don't know. This is for a specific project.
They didn't give any numbers, they just said this is bigger than that.
Sure, yeah.
But the code was passed.
Yes.
And this is the exemption.
And if they
And
said
so the burden now
financial-
is on the appellant to show. We can't use what she said.
But we just need to know what is.
You have to show us that it's.
But you guys don't think that electricity is more money than gas? I
I
mean,
mean, I can think whatever, it's all
Yeah.
subjective. We just need something that's qualitative. We need to know, like, is it really more expensive? Or is it just made
well,
up stuff?
I have cost breakdowns of all the appliances.
That would help.
Can I show them to you?
Well, I mean, I think we need to have it in
I mean, I
some
have
sort of
like
presentation.
just a one stove is like $4,500 versus $800 for a gas stove. A cooktop, which I'm required to do for the Title 24, is high efficiency stuff. The heat pumps they're not that efficient. You know, they're not that efficient, and they take forever for the water to warm up, and they run a lot longer just because they're running at less amps. It's and just.
So the exemption that I heard you say that because you don't have solar, to me, that sounds like operating costs, not. You didn't make an exemption that it was more expensive to purchase it.
Right,
Your exemption
but-
was operating.
But an all-electric home in California includes solar. If you Google anything on all-electric homes right now, it shows nothing but solar panels on the
But you're
roof.
exempted from it, so you're not going to have to pay that cost.
Well, I'm exempt from, and I do take issue with the thing that, I can put solar on the house. It's just and when we had our conversation in your office, you said, well, you could just put more solar panels. But if you don't have the sun to heat those panels up and make them use, then it's way more of a burden because you're spending I got 3 units, so I gotta get, 3 different solar panel, 3 different, individual units. And that, if it doesn't work, if it's all trees, then it doesn't work. I mean, it's like putting a stoplight at a dead-end street. A salesman will sell you anything, like
Right.
for solar,
Can I ask you- Chair, could I
Yes.
ask the appellant a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Did the solar company identify how many solar panels would be necessary to
No,
bring it beyond the 80% or the 70% rule that then exempts it?
no, they did not,
There
they
was-
did not say that. What he told me, is the same solar company, they told me that they did the solar out for the city here, California Solar Electric. And they told me that they would not sell me solar for that property. Honestly, that's what they said. They wouldn't do it. It's not that it's less than 80% or 70%. It's much lower than that. It's like 30%. And it really would have helped, I think, if people would at least drove by and taken a look at it. Then you would have walked in first and said, "Oh, you can't have solar here." And that's the point, that if you don't have solar, it's not cost effective to have all electric. And that's the law. The law of the REACH code says that if it's not cost effective, then it's against the law to enforce the REACH code.
Again, Chair, can I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Of the appellant.
I have a question of my own when we all get done with this.
Your request for the hardship is specific to approval or conditional approval to the work permitted by this article with all electric appliances that will not enable the applicant, yourself, to rent or sell the building at a reasonable rate of return.
Absolutely. Because I'm not going to be paying the electric bill. The renters are. And it makes it harder and harder for people to do it. I mean, I'll have to pay the initial fee to put the heat pump stuff in, which is way more money. I don't have to do that. But the renters are going to be the one that's the burden on this. They're going to be making the payments. I'm not going to be making the payments. This is not a single-family home that I'm going to be moving into. These are all small homes that are going to be pretty cost-effective in Ojai.
Another question, or a comment, maybe more than a question. But you recognize the information you provided was only based on solar.
I recognize that I did not give you very much evidence when I first wrote the letter, because I didn't know as much as I know now. And I didn't, when I first found out about it, I have like 3 fireplaces designed in this house. And now I'm probably not going to do fireplaces if I can't have gas. I mean, I know that's beside the point and everything else, but it's still...
None of this is beside the point.
Okay, thanks. I couldn't imagine having a fireplace in a rental without having gas.
Okay.
So.
I have a question on this that has to do with the California Solar Electric, I think is the name, and the study they did. My recollection, there are probably a couple more here who were present when your first application came in to put in the main residence at the rear of the lot, at the south end of the lot. Just ahead of it, a garage with a second floor junior ADU.
Attached to it, yeah.
Attached, right. And then at the north end of the lot, or at least more toward the north end of the lot, a detached ADU.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, right, a detached ADU. Did the estimate that you got from California Solar Electric cover the possibility of having solar panels on some or all or of the structures, or just the south side of the main residence?
It addressed all three units, and the only spot
there's
that could
no
get,
difference in the solar access from the main residence
No,
at the
it's so-
south
it-
end as there is from the ADU at the north end?
No. It's so the whole lot in that whole area, the vicinity of this lot. If you go to Walker's, all you have to do is go to Walker's, look right behind Walker's, and you see all those trees. Those are all mine. And they're not all mine, they're on the property line too, so they're neighbors' trees.
Yep.
60-foot bamboo that are, that are right there. And it's just the photography, I don't know how you say it, but of the land. It's kind of low and the sun goes down very fast and comes up in this. So the solar is, I mean, it's, in my opinion, it's like 35%. I mean, on a good day. And that's only like right now, this period of time, fall. In the summertime, it's really bad because the sun's over here farther and the trees, you know, I mean, you know, I can maybe make some exceptions, you know, and try to help, but I don't know. It's like, maybe I could, you know, put in some charging stations for electric cars or, you know.
We're getting off into a
Yeah.
broader discussion
Broader discussion,
that's
yeah.
not pertinent
I'm sorry, but
to the.
my main thing is I thought I had proof because of the Climate Committee's report that's been over a year working this out and coming up with the whole written package, why it was approved, and so she spent a year on this, and that's what she said. So since solar was, you know, mandated on all new homes, it makes sense to go with all electric appliances. So, I mean, that's, so it's a hardship for affordability all the way around. And then I build a house that has no gas infrastructure, and then 3 or 4 years down the line, something happens, and then they say, okay, yeah, you can have a gas meter, or you're right, Scott, it is illegal to enforce the REACH code if it's cost ineffective. Then now I have a house that doesn't have the infrastructure. I don't have nothing going to it. When I've made my case up front.
Can I ask a question?
Please, go ahead.
The question I was going to ask was about the carry cost of being sent back to study this. You know, I hear you. I feel the pain that you feel because you're having to discover all of this. There are not a lot of houses probably in Ojai that have such a wonderful tree canopy that they don't get enough solar. I have solar, and I've got all the solar I could use. I wish I had a tree canopy.
You know, if I had wide open skies, I wouldn't even be here tonight.
Right.
There would be no.
Right, but so I understand, and I'm empathetic with that. I always try and resist sending people back one more time to study something because time is money for somebody who's trying to develop a project. The clock is running on your money.
Exactly.
But I wish, and I know you've been discovering this as you've gone through the process. I wish you had a better presentation because I can't tell from what you're saying how it all adds up. I mean, I wish you had a somebody who had worked up a PowerPoint for you, which included the cost of all of these appliances. This is all news to me. I didn't know that an oven, an all-electric oven, was substantially more than a gas oven. That's interesting. I didn't know that a heat pump was more expensive than, and so on and so forth. You know, getting all the capital costs of the two systems baked in there. You need somebody to present this for you. It's you know, the data is there, but present it for you and convince us that there is a substantial hardship, or at least for me, that there's a substantial financial hardship for you, which will make the value of the project substantially lower, or the cost of operating the house higher, to the extent that the people who are renting these ADUs, who are not high-income people, that it's unreasonable for them to have to pay for electric when they don't have an obligation to do so, or they don't have the offsetting solar contribution to it. So I guess.
But it's a hardship
There's a
just to
question in
have
there
to do
somewhere.
something like that. Like, it's just to try to find experts and stuff like that, and
Well, I'm not saying, I think the expertise exists. I think the presentation, I think if I were to counsel you, and I am not counseling you,
Yeah, well,
because
probably
everyone's
neither
vote
will
here is
counsel.
gonna be different based on their feeling. But to convince me, I'd hire a financial person who could knock out a presentation which would make all of these assertions
Present a
palpable,
basis
yeah.
for that.
And right now, we don't have that, so.
So, do you guys are in agreement that if it can be proved that it's more, costs more to run electric, that would suffice you if I had a presentation of that? Because that's what
You don't have anything from us because we are all individuals and vote individually.
Can't
So-
speak as a body at this point.
So at this point, we can't, until we vote on it, we can't tell you that. But at least with me, I would need to see that presentation and have an understanding of what the return would be on the assets and how fast you could recoup the expenditure with the cost of electricity versus the cost of gas.
And I think if you have done your own research already on the cost of the individual appliances, then those are numbers that I think the commission would find useful. I think if you speak to Edison and to the gas company about the costs of operating any of those appliances, they will give you that information as best they can for nothing. And that, in addition, would be useful to me to understand whether there is a hardship here. The last issue for me is, what is a reasonable rate of return? I can't answer that. It's not my project, but certainly I think it's a reasonable question to ask you when you come back and say, here's the cost this way, and here's the cost this way, here's the rate of return this way, here's the rate of return this way. What's reasonable?
You almost need a realtor, because we're talking about.
Well, maybe so, I don't know.
The application to rent and sell the building at a reasonable rate of return. Unfortunately, we're in Ojai, where the demand is so much greater than the supply, so you can almost rent it for anything you want. So that would be a hard standard to meet.
Maybe not. I don't know. I don't have any data in front of me.
It's come down a lot.
I,
It's not what you guys think.
I would also want to have some assurance that the cost of the stove, for example, is, you're not comparing a high-end electric
Apples
and
to
a
apples.
low-end, yes.
Sure.
Something even.
And unfortunately, I think we need our staff to evaluate it, because we can't be doing it up here.
Yeah, I would
At our
like to
meeting.
make a motion.
And so I come back, or I give it to you guys?
I would like,
No, but thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for what you've said, sir.
Okay, all right.
I would like to make a motion that we continue this
Let's,
to a date.
if I could just jump here, let's close the public hearing officially
Oh,
since we
sorry.
reopened it, and then we
Go
can
for it.
move on to motions.
Yeah, let's close the public hearing and begin deliberations.
I agree with what Trent and Jamie have said, and yourself, about needing the data. I wouldn't have a clue of whether it's more expensive to run a gas stove or an electric stove. I want data also. So I think that we should continue this and give the applicant time to collect that data, that presentation. And I assume that means to a date uncertain, if we continue it? Or
Well, it
Is it
depends on
reas-
whether the applicant
can
thinks
can
at
get the
some
data.
particular date certain,
Yeah.
he could present information.
And date uncertain would be appropriate, and also this does not have to be noticed. Because,
Because it's a continued case.
well, because it didn't have to be noticed for the appellant to receive a denial from the director, and then, therefore, the appeal process to this body also did not have to be noticed. So
Yeah,
this evening's project did not have to be noticed.
Yeah, the determination was only sent to the requester, the applicant, the property owner, who
I
then
see.
became the appellant.
Okay.
So a date uncertain is appropriate, and I assume that the applicant would want to pull this together as soon as possible so that his project is not delayed unnecessarily.
I'll second it, but can I clarify the
I'm
motion?
not sure I said that exactly as a motion, but
I would like to clarify that to be sure that we're looking at the cost, initial cost of these alternatives between gas,
Capital costs.
capital
Capital
costs up
costs.
front,
Yeah, well,
and also the operating costs
Right.
between the two. And
Yes.
then the third element is rate of return, because that depends on the rental market. You know, if the rental market is such that you can rent it for all, then by this legal standard, we can't say that it's too expensive if you can go ahead and get a rate of return on, because this is a commercial thing in a sense. He's renting apartments, not where he's living, which is a whole different issue.
But we need the numbers.
Yeah, we need numbers of all, it seems to me all three of those things. Is that, you okay with that?
yes, yes.
So I've seconded.
Did you hear a motion? Okay, good.
Well, did Epi hear a motion?
I did as well.
Okay. Any discussion of the motion?
No, I mean, like I said, I think it's fair. I think we need the data. I think once we have that, we can make a decision. Fair decision.
So we haven't said yes and we haven't said no yet.
And
All
hope
right.
springs eternal.
And
We can vote.
Okay, so Sherry, let's have a vote on the motion on item 3.
Quilisi,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes?
Trent,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes,
Starkweather.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I mention something about this? Because it troubled me to be sitting there listening to snippets of evidence by people arguing for a ordinance that ultimately the city council listened to it all and made a decision. I don't think that's evidence that we can be using to.
No, I think we have
think
now
we've
asked
been
the
clear
Yeah,
applicant
okay,
for
so I
some
just-
hard numbers.
Yeah, so in the future,
And
I
we'll
just don't
see
think
what
we should
comes
be
out of
going
that.
back and listening
Well,
to.
it was my assumption that these were consultants that were hired by the city?
No,
No, this was the Climate Emergency Committee.
they were appointed. Of course, we have a city council member here who could clarify it, but. We don't have studies. We have a
specific
statute.
to your project. We want specific numbers to your project, not somebody who's just saying that electric is better or worse.
The bigger the field, the bigger the
Now, you can go back to city
The,
council and say that. maybe
average,
they Change this, that,
the less-
state change it, but.
the less likely it is to apply to a specific case, I think. But,
Yeah.
But you know, what's interesting, and I think you have a certain coverage of the property by foliage. You have a certain size house which implies the age of the occupants, because it's not a 5-bedroom house or a 3-bedroom house. These are small houses, and so finding
not
out
a
what
young
the
couple with 4 children.
that's my point. And so there can be and there should be some determination made, a scenario made of who's going to be in this. And then based upon that, will, you and the utilities should help you out. You should appeal to them for their I mean, they're competing with each other, interestingly enough.
But it seems like on this area about the solar, if we wanted to make that a specific exception, that you don't have solar access, then that ought to be written into the code as a proof that, you know, that,
What's
But
written
it
into the
wasn't.
code is the hardship
we have a
Yeah.
hardship in
exemption.
there.
So the
plus
burden is-
some exceptions.
yeah, and that's not
So
an exemption.
That's what we work with.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Onward.
Okay, let's, thank you, sir.
See you.
Thank you, Maura.
Let's wait for the official.
Then we are moving on to item 4, a concept review for a proposed senior housing project at 710 Olive.
Thank you.
Lucas?
Might I make a suggestion before we dive into this?
Sure.
5-minute potty break?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's probably a good idea.
All right. Sherry, turn off everything for 5 minutes, please.
Oh. Well, the good thing, I guess, is we're finding holes in these codes.
Well, you know, I think this is one where we could develop a template.
Yeah.
That if you wind up with it happening again, the problem is, this is very unusual, is to find a house where.
There's no
solar's
solar access.
The solar's impossible because of
So, you know,
the tree.
gigantic. I'm over here. This is the,
No, this, I think this is the rectangular.
Are we ready,
oh,
Chair?
is that the whole
piece.
thing? Oh, you're
That's the
right, that is,
2.2
but
on
that
the
looks a
olive.
lot bigger than
Are we ready, Chair?
out there.
It does look big, but this goes, yeah.
I know it.
5.5 acres in the built section and
That's only 2 acres?
2.2
Wow.
in the unbuilt.
I guess I don't know what.
All right, at 9:01, we are going back into session, and we will take up item 4, concept review for senior housing at 710
Goodness,
Olive
sorry.
Street. Lucas,
Thank you, Chair.
regale us.
Let me go through this concept review. And obviously, we have the.
Oh, I'm
hold on a
sorry.
second before we go any further.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy, could you
Commissioner,
identify?
at this point, Commissioner Murphy must leave the dais because her residence is too close to the project site.
Within 500 feet, correct?
Yeah, within.
Thank you.
Yes, within 75, but,
The rule
yes.
says 500.
I had to do the same thing when the cottages and the bungalows came up. My house was too close.
I don't have to worry about that. Neither do you.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. The item before you is a concept review for a 21-unit, single-story senior housing project concept review at 710 Olive Street. My name is Lucas Seibert, Community Development Director here with the City of Ojai. We also have the applicant, the architect, Mark Whitman, will be giving a presentation and has a PowerPoint as well. So I'm going to give kind of a brief overview here.
The
Also
applicant
talk-
is the owner of the property?
the
I'm sorry,
owner
no, I'm sorry, the applicant's the architect,
is the
but
architect.
the owner is also here?
The owner is also here as well.
Very good, okay.
I'm going to give an overview of the concept review and then speak to the history of the site as well. And I may pull up an aerial as well just to kind of help with some of the context of what we're talking about. So the concept review before the commission for discussion but not determination tonight is 21 single-story senior housing units on a 2.24 acre site. It also includes 42 on-site parking spaces, and 16 of those would be covered. And then it includes market rate units. Those are at the senior housing level.
And these are not detached dwelling units, they're all sharing walls.
No, they're sprinkled throughout the site. The architect will have a
Okay.
presentation that'll help lay that out as well. As I said before, the site is 2.24 acres in area, zoned RO, and includes land use designation of medium-high residential. The land use designation would govern the future zoning designation for consistency purposes potentially for R2 if there was to be a rezone on this site. The government code itself requires.
Can you explain that again? You said
The government, hold on,
the consistent part you mentioned.
consistency portion is actually through the government code, which is 65860. That requires a zoning designation to be consistent with the land use map of the general plan. So
And now it is
as
not.
as it currently exists, and it hasn't been any changes over the last 20 years, the land use is medium-high residential, which is not consistent with the RO zoning, which is single-family. So that's the proposal in a nutshell. I'm going to let the architect go through the ins and outs of the proposal a little bit more, but I wanted to also give some of the history of this site as well, because this rectangular piece is also encompassed by the gables, which is located to the east, as well as a triangular piece, vacant triangular piece to the north. And let me just pull up
That vacant triangular piece extends from the corner of Olive and Tico Avenue all the way to Montgomery? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
But that's not part of this.
No, it's not part of this, but it is a part of the overall conditional use permit, which I'm going to talk about in terms
So
of
the
history.
conditional use permit covers both of those lots?
It covers all three.
Okay.
So use larger. There, can we see that?
Yep.
Okay, so this is just for context purposes. The rectangular piece that I was speaking about earlier is this piece here. The gables is located here. And then that small triangular piece above is this piece here. Sorry, my mouse is disappearing. So, history. Once again, as I had stated, this is 701 North Montgomery, 710 Olive Street, and the triangular piece above the gables. In 2001, a 26-unit project was approved at 701 North Montgomery. That's the site here, with all three sites being included to allow for increase in density. There was also a density bonus that was approved, allowing an increase from 62 to 63 internal kitchenette units at the subject site, which is, at that time, Gables, which is here. Employee parking lot was approved at 710 Olive Street, which is this lot here, to the south of the site, accommodating more than 24 spaces on that vacant lot. Additionally, 3 additional group kitchen dining facilities were approved as a part of that conditional use permit. Building permits were issued for internal work at the Gables campus, which is this campus here, to install kitchenettes. As of today's date, 44 of the 63 kitchenettes have been installed, all part of what has been identified in some documents as a phase 1 of the project. However, it's inconclusive as to whether or not there was actually a phase 1 and phase 2, as there was I can't find any physical evidence showing a true phase 1 in terms of all the work to be done, and then a phase 2 for all the work to be done. It was discussed in the environmental document, but never identified really within staff reports from 2001, and certainly not specified within
or permits that were issued by the city or...
Right, or identified within the conditions of approval, or followed through with some sort of a plan of action. It's identified actually within the conditions of approval, but folded into a very unique area, which is more suited to the fire department's standard conditions, but then also identifies with a phasing plan, essentially. But I can't find any evidence of a phasing plan. Regardless.
So one might say there was a single phase and it's ongoing.
At this point, I think that's fair. It's a fair assumption.
Okay.
So, however, several of the conditions of approval have yet to be met, even though previous administration had allowed building permits for the kitchenettes to commence. Those kitchenettes commenced really before the approval and then continued. Our records are showing those kitchenettes continued all the way through up until I basically came online here with the city.
Are they completed?
Hold on. 44 of the 63 have been completed at this point. Staff has put a halt to the kitchenette TI work to maintain consistency with the conditions of approval, and specifically for number 25, which requires a lot line adjustment prior to the issuance of a grading permit or building permit. The lot line adjustment...
The grading and building...
Filling. That was the parking lot,
Grading
wasn't
and
it?
filling, is that on the 701 campus, or is that the 710 parking lot that was never started.
Yeah, let me just explain real quickly here. So this is the Gable site here, correct?
Right.
So there's a set number of units here. They were looking to, and a part of the approval for the conditional use permit from 2001 allowed for 26 additional units to be built on this campus.
Within those walls.
Polling from both of these sites using the square footage to infuse additional density here. And that's really what allowed for the approval of what ended up being 26 units approved on this site. No units were approved here. It shows, yes.
Were those units built?
No additional units have been built, with the exception of the kitchenettes as interior TI work, but not additional units.
No, the 26 dwelling units that were approved in 2001 have not been started or finished.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, as I had mentioned, the lot line adjustment, that would have merged 701, which is this site here, which is 701 North Montgomery. It would have merged 710 Olive Street, which is this site here, and it would have merged this rectangular piece above, all into one.
And the total area was used to justify the 26 units that have not been built.
Correct.
Okay.
And that adjustment has not been done.
Correct.
Essentially, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying the red vertical line in separating the two lots was to go away. And
3 lots.
and then one at the top was to go away as well, and all 3 parcels were going to be one parcel at the beginning of the process.
Yeah, it identifies 3 different parcel numbers.
Right.
And those are
But-
these parcels that you're
So,
seeing.
so at the beginning of the process, there should have been the removal of lot lines, and that would have been triggered by them, as I'm reading here, by them pulling either a grading permit or a building permit.
Correct.
But there was no phasing, apparently.
What?
No, there was no
The-
phasing.
No, I'm saying, no, forget the issue of quote phasing. I mean, when I read it, I thought, well, you know, why didn't the city just, you know, consolidate the parcels right away, step one? No construction. Why didn't they just do that straight away? Because there's a hook in this, and that is, there's a catch-22. Because right now, since it's not a single parcel, it means that well, it's not a single parcel, so there's a separate parcel on the left there.
Right.
And you have already on the right-hand parcel, the additional ability to build, because that was granted at the same time.
It was granted on the basis of the aggregate area of all
That's
3
correct.
parcels, yes.
Right.
I did not see anything about, whoa, something's happened.
Getting loud.
I did not see anything about removing walls. I did see lot line adjustments.
Correct.
No, I'm not talking about removing walls.
Oh, I thought you had said that.
No, I meant removing the line between the 2 lots.
Okay.
If that had been done straight away, then it would have the net effect of denying the ability of the owner-developer from doing anything in that space.
Without a
because-
subsequent subdivision.
Without a subsequent subdivision, which would have to come back to
Right.
us. But
least
the
to the
way it is,
council.
yeah, the way it is now, you can't build it, you can build something on it because the lot line never got removed. Although it was required to be removed, it wasn't removed. And as a result, you could go build on that left-hand side, and that's what that's what's being
Actually,
discussed
That's in
here.
part what we're talking
That's-
about
that's
here.
in
The
part what
conditional
we're
use
talking about.
permit is still in effect, and those requirements are still in
Correct.
effect.
Yeah.
So they can't build the 26 units without, doing the lot line adjustments.
Under
They
the-
haven't done any of these
Under,
things.
but under the current CUP, if they decided to build 26 units, they would be on the 701 property,
That's-
not the 710 property.
Yeah, but,
Because that's what is dictated right now.
but it sounds like they're trying to change the CUP essentially.
The challenge
Yes.
with, right, so.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, a presentation, and then we can,
going
right,
down
so
rabbit
it feels like we're deliberating
I'm sorry,
with,
Lucas, am I right?
No, we're
You're
we're
correct.
trying to understand the
But I-
parameters of what
Okay,
we're
yeah.
asked to
Right.
decide
I
tonight.
think those parameters will come out, certainly within not only the presentation and information I'm providing, but also the testimony from the architect, the property owner, and the public. There are certain members of the public that are here tonight that intimately were involved in this 21 years ago.
Yeah.
So, but here's the other important piece that I think that I want to get across to this commission in terms of the history. There was a design review, which was referred to as an architectural review at the time in 2001. There was also a tree permit that was approved as a part of this project. And there was obviously environmental review that included several mitigation measures.
All of
that are
which
part-
involved development on the 701
They're all
property.
part of the 701.
Yeah.
The design review has since expired. The tree permit obviously has expired as well. Neither one of those have been renewed. So the design piece would have to be resurrected if it was ever to be built or proposed, the 26 units on that site, which is the 701 North Montgomery. So I think that's an important piece for the history, that while the conditional use permit is still in play, and so is the density bonus piece, the design piece is not in play. That would have to be reevaluated. If a proposal, as a part of the history, if a proposal was to ever be resurrected for the 26 units on the 701 North Montgomery site. The concept review that's before this body for comment and deliberation for comment to the applicant and to the property owner is for the 710 Olive Street site. That's the vacant lot.
Does that have any impact on the 26 units on the other side?
So if you look at the way in which this was packaged, this was all packaged as one parcel in terms of, even though it's clearly different parcels, it's identified as more than seven acres in size. If you look at the differences between the combination equals what they ended up going through from an approval standpoint. So moving the units onto a lot that currently is vacant is certainly the proposal that they have before this body for comment and consideration. That wasn't the proposal, that wasn't the approval, that was in 2001.
So they're taking the 26 units that were supposed to be on the large lot, and they want to move them to this other lot?
Yep,
Okay.
and that's kind of where I want to pause. I was going to talk about, we all know what the concept review, there is no determination being made tonight.
Right.
It's deliberation, it's getting comments from the community, it's providing comments by this body so that they can go back and make an informed next step decision on their end.
But if I'm not mistaken, when that was all done, and the lot line, which was the sort of thing that the people in the neighborhood thought was the opening gun, because it had to be done before anything could be built. The lot line was never pulled, and as a result, one of the byproducts of the original design was that lot on the left-hand side was going to remain vacant. And so if you lived in that neighborhood, you were going to have a park, essentially, on Olive Street, running north-south. And that is now going to turn into a bunch of houses that are facing Olive Street. And so instead of having the relief in the city of not having a block of houses there, you're now going to be in a situation where there's going to be a string of houses running from Grand up north, with the exception of the parking lot, which is still can be done. Right?
Right, the concept review before you, and I'll have the architect speak to it specifically, includes employee parking on that, what's now a vacant lot, which would be potentially developed.
Right.
As a concept review, that's what's being proposed. So at that, I think at this point, I'm going to stop with my presentation and ask if the commission has any additional questions.
I do.
And, okay, and then go to the architect. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Just so everybody understands, because this project has been kicking around for a while. It was gonna be a bunch of big homes, a small number of big homes on this property. Now it's a large number of small homes on this property. But the CUP that was approved, first of all, it applies to all three parcels. It
Correct.
covers all three parcels.
It covers all three
And,
parcels.
and second, when a CUP is approved, I know, at least from some of my reading of the code, there is what I'll call a front-end limitation that says if you don't start this within 6 months or 12 months or whatever the time period was, I thought it was 6 months, 180 days, that the permits become void. If you start some portion of it, then my understanding is there's no back-end limitation. The CUP involved 26 new units. It involved kitchenettes. It involved some auxiliary kitchens, at least potentially. And at least some of that work has started. But there's no requirement that any of it be, that all of it be finished by some date certain based on the original permission, correct?
Yeah, there are conditional use permits that do have a back end. This one does not.
This one does not, okay. And if a CUP applies to all three parcels, but one of the parcels is sold, does the CUP still apply to that parcel?
If the parcel was sold to a different entity,
Right.
it would, so it runs with the land. So here we're identifying all three of these parcels. So it runs with the land unless there's some sort of change.
Unless,
Right now, we're
unless
looking
the
at
CUP
it
says otherwise.
Yes, right now we're looking at it on the grounds in which it exists currently.
Okay, okay. The description of the property and its ownership said something like, Mr. Brown now owns the 710 property. Is that the same ownership as the 701 property?
I'll have the applicant speak to
Okay.
the property owner, speak
Okay.
to the LLCs.
All right. The 26 units that were to be constructed were on the 701 property, on the 701 parcel.
Correct.
Okay. If a request, let's say it a little bit differently. A request to change the CUP and build on one of the three parcels that was not allowed by the original CUP, do both the owner of the 701 parcel and the owner of the 710 parcel have to ask that permission?
If
I
it's,
mean, it may be the same people, but it may be different people.
yeah, so if it's under separate ownership, then yes, it would have to be under this, because the conditional use permit holds jurisdiction over both of those sites.
And
So
the,
yes.
the original CUP said that the 26 new units were to be built on the 701 parcel.
Correct.
Okay. If there is a request to build some number of units, 26 or otherwise, on one of the other parcels, then what happens to the 26 that were approved to be built on the 701 parcel?
So that would then require an amendment. An
That
amendment
would,
to the
that would
conditional
be
use permit.
a collateral amendment to the CUP saying the 26 units are no longer permitted to be added to the 701 parcel,
Or a portion thereof,
or a portion thereof.
correct.
Okay? So that would be
Is that
another.
part of this proposal to,
This is a concept review, it's not,
I know,
it's not a
but,
specific
well,
proposal.
is it part of their concept to have
Is to take-
additional units on the original property?
To take 21 of those 26 and place it on the 710 Olive.
So they'd keep 5
That's the
on
concept.
on the original lot?
Correct.
I see.
I think one of the questions was, though, does the existing CUP still exist, allowing them to build on the 710 property as well?
Yes, it does.
But the
However,
original CUP
design-
allows them to build a parking lot on the 710 property.
Yeah, not
Nothing
houses.
else at the moment.
No, I'm sorry, not the 710 property, where the Gables are.
701.
701.
701.
So it allows for them to build the 26
So they can build the 26
through the
there,
conditional use permit. However,
so build 21 on the other one, on the.
no,
No.
26 in
Original
total.
CUP does
whole
not,
thing.
it only allows the 26 units.
Right.
And only on the 701 property.
Yes.
So they're not asking
is-
to increase the units, they're just asking to reallocate where they put them.
Correct, but yeah, when.
That's
and-
actually-
Well, no, because,
And you're saying
because
it
if
would-
you were to start now, you wouldn't be able to do 26 plus 21. And
They're
they,
not doing 26 plus
They're
21.
they're not asking.
They're asking
I
to do
think.
21 and
gonna put it
5,
somewhere else.
same number.
same
Just-
number.
They're
Okay.
reallocating where they're
All
gonna put
right,
them.
did the commencement of the kitchenettes start the process?
Yes.
Yeah, that started the CUP, that
So-
gave the
So
CUP.
it's-
They didn't
started-
pull any permits.
For those, they had to have.
Kitchenettes, yes, there's a building permit.
They
that's
wouldn't have built them
There is,
otherwise.
there is a permit.
It's
for-
referred to as a TI, but it's a building permit.
There is a building permit
Tenant,
for,
a tenant improvement is what's referred to as.
But question, so if the CUP, the current CUP, is good for the 701 property, to build the units, wouldn't it just, I mean, this would basically make that null and void, they'd have to get a new CUP, right?
They have to
Either-
amend, they have to amend the one they've
It has
got
to be-
now.
It has to be amended
Okay.
to do anything
Okay.
different from
Okay.
what's allowed by the current CUP.
They're gonna be arguing what they're doing is better, I assume.
Sure.
Well,
yeah.
neither here nor there.
Okay,
Um,
that's clear, okay, just want to make sure, understood.
Any other questions for staff?
No. But it's a slow no, not a
Yeah.
fast no, because
So-
I don't
there's
think-
so many moving parts here that.
So with the CUP, the standard for amendment is pretty much wide open, whatever we decide is appropriate for the site. There's no specific standard, since
Well, there has to be a proposal, and then you weigh those options.
we have to have objective findings that
Well-
this,
We have to have an application for a permit.
I know we're not there
Hold on,
yet.
with the
I'm just-
conditional use
plan,
permit, those
yes.
findings are subjective, not objective.
They're subjective,
With-
okay,
with
so
a
we can
conditional
pretty
use
much approve or not approve what we want. Okay, just wanted to be clear.
But
That's why they're here.
the original piece which was approved and was triggered by the construction of the first kitchenette, but we didn't remove the lot lines, which would have essentially locked in the density and the location of the unbuilt portion. It was gonna be a dense piece and a park next to it.
And
Well, open space, I wouldn't
Oh,
use.
they don't have the
I
word
say a
park, yeah.
Open space.
Open space.
Open space.
they're
But it was
proposing to
not gonna
change
be populated with dwellings. It was gonna be an open space.
CUP said there'll be a parking lot there and
the
nothing
parking-
else.
And the parking lot was gonna use maybe 20% of the land, or?
Less than that,
Less than
probably.
that, okay. So it was gonna be essentially a dense 26 units on the property where the existing home was, and the unbuilt upon lots going up Olive Street were going to stay unbuilt upon.
That's true.
Under the
Now they're
original-
The
proposing to
original
change
concept,
it.
and that would happen the second the lot line disappeared, you'd lock
Yeah.
that in.
Well, this is totally discretionary to us.
Right.
Yeah.
We listen to their proposal and decide whether we think it's
Without,
better or
without a
not.
subsequent subdivision, you're exactly right.
Right, that's.
But I think to the point of everybody's questions, it's important to understand the history
Yeah, for sure.
of this, because you're gonna be hearing from the architect talking about the concept review, you're gonna be hearing from the owner talking about the history, you're gonna be hearing from the community talking about the history as well.
Mhm.
So I think it's important to lay the groundwork and then to also hear from,
Yeah,
as
and
a part of this
We
concept
also
review.
need to know what the CUP that exists today outlines.
right,
Right.
But
exactly.
Can I just ask one last piece? Why wasn't the lot line, why didn't it disappear the second the first kitchenette was approved?
I can't speak for administration in 2001, 2000.
Didn't know you're responsible for anything that happened before you got here.
And if it was
I've heard
before you
that-
were
I've heard
born,
that
you're
before.
responsible now.
I've heard that
But the
before.
standard for amendment is totally discretionary on our part. Am I right about that? Okay.
In that sense, it's the same as the case that we just considered on Love Social.
Mhm.
There's an existing CUP, a modification
Yeah.
was requested, and we granted it.
Yeah, so I'm just wanted to be clear what our standard was.
Yeah,
so.
it's not I'm not looking for, or gonna be directing you in a different direction than what you've seen
Yeah.
two items previous.
Okay.
Any more clarification? All right, well, let's hear from the applicant then.
Good evening again.
Hello.
Members of the commission, members of the staff, thanks for having us here tonight. Mark Whitman, architect at 111 West Topa Street here in Ojai. I'd like to talk a little bit about the history. I came onto the project about 3 years ago, and I also like to present the design that we're proposing and some other attributes of the project. But first of all, I'd like to introduce David Brown, who's the owner of Olive Street LLC, and he can tell you more about the history before I came along. And anyway, David's a local here in Ojai, and so I'd just like to bring him on to say a few.
Good evening. It's been a long evening, and I know you guys all volunteer your time, so I appreciate that. As Mark said, I'm David Brown. I've been involved with the ownership of the Gables and the adjacent parcels since 2000. I've been a resident of Ojai since the late 80s. Have enjoyed this community tremendously and was really, taken with the opportunity to be able to be involved with the Gables and the assisted living element for senior citizens in this community. The history of the Gables is pretty astonishing. I don't know how many of you know that it was the origins of the ARP. There's Ethel Andrus was a kind of a tremendous person that when she entered this community came in and essentially organized a community for retired teachers. When we picked up the property in 2000, it was in quite a bit of disarray. Our job day one was to bring a lot of the utilities and other underground elements back up to standard. And so that was our initial focus through due diligence. Was we identified a lot of deficiencies, if you will, within that community. And obviously, when you marry up deficiencies with the elderly, you don't really want to have that persist. So we went after that very quickly. One of the early discoveries, however, was that the property did not have the correct conditional use permit to support the state licensing requirement that we needed to operate under. So that was the impetus to pursue getting the proper conditional use permit for that main campus. The advice of the Albert Group, who was our consultant at the time, said, if you're going to go through this process, you may as well study and look at how you can go ask for the most that you might ever want to ask for. And so that was the orientation at the time. The 26 units were his study on how to, marry up the density possibilities and grow the community.
This was growing from the current and
From what was there when we bought it.
82 units up to 108.
83 units, correct, to 109.
Okay.
So, and again, that was his concept. The density that was involved, at the time was not material to our thinking. We needed to secure the license. We needed to get the property in a better condition to support the community. The additional things that are not necessarily relevant but do add context is that at the origins of the Gables was really to provide independent living for the retired teachers community. Then they transitioned to a continuum of care that also involved assisted living. But it was, again, a community that provided meals and then layered in some care as time went on. And we subsequently, added memory care to the offices, the administrative offices for the ARP across the street on Montgomery. So we have essentially an independent living element, assisted living, and memory care. And
So the gardens now is memory care?
correct. It's for Alzheimer's.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
It's most the places that I'm familiar. North Carolina has a lot of them. Do you buy into this place and then you have
No.
care all the way through?
No, it is-
Each one of those things is separate.
It's not a CCRT, no.
Okay.
It's, which,
So your independent units, how many independent units do you have?
we're licensed for 100% assisted living. So and that's where I was going with my conversation
You
was
don't have the independent units anymore.
independent units are independent units.
Pardon?
Independent units are independent. To have a license, to have assisted living, you need to have a license. So our license covers the entire facility. Whether they're independent or assisted living is just a product of how much care you layer in.
I see. But right now you have people that just have their own
And that's what I was
residences?
that's where I was going with my conversation. So over time, the industry has really pulled away from independent living activities and gone almost exclusive to an assisted living model. People don't want to age necessarily in a facility when they still have the ability to be independent. And that was just a discovery over time. Again, we've owned it for 21 years, 22 years now. We discovered pretty much early on that we were needing to go to a full assisted living product. And again, our license provided for it. And so we really don't have what you would consider independent living people because of demand. It doesn't have anything to do with what we offer. We will offer independent living to people, but it's not what.
When somebody goes in there, they pay a rent.
Let's not go with somebody going in there because
Someone living there. I don't care. I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, they're rentals.
Because you've used the word market, small units and market. So what do people pay? Do they pay
Depends
for
on
their unit?
what level of care they.
Well, they're paying for level of care.
Correct, and that's what defines whether you are at independent living or assisted living. And as I said, the demand for independent living has disappeared. And it's independent, or independent living is people staying in place at their house. By the time they get to the assisted living facility or have an interest in being in the Gables, they're looking for care.
And this is why you haven't built the 26 additional units, or all of the kitchenettes?
So the kitchenettes, you know, and Lucas, I appreciate everything. It's a very complex thing. The kitchenettes are really kind of a misnomer in my judgment. They're sinks with small refrigerators. Everybody there really goes to, and what we built was what we called our country kitchen, where we eliminated a few units in a portion of the property to allow us to deliver meals out to portions, so people didn't have to walk so far. They could have their own smaller communities, or a smaller community. And then the other facility, the kitchen facility, was actually built over in the gardens, which is across the street in the memory care. And again, it's not prep. The main kitchen still does all of the preparation, and we just deliver out to the satellites.
And the new units you're talking about building would have the same principles?
Not correct. Well, the ones on the...
Yeah, that you're talking about building, they would still...
No, there's no linkage between...
They would be independent living.
There's no linkage between the Gables operation and what we're proposing on the Olive Street site.
I see, so, okay.
We're talking about 55 and older active senior living in relatively efficient units in a cluster format.
So the 21 units are independent living?
No, there's no label for them. I mean, they're just rental units that are age restricted.
Your categorization of assisted living versus independent living.
Mm-hmm. No, so I mean, the original independent living model that included assisted living let people have maybe a meal at a facility. We're not integrating any of that with this project.
So the people that rent these would have no access to any of your services?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But everybody that's on the 701 campus right now has meals provided by the Gables?
Correct. I mean, again, it's a menu of services that we provide. You can get 2 meals a day, you can get 3 meals a day. I mean, most people that we have right now are at the full, like I said, they're full assisted living until you go across the gardens and then you get into memory care.
Yeah.
What's the average age of somebody coming and moving into?
I don't have that. Elderly, needing care. Yeah. And needing care starts with, I don't know, my parents started needing care in their late 70s. So.
And the plan for these are strictly rentals?
Correct.
Age restricted. And the age restriction is going to be determined by, whoever is in charge of renting out these.
Well, there's a code there. I mean, there's I guess it's a code about what an age restricted unit. So in Camarillo years ago, I built an active seniors facility, all rental, 55 and older, requires one person within the unit to be at least 55 or older.
Got it. Okay. So potentially there could be other people living in the unit that are.
You can't control, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what you're required to control is the one person that's 55. So anyway, let me just continue with the storyline just to try to wrap up, because I want Mark to be able to give you a lot of the specifics on the concept that we're proposing. But like I said, quickly we discovered that we're not looking for any more independent. How can we convert the independent units to have some more assisted living features to it? And so we pivoted hard to that. And our staffing, we realized that we've optimized everything within not only the cooking facilities, dining hall, all of the country kitchens, and we did not want to, and we will not be disrupting the community that exists today with significant large-scale construction. So those 26 units have been scrapped. Also, at the time when we applied for the CUP, that 2.2 acres was deed restricted and required and it was really not something that we even focused on because we didn't care at the time. But that deed restriction expired, and when that deed restriction expired, we discovered it when we were doing one of our financings, and we said, well, now that we don't really have a deed restriction, what can we do? We're not planning on building any of the 26 units. As you guys have already discovered, there was only a parking lot that was even contemplated on that site. And I don't know that in the CUP that we were restricted from ever doing anything on the rest of the land that was not part of the park, outside of the parking circle.
So when you did the original CUP, you're saying that the reason you weren't building anything on there, that it was because there was a deed restriction? What
We
was
just
that
didn't,
deed what was
no,
the deed
sir,
restriction?
no, sir. Again, when we did the original CUP, I needed to get a state license. That I needed to make sure I was not going to impact the residents of that facility by having a licensure problem. So
What was the deed restriction?
the deed restriction was what we inherited when we bought it. It was just, it came with, it was someone.
The package.
Someone, I mean, there's a list of like 25 people that accepted the property at the time. It was done a long time ago. And it was, I don't want to call it a gift to the Gables, but it was basically property that was
Deeded to them.
to
And it-
that community, yeah.
And what restriction, so the restrictions,
Just said that it had to be used within the context of the Gables.
I see, so that went away, so you don't have to use it with that anymore?
That's correct.
It was a 30-year deed restriction that expired in 2008.
I see. Okay.
I like
Was
it.
the Gables ever a 501c3 or?
Never.
It's always been.
Never, no.
But we are now talking about, apparently, about two different legal entities. One that owns the 701 property, one that owns the 710 property.
Okay, very simple answer on that. When we did a financing, we decided to extricate that from the collateral so that if we did something with it, we weren't going back to a lender to beg them for some release of that parcel. So it had provided no income, so that no lender cared whether it was part of the property or not. It did not serve any purpose for the collateral that they were seeking to secure their loan. We just had an empty parcel.
And no rights to do anything on it except put that parking lot there.
Yeah, and again, we hadn't sought any rights.
I didn't say you did.
No, yeah, I mean, to me, the parking was really, to be added when we expanded the facility, theoretically expand the staffing. There was also the interest in trying to pull some of the parking off of North Montgomery, but we've managed to do a lot of things to curtail that at this point. The community doesn't really have a lot of residents that have cars anyway. So it's, a lot of van and shuttle service, but.
You're talking about the community that lives
The
at
Gables.
701.
Yeah, the Gables. I mean, yeah, yeah.
You have a term in your thing here, of attachment A, page 4 of 8, inherent affordability? Because that's an economic term, it's not a design, it's not a architect's term.
So, yeah, I mean,
so what is your basis for asserting that by having small lots, that's inherently?
They're not small lots, okay,
I
so
mean,
they're
small units
that are age restricted for people that have, they don't have, they're not in the income growth world anymore. So to attract a tenant for an age restricted units that is small is going to inherently have, an affordable orientation to the
So
place.
do you have evidence of this from other places where this has been done? Because most units in competitive markets will keep going up in price.
Yeah, there is, I don't have it fresh on my tongue, but there's a community up in Sacramento that, they built smaller units that were in clusters and it was age restricted. And I've been in this business for
Well, it would be
35 years,
useful
and you
to get
can't,
that
you
because-
can only get so much out of a unit.
Yeah, we have heard contrary assertions before our city council over and over again.
Based on what?
just assertions by realtors and stuff saying that market rate is gonna raise the price of houses. Doesn't matter how small they are. We just had a development approved that had small units that are market rate, and they were predicted by people. In fact, a new city council member who's related to your designer basically predicted that those were gonna be raising the price of housing. So I'd like to see, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'd like to see some evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's actually, you know, I mean, everything's price per foot. I mean, so if you want to go down the price per foot alley, you layer in a 55 age restriction, you just don't have the incomes to do that. And those communities aren't going to attract just anybody that wants to come to it. I mean, it's a specific demographic that's attracted to living in that kind of a community. And by the way, we were encouraged to go this route when we submitted the last time. I looked across the street on Olive Street and saw single-family homes. We had the ability to adjust lot lines. We have 11 parcels, if you will, and we were going to put 7 to 8 houses over on the Olive Street side, and that was resoundingly rejected. So, I mean, and again, it was not to add to the 26 ever. That can go away. I'm not going to build them. It's just not going to happen. So we maneuvered, you know, to this format from the last time we came in to talk to the Planning Commission, and we were just run out of the room.
When was that?
It was
A couple years ago.
Yeah, several years ago.
Before any of us were on the board.
I don't remember
I was here.
running anybody out, but I was here.
Well, it was the night there was a joint council planning session where the cellular tower issue was the biggest thing that night.
Okay.
And the fact that we had Rincon Consulting as our consultants, we got nuked, so.
Okay.
The previous request was to put 6 or 7 or 8.
7 or 8.
And that was 3 years ago?
Very large, relatively large houses.
I see.
I think it was 4 years ago.
But
4 years
when
ago.
you say relatively large, it would have conformed exactly to what the neighborhood across the
They
street
are
was.
large houses across the street, but yeah.
But that was the proposal, was to
Okay,
put
so
more
that was
large
about-
houses there. Now it's a large number of small houses.
Yeah, I see.
Which was encouraged by the community that evening. It's on tape.
Yeah.
What was
Yeah,
the position
it
of
was.
this? Well, I don't want to dispute that, but what was the position of this?
It's easy,
of
we
this
just listen to
planning
the tape.
commission? Did you guys?
That's what you can do.
Did the
No,
planning
this-
commission give them
this-
feedback?
This was a concept review at the time with a different plan. And
My
the
question
feedback
is-
from the planning commission was, well, I guess that's not a very good idea.
Because of the citizens' protest?
I think largely because of the public's input, yes.
I wasn't here, so.
That's all right.
Back to anything that I asked you about before. We're dealing with 2 legal entities now.
Correct, they're similar ownership.
Gables of Ojai LLC, or some name like that, owns the 701 property and that triangular piece of property at the top,
As well as,
which stretches all the way over to North Montgomery,
correct.
where that tall chain link locked gate is.
Mhm.
And a separate entity called Ojai Olive Land LLC, or
Mhm.
some name like that, owns the 710.
Again, as I said earlier, in a financing, we deeded out to a separate entity, same ownership.
Okay.
There's 2 different names.
Sort of sold it to yourself, but
Yeah.
under a different legal construct.
Yeah, we already owned it, so we didn't sell it to ourselves, but yes.
Okay.
Address that later.
Well, but if I can ask, it's essentially the same lots that were supposed to have been split but didn't get split.
Okay, so the merger of
Supposed to be
lots
merged.
are
I'm
assessor
sorry,
parcel
supposed to be
numbers.
merged.
There are multiple lots within
Yep.
the parcels.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it was I misspoke because I meant it was the 2 major, forgetting the triangle at the top, the 2 major parcels that were supposed to be merged, not split at that point in time. And I understand that those two major things could be made up of smaller ones, but the public process was over a concept which involved the merger of those two parcels, which had common ownership.
Yeah, I've got to tell you, back in, 21 years ago, I don't have any recollection of merging lots, or that wasn't even anything near what was right in front of us, which was licensure. We needed to perfect our license. So erasing lines and all, that we.
In another way, this is similar to another case we just saw, which was the American Legion looking for an SPL overlay on an aggregation of 3 lots on East Ojai Avenue.
Yeah.
They would not have been eligible to do that.
If there were 3 separate
If it
lots.
was 3, they couldn't do it individually on probably on the third big lot, they could have done that, but the other 2, they couldn't. And so the recommendation sort of came out from staff and I think the commission that they merge all those lots together and then deal with the problem.
Yeah. So just to make sure I'm clear, the purpose of the initial CUP was not necessarily to build the 26 units, it was just to secure licensing to operate the gables.
That's absolutely what was on our mind. Again, when you hire consultants and they advise you, you don't want to do this 5 times or 2 times, honestly.
Get the maximum permit you can.
Everything that you can.
And that's what was, that was what we did.
And then the reason that now there's 2 ownerships is because the deed restriction on the 710 property, the Olive Street property, said it had to be under the same ownership as the gables, right?
It had to be utilized by the Gables community. And again, the reason that we separated it was in a financing, we didn't want to have to, go back.
And the deed is expired, so you don't have to, that land doesn't have to be part of the gables anymore.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
There was discussion in the explanation of the project, I think by Mr. Whitman, but perhaps also by the staff, that there was an assertion that the owner of 710 Olive, which is your Ojai Olive Road.
Vacant property.
Yeah. Owns the Tico Road land, that triangular piece up there.
That expired.
But it sounds to me like the Gables entity still owns that.
Yeah, but I can make anything happen. I can make it another owner. I'm just telling you, it can be deeded out to another entity. But yes, we own it and under the
So
Gables.
we're facing, it doesn't really matter what your intent was. What happened was you presented this plan. Now you've changed your mind, or you've changed your economics, and you want to do something different. And
Well,
21
yeah,
years.
again, having lived in this community for as long as I have, in the dearth of housing, it's easy for me to give up. I can just say, to heck with this. I don't, but I'm trying to do something with that I think is good for the community. So, at one point, we talked to the Ojai Valley Inn about their requirement to do the 10 workforce housing units on that site. And, came in and talked to the mayor and the city manager at the time. They thought it was a great idea, but somehow that requirement was fulfilled by buying another apartment building. So.
Yeah, they did. They bought an apartment.
Oh, I know exactly where it is, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, you own this.
But they didn't build, and my point is they didn't build 10 units, which they were supposed to do.
No, they didn't.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, you own this property, you own this vacant lot.
Yes.
You're looking to do something with it.
Yeah, I'm hoping, again, the concept review is to present to you guys, is this something that that you can get behind? And if it's not, what can we get behind? And if it's nothing, I'll walk away.
You couldn't have done that if the city hadn't slept on its obligation and rights to pull the lot line, effectuated the lot line adjustment, which should have happened at the time of the first kitchenette.
I can't answer to
That's not-
that.
that's no,
Yeah, no, but I mean, I can tell you that there was nothing about that was intentionally or unintentionally.
I'm not saying that
Yeah.
there is. I'm
Yeah.
saying the city had the ability, upon the permitting of the first kitchenette.
I think it was a grading permit was the trigger.
They had the obligation to pull the lot line and didn't do it.
So kitchenettes were not, as Lucas alluded to, those were tenant improvements. Those weren't part of the CUP per se. The country kitchens, 3 of them were approved. We did, and one was done, but we did it we didn't build any additional square footage. We just, so no grading permits were ever pulled, which was literally the triggering mechanism of
Well,
it.
no, grading permit or building permit. It says in here, it says
but-
either one of the two. If they,
Or-
if
yeah.
they built the parking lot, it would have triggered it.
So you're
Or
planning
if
to
they-
keep this as separate parcels now, as opposed to getting rid of the lot line?
Well, like I said, there's a licensing component, and we're not contemplating on using, having any licensed facilities on the other property.
But you could still build the housing even if it were all one piece of property? That nothing, in other words, we don't have to take away that requirement that it all be one property for you to build, to get approval to build on that property, do we?
I'm concerned that the license would not allow that
The license for
the assisted living facility.
License for the Gables might not allow,
you to use a separate piece of property for something else?
I don't know.
For something that's not
So
covered
you-
under the
you
license.
have to legally.
I don't know. That's what, my interpretation of what I've been told is that there's, the license is very specific. It's for assisted living facilities. The whole facility is licensed as an assisted living facility.
So we have to approve that sale of that property or transfer of that property over to this other
No,
entity in
that's,
order to make
that's
it
already
happen.
done. I don't
Already
think
done.
that's
That's not us.
not
Oh, but
for us.
the CUP still applies.
The CUP
Unless we
runs
change
with
it.
the land.
Yeah.
So
But it
nothing can
doesn't-
be done on that land if
Well,
the CUP is.
But if that's what we're here for, is to say,
Yeah,
okay, if you
okay.
guys don't want nothing to be done,
No,
which I know, we've got people that want nothing to be done, but
Well,
that's.
I don't, but nothing can be done
I understand.
because of the CUP, which is still in effect.
Right. And that's why the request is for a modification.
And the licensure. It takes both, actually.
I don't know that this piece of property has anything to do with the licensure.
So one question that we've also brought up is if you did do the merger and we wanted to expand and relocate where we cited those 26 units, theoretically, again, we were told, yes, you can go out there on the Olive Street side and utilize that. That we weren't bound. There was no open space requirement ever conditioned on that property. So that doesn't exist. The fact is, we don't want to expand the Gables operation. I want to try to get some housing done in this community. And we were encouraged, I heard it loud and clear, to do multiple units, get the 26 units done. Well, we couldn't fit that on there, so we got to 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, he explained a lot of things that I wasn't part of at that early times, and so I'm really glad he did that. But I guess I'm here before you to try to
The project.
promote the project and show how it's going to be a benefit, overall benefit to the community, and outweigh the loss of the open space to the neighbors. And so we are proposing 21 units to the project. But the main concept of the design is to create a community within this development. And so we've designed the units to have these interior courtyards where the the patios, the front patios of the units will face each other and create these community spaces that where the inhabitants will you know, be able to interact and watch each other and have this you know, hopefully this community of like-minded folks. They have to be 55 and older, or at least one inhabitant has to be 55 and older. But they're not like-minded, but it's a community. Like all of us, we have different opinions, of course. But yeah, sure.
The picture that you have up right now,
Yeah.
is that showing these patio areas that are facing a community area?
Correct.
Okay,
And
so the community area consists of the walkway and a little bit of yard around each of the units?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And Olive Street is over that way.
Yeah, so you'd be on Olive Street looking.
Looks
at-
like to me like this is looking from Olive Street into the
Oh, is it from
Correct.
Olive Street?
project.
Oh,
Correct.
okay,
Yeah,
So this is an
Okay.
east view.
okay.
correct. That's correct. It's looking from Olive Street into the, so we just modeled a portion of the project. We hope to model the rest of it as, you know, if we get positive feedback tonight. Let's go to the next slide. Well, this is that, you know, part of the CUP that
What's an AR, Lucas?
Architecture review.
Thank you. You did mention that, yes.
That application doesn't exist anymore. Now it's
Right.
referred to as a
DRP.
DRP.
So this is, you know, it's just showing you, we wouldn't be before you tonight with these units if it wasn't conditioned in the CUP for the 26 units. And so we're asking for an amendment to the CUP to move them to the new location. And so that's that.
Is any of your thinking to do these as manufactured units?
Yeah, I'll get to that. It is proposed to be a manufactured project. There's a factory over at Santa Paula that's doing that right now.
See these truckloads of trusses and such.
He said that, yeah, I think they said they'd be modular, didn't they?
Modular, yeah, so they come as complete units,
Yeah.
already built, and just plop down on site, and so, that was part of my, you know, in the future.
That, yeah, all
My-
right.
Okay, so this is, I think, Lucas already explained the, you know, location of this, but yeah, it was our, understanding there's 11, existing legal lots, and we can clear that up with, you know, with this amendment to the,
This is not currently a single parcel?
well, there's legal 3 parcels on the Olive Street side and another 8 on the Gable side, and so that's our understanding.
Plus the one at the top.
Well, that's so
Plus one of the 8?
one of the 8, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. The tree study that was done back in 2010, we'll be amending that or updating that, but just wanted to show you this to show you there's numerous trees. It's a beautiful lot with a lot of beautiful, you know, oaks and sycamores, and this is an old plan. Some of the trees have died, and there's new ones that have grown actually since this plan. The oak trees grow fast, but our intention is to save most all the trees on the site and design.
That's not a current map of the trees, or is it?
No, this was done in 2010. Like I said, some of them have died since then, and there's some new ones that have sprouted since then. And so we'll have to we'll do an updated report, but we are designing around most all the existing trees and maintaining, especially that there's one big, beautiful sycamore tree in the center that we're going to make a centerpiece of the design.
That's the big light brown one, you mean?
Yes.
And that's in the plan, that's the big park.
Yeah, it says number 1 there, so there'll be a big open space in the middle of the project that will, you know, it'll be a big amount of space around that tree to keep it well protected.
But there are no paths here which connect into the gables, which are at the top of the.
Why don't we go to the next slide? We are proposing parking spaces for for the project, per the ordinance, but then an additional 22 spaces, which I think is an overkill because there's not that many employees that need parking at the Gables. But there is an existing opening up at the east side or the top of where it says 8 spaces. There's an existing gate opening into the Gables so the employees could park there and enter the Gables from there.
So instead of a separate parking lot,
Right.
it's part of that gray space on
Right.
this drawing.
Right. Like I said, we're overparked for the apartments.
So for the employees who are parking, they'll drive up this way and park in there. They're not gonna come
Correct.
around the other way.
Correct.
And part of your overall parking count, it includes the street parking cars there that are on?
No, that's an addition to our counts, yeah.
This'll clear up, this would clear up North Montgomery and Buena Vista also. My wife and I walk there frequently, and those streets are heavily parked right now. And I suspect it's overflow from the parking spaces for employees that were never built on the 701 property.
Right. So this,
You're saying that street has parking a lot?
No, not Olive Street.
Oh, not all,
North Montgomery.
oh, okay, okay.
And Buena Vista.
Because Olive has virtually no cars on
No
it.
cars
Right,
there at all.
yeah, nothing, yeah.
so we're proposing like
I've
a
canvassed it like 3 or 4 times, and there's somebody there.
yeah. There
Time anyway.
there are overflow parking from the Gables employees that could do park on Montgomery right now. They would be able to park here in the future.
They don't park on Olive.
So we are proposing like a parkway that would surround the property and create like a meandering pathway along Olive Street with added trees. We'll be employing a landscape architect to come up with a design for that. But that's our concept, is to create this like parkway space along Olive, and then the cities we're going to require new sidewalks and in front of the existing Gables and down Grand Avenue. And we're also proposing a little bulb outs. I don't know if you saw, and that would kind of define the street. I think Bill was saying, oh, you can't see Olive Street, but there would be some more definition in Olive Street there.
What's the square footage of the average unit there? I realize you've got different types, but.
Well, I'm gonna guess, but the sizes are between 600 and 1,000 square feet.
Is that large? It must be larger than was originally conceived of. Oh, nothing was gonna be built there.
No, yeah, the 26 units, it probably was larger than what was, proposed. I don't have those plans. I never saw those plans, but
Well, if you take an average of 800
Yeah.
times 21,
right.
that's what, 16,000 square feet? Something in that range.
It's not that big. Yeah, I think we have
And
15,000
if you
altogether.
divided that among 7 or 8 large houses, they would not be mega mansions. They'd be around 2,000 square feet each.
Hmm.
It's something in that range.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that plan, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So-
these are small, yeah.
Yeah, so most all the units have.
Apartment was 600, so.
They all have parking except for the units along Grand, and so they would not have covered parking. All the rest of the units have covered parking. We're also proposing some little DG space for golf cart parking, and it was one of our ideas is to mandate each of the inhabitants to have a little golf cart to help mitigate traffic in the town.
A neighborhood electric vehicle that actually has a license plate on it?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
They're legal in Ojai?
Yeah, sure.
Neighborhood
Yeah.
electric
long as they're
vehicles
street
are.
legal.
Golf carts are not allowed out on the street.
I see.
They have
No,
to be street legal.
I'm talking about the little gym cars that have license, yes.
Oh,
If
okay.
you look typically across the street, across Matilahoff from Bart's Books, there's a neighborhood electric vehicle parked there mostly.
Yeah, I did see that one there, so. Okay.
So with the parking, because currently I think with that zone, it's requires 2 card covered parking for the house. So you're looking for an exception to that?
No, yeah, the senior housing has a different,
Oh, okay.
one per unit, yeah.
No, it's.
Okay.
Now, what about
What
bicycles?
about the units that are along Grand there?
Was it one per unit?
I think it's 1 covered per unit.
Oh,
The Grand doesn't have any parking?
I'll have to look back at that. I thought, right.
Yeah, as long as we're just
So that'd be an exception.
talking about this all in a group here. The code 10902 defines senior citizen housing.
Mhm.
The proposal talks about senior level housing. I'm not sure if those are the same things.
What's it, senior citizen?
The senior citizen housing cites the government code and the civil code. There's no SPL overlay requested here, or proposed, I should say, because we don't have a formal request yet. And so I'm curious how we got to 21 units on 2.24 acres also, so maybe we can get to that as we go along.
Well, yeah, I could talk about that. Yeah, we could have fit the 26 units in by eliminating trees and some of the open space, but I think this design with the 21
That
units.
would have required a different modification to the CUP.
Right. This design, I think, fits the site, better, and so we designed not to the 26, but to what would fit the site and the parameters, considering the trees and the neighborhood and whatnot.
I could understand the need for a golf cart if this were porous on the border to the Gables, where people might want to drive over to the Gables and it was all one integrated
Right.
place, but.
No, this is a
Seems to
separate
me that
community.
bicycles
It's a
would be
separate
more
community.
appropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, people 55 to 70, I'm 75, I ride a bicycle even without,
Yeah,
and so does my wife. That would seem to me, given Ojai, rather than golf carts or these carts, it would be encouraging bicycles. We have
Yeah.
pedicels.
yeah.
you know.
Well, it's like I said, it's just an idea that we're throwing out there, and so we can think about that
Anyway,
some more.
that's
yeah.
mine.
But I thought it was kind of a cool idea, but anyway.
I'm much more into bicycles than
Right.
golf carts.
And then obviously there'll be increased traffic coming off of Olive onto Grand. Grand gets busy, especially around that intersection, because people use it as a bypass to, the downtown area, because it's like the main way to get out of town. So is the city looking, we look considering that intersection and what might happen there? Because I could see that getting pretty dangerous.
Over at Montgomery, there's a 4-way stop.
Right.
Right.
Is the city considering a 4-way stop at Olive, or a 3-way stop, I guess?
I think that would be the
At
next
Olive, or a
phase.
traffic light, or, because that's definitely gonna be a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, typically a traffic impact analysis would
Yeah, it
would have some sort of study within that embedded within it to identify.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that would be something we would expect to see if this comes back after the concept review with a DRP or whatever.
Concept review is meant to be high level. You're looking at some of the pieces to development standards in terms of density, parking, but not getting into the weeds as the technical documents do.
So,
Okay.
look, if I can, there will be a gate, so employees will be able to park on the gray areas there and go through the gate.
Correct.
To their employment, but there's not an integration of this community with that community,
No.
meaning these people are not gonna be eating in the dining hall.
Separate,
over there.
yeah.
Separate.
And
So on the scale of assisted living, independent living, this is really independent living because it's separate houses.
It's just.
It's just regular living, really. It's just the age is the only thing that makes it any
Correct.
different. I have a question, since Mr. Brown, I guess that's the owner, made a point about the need for housing. What we've been hearing at hearing after hearing after hearing in Ojai, and various candidates running for office, is we need affordable housing.
Right.
So why isn't, a certain percentage of this deed restricted affordable.
Yeah, well, I can go to the floor plans and show you the sizes, but what we designed is affordable by design. And so there's small units, and I know you're arguing that, but these are not luxury units. They're not big luxury units that are going to generate.
All research every place in the country says when you start something, if you don't deed restrict that, the market is going to make it unaffordable. If it starts affordable, it will not be affordable in 10 years.
Remember, affordable is a legal term.
Well, that's what I'm going to the affordable term, because we have HUD categories, you know, and we've heard over and over again, oh, we need the extremely low and the very low, and that's all we need. If we go any higher than that, then we're raising the price of housing, which I think is a bogus argument, but at least the moderate and the low income, I don't know why we wouldn't want to have a certain number of those units have that.
Well,
We want to integrate incomes in communities, not have everybody that's, you know,
I understand.
off retired in one place.
We didn't, we didn't design these to, be affordable. So we're adding a lot of, quality to the project, the materials and the design and there's things that are going to, cost money. And so we're thinking that it's going to be like an even-handed affordability just because they're going to be small. But if we restrict 8 units, like you're saying, to affordable, then someone's got to pay for that. So those affordable units are not going to make money. And so there's the other people are going to have to pay for that. So it'd have to be a redesign, or because we designed these to be small and affordable, I think it'd have to be a redesign and make them bigger and more luxurious to pay for the 8 affordable units.
Who is going to live in these? Where are they coming from?
Well, it'll be, people, wherever. It's like any rental
It's not
unit.
restricted to local residents, obviously.
No, I don't think we can do that legally.
Legal,
Yeah.
Jim.
I realize it's not legal, but that's what I hear people arguing that we should be trying to do.
People can argue that pigs should have wings.
Another argument about the affordability is, I know that's a big issue here in Ojai. The issue is that we're losing families, but this is, elderly, age restricted, and so there's not a lot of families that will qualify for these units. And also, it's our workforce. We need workforce housing, and 55 is getting close to retirement, and so I think this is kind of like on the edge of retirement, kind of living kind of a space. And so, those are the reasons we're trying to make this a quality project, something that's going to fit well within the community, something that's going to be good for Ojai. Everyone in Ojai will say, wow, what a great project this is. And so that's kind of our main focus, and the size of the project is going to, we think, is going to limit the rent because people who can afford, high rents are going to, there's my brother's renting a house up on just up the street for a 3-bedroom home with a nice yard and garage and everything for $3,500, and so I don't think people are going to say, oh, I can, rent this space for, if we were going to charge $4,000 or whatever for these units, I could get a house up the street for $3,500. That's kind of our reasoning for the smaller units, and so.
Phil, I got a quick question, and this is related to what you were just mentioning about Ojai's, our trend of families leaving this area.
Right.
I just ran some census data. In the year 2000, we had 1,985 families here. 2010, we had 1,890. And then in 2020, we had 1,693. So we've lost 292 families in over 20 years.
Right.
So have you guys looked at, obviously if this is a 55 and older community, it doesn't really help with families.
Right.
It's not helping the problem that we have. We already have an aging population. We have 25% of our population's over 65. So that doesn't, this is not helping the problem that we have. So have you guys looked at potentially eliminating the 55 designation and just allowing this to be small starter homes or small homes for families?
One member in every family being 55 do for you?
Well, it was just.
What's the advantage?
Ojai, really?
Well, I don't know. I mean, one could argue that people 55 are going to downsize from existing single-family homes elsewhere in Ojai and live there, and that frees up a single-family home that might be appropriate.
But
for
I
a
always
family.
hear the argument,
But-
the opposite argument, which is that people that are in other places, you know, they can sell their house and they get to live in Ojai in a small little unit as they're
So
retired.
it freed up a family home.
That's the
somewhere
argument that
else.
people say to me, why we shouldn't do infill downtown. Oh, gosh, people are gonna get these small little units and they're gonna retire from, you know, Oxnard or someplace and they'll zip on down to Ojai because they wanna be in Ojai, you know.
Is that a
and we're-
problem?
Well, I think it becomes more of a problem if you actually age restrict it, because you're actually attracting people who are retiring to come live in small little units.
I don't know. What do you see as the attraction from, not necessarily an architectural point of view, maybe this is a question for Mr. Brown. What would make you want to age restrict
I think
these properties?
It was generated from the condition in the CUP that it'd be age restricted, but David can address that, yeah.
Yeah, and when we originally started working on this after the deed restriction was lifted, and we poked our head up and said, well, what can we do that's positive here? And we started off with the 7 or 8 homes, not age restricted. Like I said, I grew a family here, and I cannot stand to hear those statistics. It drives me insane. You know, that we are not supporting our schools, we are not supporting, you know, the community. You know, I thought that was the perfect answer, and we were told, no, you need to build housing for the elderly. And
But we're not here, we're not there 4 years ago. We're here right now in this board.
exactly, but I
we're
can hear all the
telling you something
kibitzing. I can hear
different.
all the kibitzing going on in the background here.
I can't speak
So,
to that.
Yeah, well,
Can't
okay.
speak to that.
I don't need to hear it.
Let's-
What I need to hear is.
Let's
why-
talk one at a time.
Yeah, so the age restricted side of it, the 55, which is a common designation for, you know, having an age restricted community. And again, we talked to Lucas, you know, well, lots, and we kept saying, you know, we're trying to come up with a formula here that doesn't reach outside of the 26 units. Doesn't destroy the nature of the property
Is
from,
there
you
the
know.
same sort of age restriction on the gables?
No,
Oh, okay, all right.
not at all. Not at all, 0. But I can tell you, there's not a lot of 55-year-olds that want to, you know, step that much closer to the end. You know, I mean, that's just the way it works. And
Sure,
Yeah.
so,
okay.
no, I mean, and honestly, there's a lot of it is like, well, there's just like, you know, creating an incubator for the gables. Well, that's not even, I don't want to go there either. That's not what this is about. It was,
I would wonder why you would want to put any age restriction on these. 50 years ago, well, I'm a year older than he is, 50 years plus ago, my wife and I lived in a 600 square foot apartment.
mm-hmm.
And we got along fine. You know,
Did the
22
same
years
thing.
old and,
Yep, did the same thing.
no kids. And this seems like a interesting kind of place to live, but I wasn't 55 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not sure how that restriction is actually implemented, but I wouldn't be able to live there.
Well-
Or
Why could you?
teachers.
Oh,
or
as a
artists,
22-year-old.
Or
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
people that were pleading for free or nearly free housing when the school district was proposing to develop their property, were saying, there's all sorts of us young or middle age or whatever, single people or small groups, you know, couples or whatever, that are looking for housing. And I
So,
can't understand yet why you would put.
so
an
that was
age
what we were
restriction
encouraged to explore.
On the.
Well, you know, you're
Okay.
not being encouraged now.
All right, so we're in front of you with a concept review because of that encouragement. If the direction is, don't do that, I've wasted some money.
No,
No, I don't, and I'm fine with that, but what we want to do is we want to do something productive.
Right.
Right.
And I, I've heard, make it a park, make it this, I'd rather go build a park somewhere where it's more has
Sure.
more utilization by the community.
I was not objecting
Mm-hmm.
to the size of the units or the quality of the units or anything, only to the age restriction. I just wondering why it was there. It doesn't seem to do anything for you as an investment, because you're restricting the market that you're addressing with these 21
I have some
homes.
empathy for that age group too myself now. So
But-
I'm
I think communities
But
are
I- but I-
stronger when you mix ages than everybody's, because what we're doing is segmenting populations. A real community, you're integrated, you have some old people, you have some young people, the old people can look at the young, take care of the little kids. I just think that's a more vital community if you're not restricting it, because people in that age who are deciding to go into a age-restricted community are by self-segregating themselves to begin with.
See,
They're choosing to do
The
that.
thing that I'm concerned about, and I just heard this within the last 18 to 24 months ago, is what John was talking about, and that is the collapse of the population in Ojai. I mean, that's
Our schools.
That's a
been here
terrible
for
thing.
33 years. I feel it. I can't stand it myself.
We've ignored it for
explains
33
why
years.
the
It's time that we
schools
address
are in
this
trouble.
issue.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
I'll- and one more,
I don't know how,
quick
I
note.
don't know how this addresses
Well, I mean,
bringing people back into.
we
the
have a right to
community.
say what we want this
Well, no, I just had
CUP to be.
We're just throwing out ideas. They wanted some
Yeah.
feedback. That's what we're providing. So in 2000, there was we had 7,862 people that were in Ojai. That's our city limits. We had 24% of those were under the age of 18. So that's like 1,886 people. 2021, we have 7,590 people, so less population. And we have 1,480 people that are under age of 18. So we got 400 less people that are under the age of 18 that are living in Ojai, right? So we just don't have the kids. So that's why our school districts are falling apart, because we just don't have the kids.
They're
So-
not getting state money for butts in seats.
Correct. So anyway, one of the things that people have been talking about is workforce housing for teachers, to try to help the teachers, because the teachers are getting impacted in our community. Just curious, have you looked at that or thought of that, or is that a consideration?
It's right next to the retired teachers, the origins.
That would make
I
sense,
mean,
wouldn't it?
The
original
honestly,
mission. Go back to the original mission.
Saying that you have to have someone in the house that's 55 years of age would exclude
It wouldn't be
a
teachers.
lot of teachers. You're not gonna find teachers moving in there because they're not old enough.
Well, by the time they get at that age, they're making over 100,000, so they're not gonna be living in that place anyway.
Maybe not. I don't.
yeah, and
It's just a
Those kinds of
concept.
decisions.
No, and again, so the feedback that we got was processed to this.
Yes.
We worked with staff. That's where the age restriction concept came in. And
Okay.
so we,
I'm just trying to figure out what it does for the project. It doesn't apparently give you any financial benefit, because
No,
senior
no,
level
no.
housing is not the same as.
I'm not altruistic.
Senior citizen
like that.
housing.
I'm not looking to do stuff for free. But I
course not.
honestly got to tell you, no, but I do care about doing something for the community.
Yeah.
4 years ago,
I know workforce
affordable
housing
housing was not on
I tried to.
was not on
You
the
did
city's
try.
radar. There was, in fact, resistance to, so that has changed.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a change in people recognizing how extreme the increase in price of rents. And recently, there was a documentary about Venice and their rise in price. This was at our film festival. And the people, Help of Ojai, were asked, what happens to people that get evicted? They leave the Ojai Valley. We're losing large segments of population, just literally being priced out. And I agree, size is a good thing to limit, because you're right, no one's gonna sell their, $3 million mansion and move into a 1,000 square place. So I agree that does restrict it, but I just think that, right now, our need is for not senior housing as much unless it's affordable. Because there are seniors who are being kicked out of their places. So I do think that part is a real need. But I don't know that we have an additional need as much for age-restricted small units. But I do think we have a need for affordable units for seniors.
So that, I mean, the age restriction, again, is something that was worked out with staff. And if that's something that is not the direction, then we just need to understand that
Perhaps
if we're
we
gonna
need
make
to
another.
ask staff, what's the advantage to an age restriction?
There is no. Well, look, from a code standpoint, there are advantages from a parking standpoint, but I think what's important to note is that when this
Oh, from
came,
a parking standpoint,
Yes.
you're right, okay.
that's just one of the pieces, but that's neither here nor there. I think it's important to note, and I think to what Mr. Brown has been talking about is him as the applicant or through this concept review, he's trying to find something that works.
Sure.
In 2018 or 2019, when this went forward, it was before I was here. The commission at that time said, go back, do senior housing. So the direction was figure out senior housing. So they came forward with this concept review proposal.
Okay.
Didn't identify the unit count.
But there is
but
a
said,
financial
go back and-
advantage to age restriction because you don't have to build as much parking.
The parking
No,
is less.
no, sir. We're providing way more parking than is needed.
The minimum restriction,
More
though,
than
is less.
needed if it's age
Covered parking.
restricted.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the code specifically, if I just read the code verbatim, it says one space for each unit with half the space is covered, plus one guest parking space for each 10 units.
Right, that's in 102902 that talks about senior citizen housing.
Well, here it just says senior housing projects.
Senior housing, okay.
Yeah.
If it were not senior housing, a different on-site parking requirement would apply.
Yeah, but that's,
Namely,
But we're gonna change all that
two
anyway.
covered spaces per house.
I think what's important to identify is he's going off of what had been identified by this body, obviously not this body, but by the commission
Right.
at that time.
Yep,
And we were obviously providing the support, identifying what needed to be done if you were moving forward in that fashion, and giving him and obviously the architect as well, what was the parameters that need to be done in order for it to be before this body.
I understand the attraction of the age restriction then. As far as, why don't you make it affordable, translates to me, why don't you build the same thing but charge less for it? And I don't,
Well, we have requirements for a certain percentage of things to be affordable. And there's ways that you can,
a requirement for a certain percentage to be affordable?
There are mechanisms that we have in place that could be in place. Development agreements are one. Overlays are another. Those are two.
There's no SPL overlay proposed
There is
here.
not.
but there could be.
But there could be. There's a lot of different could be's.
Yeah.
With something like
But
this.
there
But we
is-
clearly
but
need
there
affordable
isn't
housing.
any money in this,
But-
I assume.
Yeah, the city is not putting any money up here. But even if we went to moderate affordable housing,
And with Section 8, you can certainly,
you're still talking about an income level absent subsidies from some other level of government that is around $100,000, maybe 120 by this time. And maybe that works and maybe it doesn't. But unless there's something in the code that says if you build X number of houses, then Y number of those have to be affordable.
We do not have an inclusionary ordinance currently.
I want to establish what the parameters are here that he has to live with and that we need to give him feedback on.
there's a couple different tools that I just mentioned. The development agreement, which I think everybody in this room has heard about recently.
Sure.
With recent projects. There's the overlay, which
we've
then
also discussed.
provides for specific percentages for affordable housing. And then there's also an option, I'm hearing it in my right ear, and there's truth to that, which is the density bonus. There's options in which to get more units on a specific site by offsetting that with affordability.
Right. That's something I'd like to ask the architect about, or perhaps you, sir, because as I look at it, the RO zoning allows for fewer than 21 dwelling units on this 2.2.
No disagreement.
And,
no disagreement.
And even the R2 zoning allows for less than 21 dwelling units on 2.24 acres. So I'm not sure how it is, absent some sort of deed restriction, you get to 21 dwelling units on this piece of property. So I'm not sure which of you is in a position to answer that, but
Yeah.
I'm wondering about the count of dwelling units. Understanding that affects, if you build less than 21, then the cost per.
Well, we wanted to build less than 21, just to be fair, when we started out. You know, I wanted to conform what I thought would be something more, in line with the neighboring residents across the street. But there was opposition. I mean, I don't, it's like, I don't know what to.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, there's.
I mean, I've done this long enough to deal with opposition, so it's not like it's not my first time hearing that. So, but again, I live here. I want it to be good for the community and good for the neighbors. I mean, that's important.
Well, I think it's important that we give feedback on the design of the project.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that,
And,
and I don't know if we need to bring,
Do a little more of that.
back up. I just had a quick question. One thing I just wanted to commend you on is the green measures that you're proposing.
Right.
I think they're great. I didn't see anything regarding like green parking, like what kind of, are you thinking of just using asphalt to go over the parking lot?
No, yeah, I think we're thinking about like a DG kind of material there. We did a carbon calculation on the project, and it was a huge amount of reduction in carbon by going to a DG sort of product instead of the pavers or the asphalt or concrete or whatever. And also the sidewalks
DG
too.
was for the neighborhood electric vehicles, not for
Right.
all the others. That's still pavement?
Well, I think,
You have some sort of permeable surface that.
yeah, it'd be a permeable surface, but we're trying to reduce the carbon by not going to like a concrete paver, which is a typical permeable surface. I was thinking it could be like a gravel or DG kind of a surface there.
For all of the gray that was on that drawing?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Not Grasscrete or something.
No, it had a really hard time in Ojai doing the grasscrete, but it would be something that would not be a solid surface, yes.
And these parking spots that you're looking at, they're 8 foot by 16 foot roughly, like 128 square feet.
That was for the electrics?
For the electric
For the
carts, yeah.
The others are normal size, they're 9
Correct.
by 20 or whatever?
Correct, yeah. And it could also be a compact electric car maybe. And so it doesn't have to be the carts in there, but it's like a compact space size, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, you multiply that, that's like what, 128 square feet multiplied by 42, that's like 5,378 square feet. That's a lot. It's a lot of square footage. So if you have it permeable, it's not going into a storm drain.
Yeah.
It's certainly gonna help.
Yeah, that's part of our water strategy too. Is I know we mentioned in there water cisterns, but since then I've learned that a water infiltration device is actually the more holistic approach to saving water, where where we put the water back into the groundwater, back into our basin,
Yeah.
and not keep it for ourselves. We're giving it back to, to the community. And so it'd be with water infiltration devices and gray water systems, that would be the water
The ground
saving.
is relatively flat, except it slopes down toward Grand Avenue.
Yeah.
But east to west, it's relatively flat. So are you looking at bioswales or?
Yeah, there's a ton of open space in the property, like 50% of the property is open space. And so all that would be infiltration as well, where the drainage would go into those open spaces. So.
And one of the things that we've heard too is around the overall style. I mean, I know that you guys have addressed it in here as well, that it doesn't necessarily match the gables.
Right.
That they're gonna be, these unique structures.
Right. The Gables has like 3 different styles, and so there's a whole there's a long history there. The front's kind of like a southern, kind of a country look, and then there's the original gable buildings, which was a sort of an English cottagey, and then I think the newer units are kind of like a prairie style apartments kind of thing, and so.
Could you do something like that that's a little bit more aesthetically congruent or similar to what the Gables is now, with the same sort of.
Which part?
Well, it's just the overall look and feel. I mean,
Yeah.
the way that, I mean, they're modular homes, that kind of how you have them designed. They look like ranch style almost.
Well, it's like a mid-century modern kind of a
It's,
style.
yeah, mid-century modern type of.
Yeah, so there's, they're designed to, there's certain parameters that have to fit down the highway in those modular units.
Yeah.
So there have to be a certain height and size and width. They're all they're all dual, units, or what do you call them, double wides, or, but they have to be they can't go over a certain height, for the highway restrictions.
So how much is being saved as a result of manufacturing as opposed to building on site?
Percentage-wise.
There's not a lot of cost savings. So it's mostly an environmental issue. So there's a lot of savings in transportation during construction. And then there's a lot of savings in waste. They have like 0 waste in the factory when they build these things. And so that's the most of the environmental, is the savings is in bringing down the carbon and making it an environmental
So one
product.
of the reasons, I mean, my first reaction was that, gee, they do look like manufactured housing because of
Right.
the space.
The dimensions, yeah.
The dimensions that you need to have to
Right.
go under and over. And I'm not that neighborhood I'm quite familiar with, and you don't see, for the most part, mid-century right there.
Right.
You see a broad variety of traditional styles.
Yeah.
I mean, which this feels a bit of a non sequitur, and doesn't sort of disappear as being part of the community. It sort of stands out as a.
I like the tree cover though. It'll be hidden, I think, a little
Yeah,
bit.
I mean, like I said in my description, and you read that, it's designed to be, have all the roofs have a south-facing exposure, so we can do our proposal do a net zero energy, and so all the units have south-facing roofs, so we put a big solar voltaic display up there. There's no away from the trees, so we don't have the tree issue of the last guy, but I think they all have really good solar exposure, and so this addressing our, like I said earlier, in the last was addressing our climate emergency by trying to, reduce our impact of these units on the environment. I think is more important, more of a pressing issue for me. I'm an aesthetic guy myself. I would love to do some kind of cool organic, something like we did at Los Arboles or something like that. But I think right now in our period in time, I think the climate crisis is really, for me, it feels like a priority, which way outweighs the aesthetics of the property.
I noticed in the discussion that you mentioned south-facing roofs.
Right.
Being ideal for photovoltaic
right.
farms. is it part of the plan to put solar panels on these, or are we just talking about having south-facing roofs?
No, yeah.
And then what? Because they're not for sale. It's not like you're gonna sell a unit to someone who decides to put solar panels on. Are you gonna do it?
I think, yeah, it'd be part of the project. I think it's a code requirement now. The state's now requiring them on units. I'm not sure about the multifamily Yeah, I think they just changed it to multifamily too, and so.
It's your plan to do that?
We are, that's part of our plan, yes, to put the solar in, yeah.
As I look at the plot plan there, it looks like there's maybe a couple of the 21 units that are not sharing walls with any other units. So I guess maybe my question might be for staff. Like the 5 that face Grand Avenue, is that multifamily housing because they all share walls?
The whole site would be multifamily.
Yeah, because they're all one owner.
They're not, yeah, it's all under one ownership and not subdivided as a tract map.
Yeah, by
So
definition.
the
of
definition
multifamily.
of multifamily has nothing necessarily to do with the actual construction, just how many families are on the parcel.
I'll look at the definition, but that sounds about right.
Yeah, okay, very good. I just,
Well,
thank you for the
but
clarity.
there is a bit of a warfare going on between having roofs which will carry solar voltaics and having a tree canopy. You know,
Yeah.
because the tree canopy, you can begin to see, you know, as those trees get bigger, which you want them to do, they begin to hang over your
They shade your solar cells.
yeah, well, actually, they provide passive solar.
But the trees aren't gonna be, the
Well, they're
big
not
trees
gonna- I
aren't
mean,
gonna
these
be
are-
around that section of the property.
Yeah, I think we have it located where we can do a solar analysis, we could bring California Electric in. But I think we're placing the units where they would have at least partial of the south-facing roofs will have full exposure. So.
I don't, you know, the thing about architecture, this is a separate project, so I don't know that relevancy to whether it's the same architecture as the gables. I don't think it's like any other
Not
street.
necessarily relevant, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a trade-off, obviously, but we have some of the most inefficient housing you can possibly get in Ojai.
It's old.
Yes.
What are you talking, I noticed the discussion, it looked like you had either beadboard or clapboard or something
It'd be,
on
yes.
the outside of all these units, which is something that requires periodic repainting,
Right.
as opposed to, I don't know, stone or brick or stucco or something, which would all make it heavier, maybe harder to put on site, I don't know.
Expensive.
How did you conclude that the thing to propose would be wood exterior with periodic repainting?
Yeah, the modular nature, so it can come on, you know, could be delivered almost 100% complete, but also the wood is a carbon sequestering material, and so we're hoping to, if we proceed with the project, to show how we can actually reduce our carbon footprint with these units by the wood sequestering the carbon and us having minimal, impact of the other materials and.
Plastic is pretty good carbon sequestration too.
Really? Never heard of that.
You're not recommending.
Plastic, oh, you better not. You're gonna run out of the room. This is Ojai.
Petroleum?
This is Ojai. Can I ask something about another aspect which I brought up before?
Right.
But first I want to ask a question for Lucas. What is the plan for the ATP, the trails to get to Grand Avenue? Is that ever part of the plan?
You mean along Grand?
Yeah, I mean bicycle trails and stuff. Isn't it?
ATP is just focusing on Ojai Avenue and Maricopa.
Okay, but eventually, isn't that part of the?
May be part of a different long-term city plan.
I see.
I can't
ATP
answer
only
that.
has to do with the
Okay.
state
I can't
highways.
answer that question with definitive. I'd have to look into it a little bit more.
Anyway, we're trying to become more of a bicycle and walking city. And golf carts or souped-up golf carts don't seem to me to be the direction we would like
But
to
they're
go.
electric.
That's
Yeah,
fine,
come on,
but
that sounds great to me.
people who are 55 and we don't have to send them to the Gables, if they go out and exercise more and they're going to be healthier and, it's good for the community.
We require that now?
No, we should encourage bike racks, and we should make this so that you could go from your house and get on a bicycle, and
Encouraging adding bike racks would be.
encouraging making this
I
as
think, an
bikeable as
appropriate
possible.
Suggestion. Talking about the design, I remember looking at the plot, this plot, maybe it's this plot plan here. You have curb extensions on both the east and west sides of Olive.
Yeah.
To the point where at Olive, right next to Grand Avenue, you're down to a 20-foot
Yeah, we'll need
curb to curb.
we'll need to go
Have
through
you
Public Works.
Spoken to the fire department about that?
No, that's our next phase. Like I said, if we can move forward, we'll get all that cleared up with the fire department. But yeah, they won't accept a 20-foot there. But
Well, I saw that at least one of your curb extensions appeared to contain, I don't know if it's an existing tree, 28? Is that an existing tree? And I can understand that because we have trees in the middle of streets around
Yeah.
this town. But curb extensions that contain trees, I think is probably better than cutting trees down. But I would suggest you take a look at that and make sure that you don't run afoul of other things with traffic congestion.
yeah, our intention is,
And I don't know how you'd have any place to do anything along the west side of Olive Street,
right.
because that's not,
That's not part of our
Property in
yeah,
question.
No, it's our intention to create a park like a parkway, so the sidewalk would wrap around the property from Grand up Olive, and then we're proposing a trail possibly to go behind the Gables. Although David said it needs to be secured at night for security reasons, but it would be like a walkway that people could take around the neighborhood.
The covered parking is going to be carport as opposed to a,
Correct. Yes.
so there's no place to put your bicycle, your expensive electric bicycle.
We can
Well, you just have to design it so that there is.
we can do parking storage or bike storage instead of the electric carts. I think that would be.
Is there bike storage?
would be.
I think that's
No,
a
there's
better way to go, my opinion.
Okay.
A question on the parking piece, Lucas. If, obviously with the senior piece that we have in our code, they can go one car covered parking. If they decide to remove that 55 age requirement, could we make an exception on the parking that we currently have for two car covered parking?
You could, it would potentially be through a variance, would be
Okay.
one avenue.
Well, it's a CUP, isn't it? Don't we?
CUP wouldn't be able to address the reduction in development standards.
I see. Okay, but we could do a variance.
Variance is one avenue, a development agreement would be another.
Maybe by the time they come back, we'll have changed the parking requirements. It's a possibility.
No comment.
we'll have to wait and see what the ad hoc committee has to say.
Chair Quilisi,
Yes, sir.
there are members of the community that haven't spoken.
Yeah,
I wanted to make sure that we were
I
recognizing that. I know there's been a lot
recognize
of
we've
Q&A.
spent a lot of time talking to the applicant and the
Right.
owner.
Yeah, sorry.
But if we're all through with that for the moment at least, then let's hear from the public. I have 4 speaker cards. First is Bill Miley.
I'm not quite ready, thank you. I'd like to wait.
Would you like to be third? Heidi Whitman.
Good evening, Planning Commission members and staff. My name is Heidi Whitman. I live within 500 feet of the proposed project, and I attended the 2001 hearing as well as every hearing since that time about this project. I'm here tonight to request that the property owner be made to comply with the conditions of the 2001 CUP before a project is even considered. A condition of the 2001 CUP was the merger of all the Gables parcels. And this isn't a separate parcel. I think it's really interesting that the applicant is picking and choosing which parts of the CUP they want to do. So the density bonus was granted because the parcels were merged. This parcel actually was zoned RO. None of this would be allowed, and they can't just like pick and choose. So they can't take the parking from one place and now put it on this parcel that they say isn't part of it, but the Gables people are going to park over there. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And this isn't an opinion of mine. As someone said earlier, this is a fact about the CUP. You can read it in your packet. We were promised, as part of this community agreement, that no improvements to the western parcel other than a parking lot would be made. And you'll find no mention of phasing. In fact, it says, as somebody mentioned, prior to a grading permit or a building permit, that the parcels be merged. And the city agreed that the whole thing is valid. That's in your packet as well. So it's really important for the community to know that conditions are enforced. I ask that you consider the CUP conditions and table this discussion until they're done. You just don't, I think one of the reasons that things are so contentious in Ojai is because we have no guarantee that when you say, oh, these conditions are going to be met, that anyone's even going to enforce them. And my kids were young when I started coming out to talk about this parcel. In fact, I believe that the Gables was a 501c3 because another one of my neighbors who I think you heard from, Bill Chambron, he was actually on the board of the Gables when that whole property went down, the property transfer. The residents of the Gables actually bought that parcel, and they're the reason there's a deed restriction. So there's just a lot of history. We've all lived in the neighborhood for a long time, and it's super important that you require them to at least start by going back and enforcing the CUP. You don't get to pick and choose what you want to do. So thanks very much.
Okay, ma'am?
Yes.
Is it your position that once a CUP is granted, it can never be changed?
No, but I don't believe we'd be here tonight if this was a single parcel. So on the one hand, the applicant's saying, oh, well, it's the MHR zoning that applies here. Well, no, which is it? I mean, you guys don't even know what applies here. So I think the city staff, well, there's been a lot of questions tonight about what happened in the past and what was enforced and what it's supposed to be. I'm not sure that anybody even knows. As Commissioner Bennett mentioned, he's wondering about, well, what is this supposed to be? So for you to sit and talk about the zoning as if it's something else, I would just like to see you to start from enforcing the conditions and start from there. So
you do feel that once a conditional use permit is granted, that all the conditions of it must be enforced and never changed?
No, I do not. However, I do believe that the density of the property and a lot of this whole project was all about the 3 lots being merged. And I believe that the discussion would be very different tonight if that condition had been enforced, which it should have been because the CUP is valid. So for you to change it, I mean, typically when an applicant has gone amok and has just decided for their own that they're not going to comply with the conditions, nobody even hears them out. You make the people do what they're supposed to before you'll even hear them out. And that's so often the case with building permits in town. So I certainly understand your authority in changing a CUP, But I would like to at least start with some determination, which we've been unable to get in the last 20 years, about where the starting point is. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, Chris Muller. Muller, is it Muller?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not ready.
Looks like there's one person who's ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm not gonna call everybody else too many times before we quit here. Judy Murphy.
Do we have people online?
We'll ask about that too, yes.
You ready?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Obviously, there's been a long history with the Gables, the owners and the developers attempting to monetize this vacant property, which was conditioned to remain vacant or as open space per the CUP.
Right.
The important history of the 2001 CUP was eloquently explained by Heidi Whitman in her letter to the Planning Commission and in her comments here tonight. And I agree with all of Heidi's points, so I won't repeat them to you, but I do hope that you will reread her letter, especially after all of our conversation about it. The 26 units were not built, but the density did increase. They went from 83 units to a current 90. So there has been an increase in density. They accomplished this by remodeling from larger units to smaller units. The built-on lot, the 70, the built unit, lot, and the vacant lots were to have been merged, as we've discussed. It wasn't done. The CUP increase in density was approved using the combined acreage of both lots, the built-up and the unbuilt, or the vacant. Most importantly, I want to quote from the March 28th, 2001 staff report. It said, "For any residential development in an R2 zone, zoning section 10-2.1207C states that a minimum of 200 square feet of usable recreation, leisure space for each dwelling unit shall, underline, shall be provided. At least half of this required area shall be devoted to open landscaping." You just can't park 21 units, more units, in that space that you are required to have for leisure and recreation. So there's a problem there. Almost as an aside, I will also obviously mention that the current fire hydrant is insufficient for the current neighborhood, let alone an increase. 42 people within the 21 units using more water may not get approved. Traffic at Grand and Olive is, as you've heard, already heavy, and adding 42 more adults zipping about in their cars or their carts, whatever we call those, is going to add a lot of danger to an already difficult intersection. That's a lot of extra traffic for a one-block Olive Street. In terms of the looks of what we saw tonight, it really doesn't fit into the neighborhood, this manufactured look of the homes. But then you add on that, all of those 21 solar panels, and I think you have a rather ugly look. I wonder if those solar panels could be put into a farm if you go this route, up on the triangle section of land or something, because I don't think they'd look very nice on the units that we saw. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call for Bill Miley.
I will stumble my way over. Let me talk about the need first. I remember about 4 years ago, the proposal was that there would be 7 or 8 3,000-foot residents built there, as I recall. And predominant comments from the public was that that's not a good idea. What we need is to continue the theme that the Gables has established, which is residential care, starting out independent, with then assisted, and then moving over to the garden if you needed it. So we were looking for more senior facility, more senior housing that was part of the Gables concept in helping people as they get older live the rest of their lives. So the need is pretty great here. If you think about the Whispering Oaks, they have 100 units. They have a 10-year waiting list. You hope people will die, so if you're on the list, you can get chosen. It takes a long time. And we know from Help of Ojai that more and more seniors are getting pushed out. They can't afford it, they have to leave. And the Gables have fortunately been able to move some seniors into Fillmore, where Many Mansions has completed a 77-unit development. So
Sorry, you said the Gables is moving people to Fillmore?
No, I said Help of Ojai is helping seniors who are being pushed out of Ojai move
Oh,
to
helping
Fillmore.
them, right,
Sorry,
okay.
I messed that up. Where the Many Mansions has developed a 77-unit affordable. So I think the issue of affordability is really important here. We have the Artesian over on El Roblar, memory unit, assisted living, and I know that the costs are like $5,000 to $6,000 a month. I could not afford that. So one of the questions which we could answer maybe, is there a need for an expanded Gable? Is there a need to expand the type of care that's currently available in the 100 units at Gables, or 93? Now, are they full? Do they have a waiting list?
We're not full.
You're not full, okay. I like the idea of having new units for seniors, but the question would be how affordable it could be. So one thought would be, if they wanted to ask for a density bonus, the city could then require a 10, 15% affordability for the units that they build. If this is approved sometime, it would seem to me that the residents on Ojai, on Olive Avenue on the west, should have dedicated parking places so they cannot be taken by people parking in front of their houses. The issues of vehicle movement at Olive and Grand and vehicle movement at Park and Signal, it's a risky area. People come down Signal Street 40 miles an hour. It's hard to see that intersection. I live on our Signal. The intersection at Olive and Grand is also hard to see. And if we have residents going in and out, employees going in and out, and service people going in and out, it's going to be risky. It's very risky. So the city needs to do a traffic study at both of those sites to see if they can become more visible and less risky. That's kind of where I am now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, last call for Chris Muller.
Good evening, commissioners and staff.
Circle. So you're
I
you're
am the neighbor.
north of that triangular space.
Correct.
Okay.
So I purchased our home. I have 3 small children. We purchased it in 2015 from Donna Sallin. This lot was a concern of mine. So before we closed escrow, I did a deep dive into the legality and the state of development or potential development for this lot. Donna is a longtime realtor. She showed me the facts. She explained the CUP. I spoke with neighbors. They explained to me clearly that no development, the development rights were traded away for an increased density on the occupied lot. So doing that, we made a large investment. I moved my family to this property, and we love where we live. But every couple of years, it seems that this same issue comes up. And I'm just very confused as to how the rule of law, the conditions aren't being enforced on the owner of this property. It's clearly states in the CUP that they were to merge their APNs, so this was not, any permits that pulled should have triggered that. It never happened. I realize that no one here is responsible for that, but this is a big problem. Conditions need to be met for a permit to be in existence and valid. If they're not met and there's no enforcement of that, I don't know I'm not sure what that means, other than I have a problem with the city that I'm not sure what to do with, but I have to do something because I'm not going to stop. This is really unacceptable that, you know, I didn't get to put my children to bed tonight because I'm here dealing with an issue that I was told I never had to deal with, and it's looking like that I might have to deal with it every couple of years because every time the commission changes, the landowners come up and they want to try and push this thing again because it seems that the memories are, the history has been forgotten. So I'm here. I will come here every year if it takes that to explain the facts and to remind everyone, and I will make it very clear what we're dealing with here. The design, whatever, we can make it solar panels, beautiful, swales, whatever you want, it's irrelevant. What the point here is that they're not following the rules, and that is a real problem. That's all I have.
So it is also your position, which one of the people earlier who spoke said it was not. It is your position that once a CUP is granted, it can never be changed?
That's not my position. Once the CUP is granted, the conditions of the CUP need to be followed, and if they're not enforced and they're not being followed, then they're liable, and they shouldn't be issued any new permits.
All the conditions of the CUP need to be enforced before any changes can be proposed? I'm not.
I mean,
I'm not
as far as
clear
I
on-
understand it, you guys are here talking about conditions for CUPs when someone comes up here and you read the lines and say, well, this condition's met and this condition's not met, you need to meet these conditions. So I'm not sure how this is different than any other property. Right? You guys are here to, the city is required to enforce conditions that are put on their permit, correct?
They are.
And if pulling a building permit is supposed to trigger the enforcement of certain conditions and then they're not, then someone's not doing their job. Someone's liable for that. So,
Okay.
and I'm not going to stop with just saying, oh, you know, it's history, the city forgot, or it's being swept under the rug. I'm not going to stop at that. That's my final point, because this is a big deal for me. And I represent my neighbors. We all feel the same way, and we will not just roll over and let this happen. So that's it.
So question, nothing has been built yet. So you're saying that, to Chair Quillisi's point, once it's issued, your stance is that it can't be changed before something is built?
I mean, once a building permit was issued for anything on that site, it should have triggered the lot merger,
Okay.
which never occurred.
Have any building permits been issued on 701?
For the kitchenettes, yes, there were building permits that were through the TI, yes. So, and I mentioned that in my presentation in the beginning, yes, absolutely.
You did, right, okay. Thank you.
And do we have,
Please.
do we have a clue why the?
I wish I could be in the heads of those individuals that were here at the time.
Somebody
But
else
I am
quoted
not.
a piece of Title 10. It was
Yeah,
10-2-1207 or
code
something.
section? But the struggle there is I have a feeling, remember there was a huge code revision,
Yeah, in
basically a
2004.
remove and replace in 2004. This was in 2001. 12 so the struggle I think is
1207 something, I think.
yeah, so 1207 is within the landscaping standards.
Right.
And it's no longer it's soil management reporting. It's different. It's not.
Okay.
It's been rewritten.
I want to assure you, sir, that we're doing the best that we can here
I understand.
to make
I
sure
appreciate
that
it.
both applicants and the city abide by a common set of rules and that the city doesn't treat any one applicant different from any other. So,
I appreciate it. I have one question.
sure.
If, as a citizen, that the city is not enforcing conditions of a CUP that should be enforced, what position, what action can I take?
That's a question for the city attorney.
As the city attorney, we can't offer you legal advice. I represent the city, so.
Okay, I understand. So it's some form of legal action. Okay. I appreciate your time. I will be here to answer any questions or come back for any other further hearings. So thank you very much.
And thank you for your time and for sitting through all of this to get to where you could express your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
sir.
Thank you.
Do we have anything else we wish to
I
ask?
did do a calculation on this provision that was said 200 square feet per unit was supposed to be open space, so that, I multiplied that by 90 units. That comes to,
90 units.
yeah, there's 90 units on the other property.
Well, I heard 90, I heard 93.
They haven't built them
The
yet.
staff report says there's 82, so
I'm doing
I
the
don't know
one.
where these numbers are coming from.
Yeah, I was doing the number Judy gave us, which was 90, but I don't know. But anyway,
Since you brought that up, may I answer? Because I said 90, the staff report said 82, and the owner said 83. But I spoke with the director of the lot, of the Gables.
Please speak into the microphone.
On the microphone, please, Judy.
The 90 figure came from the director of the Gables.
so I was I was being more liberal, so I was taking the highest number, multiplying it by 200 square feet, and that comes up to 0.41 acres. So that's the space. Do they have 41 acres of open space?
Can I just clarify this?
If that's what's required,
Also-
the implication that they're not providing it.
You said
0.41.
1 acres. So
Yeah.
the site that is 710 is Olive Street is 2.24 acres. But you're saying on
But the 701 property is around 5.5.
Judy was saying that each of
Right.
these units are supposed to have 200 square feet of open space. So I multiplied that by 90, then divided that by how many square foot are in an acre, and that gives you 0.41.
yeah, I'd have to go back
acres.
and look at the original plans because I think
So
they
I don't
actually
know
broke-
where that,
I think they
have
broke
they
that.
set that aside?
Well, I think they broke that down on the original plans in 2001 because not only did it show where the where the 26 units were going, I think it also showed the landscaping, which then would be the open space pieces to that component.
Okay. That's just
So,
Less
I would
than-
have to go
less
back and look. I can't give you a definitive answer right now.
Okay.
Unit count discrepancy is the gardens have 10 units across the street, so.
Oh, there you
Ah, okay.
Across the street.
go. Owned by the
okay.
Gables.
My mother was there at the gardens.
Okay.
All right, do we have any other questions or comments for the applicant or the owner?
My only one, if we were to go with it, I would prefer we not have the age limit.
Okay, you understand there's a financial aspect to that decision.
I don't think it's that big a financial aspect, but anyway.
It's more parking, isn't it?
They have extra parking, and we could adjust for that if we wanted to.
It's something to consider. Mr. Brown, Mr. Whitman, do you feel like you've gotten
No.
sufficient feedback to decide whether to go forward or not?
Not even, no. No, and I was just thinking, you know, what could we do to collaborate, you know, with you further? And I don't know if that's with, you know, Lucas but again, I'm not trying to come up with something that is disparaging, and I'm you know, obviously taking in all this information. We've had more legal input on, you know, our property in the CUP just because of the licensing aspect of it, that we just did not want to violate any of that. And so I'm unfamiliar with this open space aspect of the Olive Street site that was, you know, somehow rendered into the equation. How the parcels weren't merged, again, this is the first meeting where I've heard of that being, you know, something that was a violation. But I'll go. Excuse me?
I didn't say anything.
Was it you?
Well, we brought it up for years.
I've never. I don't know.
Yeah,
Heidi, I own the place. I'm telling you, I've never heard that.
We're not
So-
gonna have a debate.
Yeah, but anyway, so you know, I'll check into that and try to understand, you know, that element as well. But you know, as far as, you know, parking and unit count, and, you know, again, the hope here is to do something good for the community. And yeah, that's all. You know, how we get there. You guys help me.
I don't recall during our extended discussion here, hearing anyone of the four of us say, we don't think there should be any houses there.
Agree. I mean, I appreciate that, and I agree with that.
It's a matter of if you come forward with a specific proposal, then we have to consider that,
Mm-hmm.
whatever you present.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And we've given you some thoughts about bicycles, about permeable paving, about, do you have solar panels or not? And
Solar farm. is it-
solar farm, a solar farm maybe. I've heard of solar shingles, but I don't know what they are exactly.
Tesla
But I'm
does them.
told they look like regular shingles.
Very expensive, yes, but
I'm sorry, very expensive?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Anything good, I guess, is these days.
Yeah.
And there was discussion of the age restriction,
Mm-hmm.
which impacts your parking. But I haven't heard anyone say you shouldn't build anything.
And you know, again, it's up to you if you obviously want to build there or if you want to make it a park. I mean, it's up to you.
The other thing that I would ask that you look at is if this thing were to move forward and you wanted to build something
Mm-hmm.
on 710 Olive, clearly what you're authorized now under the current CUP is a 44 space parking lot or something on that order. staff has already said that if this were to go forward, it should be rezoned to R2 or something comparable. I'm not sure exactly, but either in R0 or R2, RO or R2 zoning. RO is what you have right now there, which seems a little odd anyway, being next to the Gables. Neither of those zones allows for this many dwelling units. And the only way, which means you would in effect be asking for a density bonus. And the only way I know to get a density bonus is with deed restrictions. So another thing to consider as you consider moving forward.
Okay.
Anything else? I don't mean to dominate the conversation
Well,
here,
well,
but I had a few points.
it seems to me, that when the project in 2001 was looked at in its totality, the Olive Street parcel was to be left as open space.
There was
because-
nothing
because-
authorized to be built there.
Is that?
Well, no, even
Lucas,
no,
is that
because
in there?
it's worse than that.
It's not in
in
there.
terms
But
of
that wasn't a
the
condition.
development.
No.
Doesn't say
hold on.
the condition, but-
It's how they got the density bonus to do what they were doing. In other words,
It's not specified anywhere. I don't think there's no specification that has to be open space.
no, there isn't, but there's no, they can't build any more units. So there's a density bonus that was then
But they could
attributed to
take
the,
those
to the
units and just,
single lot, to the single lot.
but there's nothing saying they had to build those units on top of the existing gables. They could have just moved it.
I think the original CUP said that if you consider the totality of the three parcels, then you can justify having not 82 or 83, but 108 or
It's
109
yeah,
units.
yeah.
Right.
But they had to be
But-
in some specific location?
But where were they to be? I understood from Lucas before, I think, that all 26 new units were to be built on the 701 property.
Yes, that's what I.
Was that a condition?
That
they had
was,
to?
that was a condition, that those 26 units would be built there, and there was no authorization to build, under that CUP, to build anything except a parking lot on the 710 property.
Yes.
And what they have come forward to say is, can we change the CUP?
Yeah, well, you know, if you think about businesses that have CUPs, and the market changes in 21 years, and they might want to come back and change what they're doing, you know, so I'm not saying this, we should or shouldn't approve it, but just because someone wants to amend the CDP doesn't mean that they're prohibited.
Which is why I have asked a couple of
They
times.
can ask for it,
now,
we don't have to give it to them.
You feel like once a CUP is granted, it can never change.
Obviously, that's legally, that's not true.
That's not true. We just changed it at Love Social
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah, obviously.
But
But there was a
We can
perceived
factor that
there was a perceived benefit and a quid pro quo at the time.
right,
And I'm trying to understand what that was, but it seemed to me
yeah,
that, because I had read the number 100 and some odd units.
108, I think, or
108 units,
109,
well,
yeah.
whatever it was, that it was all gonna go on the Gables site. The only thing going on that other site was not units, but parking. And that meant that at the time, what the community was getting was the Olive Street site with no houses on it, just a parking lot.
agreed.
And whether that's what we want now or not, that was seen as where the equities lay, and the
Right.
deal was cut.
And the quid of 26 units balanced the pro quo of open space on the west side. And the
Because
quid was
the-
never,
the-
the quid was
that-
never executed.
You lift the lot line, and then all of a sudden, you can't go build, you're not starting over again on that site. You're not,
Without a subsequent re-subdivision.
right.
Yeah?
But theoretically, the quid pro quo was done back in 2001, at the time that all of that was, there, and the very fact that a lot line adjustment was supposed to take place lickety-split, with anything that was done, meaning a permit. I still don't know how you go build kitchens without pulling a building permit.
No, Lucas said there were building permits pulled for the
Well, I'm sorry.
kitchenettes.
Why that didn't trigger at that time, why that didn't trigger, the CUP freezing any other option, so that we weren't sitting here looking at an existing CUP and trying to figure out what do we do with.
But that was then, now we're here.
I don't know, I would
And the other
ask,
thing is, when I moved into Miners Oaks, 1953, half of the lots were empty. We had gigantic places to play. Now, every one of those houses are filled.
yep,
So I could say my expectation when my parents bought the house, I should have all these empty lots around me. That's just the way
Well, but
development happens.
if the community had done a deal to lock in those.
Well, there's no deal, there's no legal deal.
Specified.
There was a deal that said lot lines are gonna be eliminated.
There's no legal deal between the person who owns a piece of property and what the city gives somebody on a street. There's no contractual deal with the neighbors.
No, the deal was done between the
City and the property owners.
city and the property.
I'd like
That's
to
right.
see if maybe we can get a legal opinion on this. There were obviously a number of conditions placed in the 2001 CUP. One was building stuff, whether it was new units or kitchenettes or whatever, or other kitchens. There was also the lot mergers. Is there a legal rule or a rule under the municipal code that still stands? Because the 1207, 10-2-1207 that Ms. Murphy quoted has been changed. It was changed 3 years after the CUP. So I don't know how that stands either. But is there a requirement that once you pull a building permit, you have to do everything else that's conditioned? Or do you do some of it, or do you do none of it except what you pulled the building permit for? I don't understand that, because we've heard a couple of times tonight that once a building permit was pulled, the lot merger should have gone through. And I don't know if that's true.
Right. I don't think there was anything, I'd have to take a look, but I don't think there's anything in state law, or at least in the city's code, that would require that. The question, I guess, is, the conditions of approval, did that meet the condition of approval for enforcing the lot merger? It's my understanding of what the issue is here.
My understanding was that the lot merger was another one of the conditions of
Right.
approval.
Right.
So
the question is,
when you start executing on a CUP,
right.
how much of it do you have to do, and in what order?
Right. I think the general answer there is you only have to do.
Spells it out here.
Right. But you only have to do what if the economy takes a downturn or whatnot, and you don't plan on pursuing the project or only part of the project, you don't have to generally go back to the planning commission or the city council, if you only want to do part of it.
You just stop executing?
It says in here without any, from my standpoint, in plain English, you start to work on this thing and you pull a grading permit or a construction permit, you gotta put the lot line, you wind up creating one parcel out of the three parcels.
Well, it's oftentimes true that when you get a CUP, because I've seen it in North Carolina when we had a big downturn in the economy, these people got all these approvals, and then in order to keep it alive, they got a building permit. 10 years later, when the economy comes back, they come back with the same CUP, but of course now they want a whole different design. But they still have the CUP, and so they asked to have it amended. So that's kind of what we've done here, essentially, is they didn't go ahead with the stuff because they decided for whatever reason, but the thing that keeps it going was the fact that they got a permit, a building permit, so that kept that CUP alive. Otherwise, the CUP would be dead and they wouldn't have it at all.
Well, I'd like to talk about this project some more with staff and the city attorney, because it sounds at least a little bit to me like here are a bunch of conditions on the project, on the permit. And if you exercise this condition, then you have to go exercise that condition. And that's what I'm,
That was my reading of this.
yeah, and I read it and I didn't get that, but
Oh,
that's why I'm asking
I
the
got
city
that.
attorney to opine on the matter. Because I think that's kind of a key here to the whole thing.
And CUPs that I've seen over the years, usually if you want that to happen, you put in timeframes.
And it
You
may
put
be
in
there.
phases.
And it may be
Gotta
there.
do this
I didn't
phase.
see it.
Yeah.
Jamie
It's
thinks he
actually
did
written
see it.
into
I'm trying to find it, because.
into the conditions.
Okay.
Can't impose conditions that you haven't imposed.
Yeah, no, but I don't think I'm inventing this stuff.
No. I didn't see it.
And
But I'd
that was
like to
probably
know
a
if, as
mistake.
a general
Yeah.
rule, if there is some order, or if there's some precipitating event that involves one condition that requires you to execute on another condition.
May I? May I address the council?
No.
I think we're done. It's a question for
I
the,
pointed out where it is.
for the city attorney. We can talk offline later. Are we finished then with item 4? Let's go on to item 5.
Thank you, guys.
Midnight.
Priorities of Planning Commission and CDD. You really want to go through this list again?
Nah, let's skip it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
go on to item 6 and
Thank
look
you.
at future agenda items.
Okay. So, December 7th is our next meeting. Okay. So the design review, this is on Drown Avenue. Interesting. Okay, so this project,
1115B is the address of the ADU.
yeah, it's on the second floor, so second stories come before
It's
this.
the second unit, so
Let us welcome back Commissioner Murphy.
welcome.
Welcome back. Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
I'll keep this short.
I don't like it either.
We will have Title 10 discussion. I know Alex has been working with Chair Quillisi on getting some of these items up for discussion, so you can expect that. Fingers crossed, it'll be the 7th. I think that's kind of where we're at. I
Go
talked
through,
to Alex
go
this
through
week.
the consolidated list of items.
Yep.
Great.
And then for the 21st, and yes, I am seeing us having a meeting on the 21st. Unless something else happens. There is a 2-story addition to the main residence. That's 1206 Ayers. We have met with the applicant on a couple different occasions. I am still concerned with some things. I can't talk about them specifically at this point, but it is of concerns that I'm not. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop
I think
there.
you mentioned this earlier that you.
Yeah, I just don't want to go into too much detail on it.
If,
I
if
can't.
that goes away, then you can cancel that meeting? Pretty much?
I'm gonna be in North Carolina, but
Well, you can Zoom.
well, but it's 3 hours earlier, I think, or later.
Later.
3 hours, Jesus.
Starts at,
Well, 6.
I've done this myself. The meeting
I'm sure
starts
I
at
could do
9
it.
PM,
I'm sure I
North
could do
Carolina
it. Get myself a glass of wine and I'll just.
Look, if this item doesn't go on, if 1206 errors isn't ready, and we've given them some pretty heavy tasks that they need to meet first, and the chances of it meeting the 21st, we've given them that date as a tentative date.
Just
may not
push
be.
them harder.
Forecasts.
Push them off the ladder.
I always ask the tough questions so that they're easy when they get here, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yep, on the pending future items, it looks like Maura's plate is full.
It is. I mean, we've only got. I'll be fair. It's showing 3 items, but I think we've got double, if not triple that. I was just talking to her about her items this week, so we're not short on items for sure, but we are we are moving them forward, which is more than I can say from a year ago. Remember a year ago when we were having this discussion, I said we're in a log jam. I'm not really sure what to do. That is not
I
the
don't
case
remember
anymore.
a
I think
year
we've got
ago.
everything kind of even keeled.
We called special meetings in between regular
Well, we
meetings.
did do that. I forgot about that too. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
She needs to retire that baby.
So you can go ahead and take that home.
I think Dr. Wyrick left some time ago, so we're not likely to see anything from
No, he needed to
our
take
city council liaison.
some Edie said.
And in the absence of any other known business before the commission, at 11:47, we're adjourned.